Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. 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 Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook battlefield. Welcome to the Hook.
Hey guys, and welcome back to MCT AMER South. We are on day 2 of the Swiss stage. We are super excited. The matches yesterday was so like a treat to watch. And today we have Private Dancer and Rico here on the desk with me. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great. It's absolutely exciting now to be back here with AMER South to see what other treats and maybe spicy little tangy treats that we have in store for these next 4 matches that are going to be coming up.
That's right. Hi, Zina. Hi, Private. Today, it's a day that is very special because we also are going to have 4 matches. Winners are going to face winners. The teams that lost yesterday, they're going to face each other. So we hope for the best. We hope for the best action ever here in AMER South Day 2.
Yes, it's super exciting. The global bans was a treat to watch because we got to see non-meta heroes like Chang AB play, Terizla, right guys? It was really fun to see that on the stage.
We saw a bunch of different strategies that kind of happened there, especially when it came to possibly having Jushin was actually used and actually got put out there as far as not banned for a little bit. As we got halfway through it, we started seeing her start getting more and more banned as people started realizing maybe she might not be worth dealing with out there for a bit. So there's a lot of different strategies that have been happening here, but I want to say like one of the high notes is just starting to see where people are going with this meta. Once a lot of those higher picked meta heroes are off the board, what do you have left, and are there interesting choices that can be done with that?
Yeah, so guys, you showed us many special heroes yesterday, so I hope you show us also so many heroes.
Yes, let us see what the format is for the Swiss stage.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into 2 regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's final. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
It's super cool to see how the Swiss stage starts. It's basically like a training for them right now, so they can see how the other teams play, kind of get a feel of it before they go into the playoffs, right?
For me, what it means, especially as a fan of watching a lot of these teams compete, is the more and further on we get into the Swiss stage, the more and more even the teams start getting. Winners are taking on winners, losers are taking on losers, so you kind of start evening the playing field again, and I feel like that's going to bring out a lot more competitive matches where they are more evenly matched, more back and forth on it, maybe even going all the matches going the full distance of the best of 3.
Yeah, for me, Global Ban is very special because it gives the chance for us to see a different heroes, you know? Okay, we were talking about best of 3 or something, you know, but it's also very special to see new heroes coming up.
Yeah, let's hear about what the Global Ban's got in store for you.
We'll have the Global Ban and MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under Global Ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best-of-7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
Yes, and like I was saying before, the global bans being implemented is a treat to see. The fact that we're able to see Changi on the stage, Turizla, and even in the north they had Xborg as a roam. It's so cool to see these heroes being chosen here in these matches.
Yeah, like you said, it's just been a treat when you see when a lot of the meta pans do get kind of taken out of the way there. You got the picks like the Chang'e and the Turizla. Even in the north, we've been seeing the Xborg. Benedetta was picked out there as well. So it's just it's great to have something fresh with each and every single round that we have here.
Yeah, despite the meta is always changing, global ban is going to be a very special thing.
And are we going to see the brackets right now? We're going to see what teams are kind of going. All right, and this is what we have here today. It's looking like we are going to have Octa Gaming going against DreamMax, and then also Entity 7 going again. Oh, yes. Yes, we're going to today's schedule right now. No. So we have here Octa Gaming going against DreamMax, 9Z Globant going against Influence Rage, Entity 7 going against Alpha 7, and Black Sentence going against Infinity.
Yeah, like we were talking about before, a lot of these teams we're having winners taking on winners, losers taking on losers, and I know a lot of people are going to be watching a few of these matches very intently, especially when it comes to Alpha 7 taking on Entity 7. I was actually going to ask you, Rico, is there a significance to 7 here in South America that we have 2 teams with that number back here?
Maybe, you know, because there are so many seasons that both like these teams are performing or playing against each other, you know, so it's a very interesting idea and situation to see that these teams, even though they are changing players often, you know, but I think that the sense, you know, like the nature for them is very the same for these teams. And it's very interesting to see, like, okay, sometimes the team logos change, the name change, you know, but the players, they also, and they always play or together or sometimes against each other. But it's also interesting to see that AMER South here, these teams are also like seeing the top, but they have to take care about the opponent.
Yeah, it's yesterday we saw Octa Gaming and Alpha 7. Basically, they got sweeped it, right? So I wonder how the games will go today for them.
Yeah, that's why I think a lot of people have their eyes on some of these matches to see if that sweeping trend will continue. I know Rico just told us about it. Like, sometimes you have a lot of name changes when it comes to the actual organization, but the players and the history and the synergy that they have remain the same. Sometimes though, when the organizations stay the same, but now we're looking at a new roster and you have to rebuild that synergy here live on the main stage.
Yeah, so this you're right, Private.
Let's see Octa Gaming's lineup. Who do we have on the board now?
Oh, this is going to be pretty exciting. Like we said, they had a great performance yesterday. We're going to have Lucy on the XP lane, Thanatos TZ on the jungle, Segan in the mid lane. The gold lane will be taken by V2, and Saber will be on the roam.
Yeah, so that's the Octa Gaming lineup. It is really surprising, at least for me, that Sagan is playing again, because this lineup, they have the two mid lanes. It's Sagan and SDeath. And for me, I thought that SDeath was about to start the AMER South, but now Sagan is playing and they won yesterday, so I think that they decided to keep the lineup here, Private.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the Dream Max's lineup here, it is going to be King in the XP lane, Jump Style as the jungler. Mid lane will be taken up by Che Kite. The gold lane will be taken up by Chimera, and the roam finally will be taken up by Blink.
Yeah, so that's DreamX. They won yesterday, so for me, I think that they have more to show us. They have a very high potential to grow up during the tournament, you know, especially with Chimera in the gold lane. I think that he has to get more time with this lineup, and Cheikai also to get more synergy, you know, to get more confidence, to show to the fans, to show to the supporters that they are able to reach the top here in AMER South.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and kick off the draft here. For me, a couple of notes to be looking out for, especially when it comes to DreamMax. You mentioned a little bit about Chimera and him trying to fit into this role now with this team, and he did a decent job of it yesterday. Was able to get an MVP with Harith. I think he went 9-0-4, so a very outstanding game for him. Another one of note for me would be Chekite, who in the mid went 5-0-9 on a Kimmy, and had a great job of just doing positioning and putting on that great suppressive and consistent firepower to the enemy team. So those are some ones that I'd be watching out for DreamX Gaming.
Yeah, K-Kite did an amazing job for the team. She was a factor in helping them get those wins and was a major support for them. These two teams had actually won yesterday, so it would be fun to see who will take this game, right?
Yeah, you're totally right. So here in the banning phase, we're seeing like DreamX banning, especially gold laners here, and the most used Moskman so far, Claude and Carry. They're late game here, so DreamX is also concerned about like bringing in Moskman in a gold lane for Octa Gaming. And the Octa Gaming is banning Freya. I think that Freya so far is 100% banned. Since from the first day here, so I believe that she's not gonna pass away today also. And Boxia is another ban for Octa Gaming. So we're waiting for the third one for DreamX. There it is.
So what we have left right now is the Zushin, Valentina, and the Sora are still up there on the table right now. So that's gonna be very
Or
interesting.
Marcel.
And oh yeah, and of course Marcel. So we got all three of those picks out there right now: the Valentina, Sora, and the Zushin out there. And I want to say I was actually questioning on whether Zushin was gonna make it out, because for me it's just one of those picks that it's like, yes, you do have things that you can do against her, but I feel like just the time and effort you need to be putting into countering it, just it goes very high on my personal ban list. But here I want to say Octa Gaming, and they are one of the core reasons that it went through, because they feel like it's something that they can handle. I think we had an interview with Segan yesterday about it, and him saying that his team, and we watched it, they're very patient with it. They understand her strengths. They know that they need to kind of elongate these games to get to a point where they can get to that back line and take her out.
Zushin has it been like 100% for her, the win rate, or not yet? Or has she lost? I can't remember.
This world.
I think that she lost one game.
Oh, she lost one.
Yesterday, and it was specifically talking about Octa Gaming. I think that Octa Gaming won the game when Sagan was playing with Valir. I'm almost sure.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
yes.
Yes.
So guys, that means that Octa Gaming isn't concerned about Zushin here as the first pick for DreamHack, right? So,
but even then, she did an amazing job in that game.
Yeah.
Even though they won. Zushin did do a lot of damage and was a factor in doing well in that game.
Rises when I
I think even though I feel like Zushin still went 10 kills, over 10 kills in that game that Octa was able to win. So like I said, it's still an upward battle there. But even with the interview, like in Segan too, Segan and V2, the big players to watch out for on Octa Gaming, both of them were able to get the MVPs. I believe a carry for V2, he went 7-4-7. Segan on the Zushin went 4-0-4 for his game as well. But here it looks like we're going to have a lot of pressure for them as well to see. You're seeing here in the early game, we're going to have the Suyu pick up there. Uranus is going to be very tanky, which is very curious to me. Like I said, for me, Uranus is one of those niche pickups that you usually get against a Fredrin. He doesn't provide a lot of CC, and when you put him in that XP role, usually in the XP role, that's something that you want, that's going to help and set up your turtle fights for you, especially in the early game for you. You get the CC, you can threaten the back line. I know Uranus, a lot of people have been very surprised with how much damage he can do once he gets his full stacks on you. So maybe that's where Octa Gaming is going to be going with this pick.
Yeah, and I think that Octa Gaming here is like they're trying to make comfortable in the XP laning here. Maybe bringing this Uranus. Uranus is going to the top lane. He is going to the XP lane, because we were seeing Suyo also in the jungle for Octa Gaming. And I was thinking about, like, when Zushin appeared here for DreamHack, I was thinking about that she could bring Khalid also, because this double makes so much pressure, especially in the mid lane and the river, to trying to gain domination and info for DreamHack. And that came the situation that I thought that Octa isn't they wasn't supposed to bring some surprise in the mid lane for Sagan, as we saw yesterday with Valir. So they brought an Ivy here for Sagan, but I don't think that but we know that Ivy is a mage which is static, especially for her ultimate, and we saw yesterday so many heroes are neutralizing her. So I think that Octa Gaming has to be aware about that situation.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need some type of protection there. I believe the last time we saw Eve, the biggest problem is that you were having a Lapu just coming out of nowhere and just thrashing her every single time she went into that real world manipulation. And that is just kind of one of those risks that you take when you have a mage, like you're saying, a static mages that have to stand there to get their ultimate, like Eve, like Farza with her feathered airstrike. They're basically sitting ducks, and that's why the rest of the team kind of really needs to put that pressure on the team and make sure that all sides are kind of protected, but that there's a big focus on where a lot of this damage is going to be output.
Yeah. Chip was the last Benzina.
Yeah, I was thinking they took out Chip because they didn't want that teleportation to happen or for that ambush to take out any of their heroes. So.
Yeah, and you do see that on the side of Octa Gaming, they did go ahead take out the Lapu Lapu. So I want to say learning from what we saw in some of the other games where they saw how well Lapu actually went into an Eve, who's especially when you have heroes that can close the distance so quickly. Khalid, and that's kind of where I'm kind of questioning the Eve pickup, just because already you had the Khalid already show out there. That's going to be something that's going to be able to get to that back line and do a significant amount of damage to Eve, even with the real world manipulation out there. Now we're going to go ahead and round out the composition with an Arlott and Nolan pickup. Nolan hasn't, I want to say, hasn't had the greatest win streaks. I believe he's still at 0% right now in the AMER tournament.
Yeah, and I was thinking about like what Octa is supposed to bring for the last pick here. Maybe it is Esmeralda, thinking about Harriet in the goal lane, or yeah, maybe. But I don't think so. Maybe Nolan here can give them the opportunity to bring something else, but no Granger. So yeah, I was thinking about Esmeralda, but I forgot about the XP lane. XP lane is with Uranus, not Esmeralda one. So Granger is a goal lane here for finish the composition. So that's it.
Well, I mean, you can be forgiven for, especially with how the meta has been shifting nowadays, where a lot of these things go. Uranus has been played in the jungle position and has had the most success there. So I mean, it could be a big question where some of these picks are going. Heck, we've seen a lot of the fighters being going into the gold lane as well. Here with that Granger pickup, it does mean I do look at DreamHack to be dominating that gold lane. Granger does have a little bit of a problem when it comes to some dash heroes because his most of his abilities are just kind of like straight lines, and they're pretty easy to dodge if you've got a very mobile gold laner there. So we're gonna see how this matchup goes with DreamHack taking on Octa Gaming, game 1 of day 2.
Yeah, you're totally right here, my friend Private. So let's go, everybody. Welcome to for the first time today. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the first game of the first match of the second day here. Octa Gaming versus DreamHack. Both teams won yesterday, so they're here to continue winning and reaching the top, Private.
Yeah, that's exactly it too. The stakes are just a little bit higher because both of these teams have undefeated records that they're kind of putting on the line here. Both teams were very dominant in their victories yesterday and looking to try to continue some of these ways here. I know I talked a little bit about Nolan not having a great game when it comes to kind of, I want to say, like the sea of different junglers that you have out there. He does have a decent amount of mobility. It's just the squishiness that sometimes CC is a big hindrance for him. He's going to need to kind of get in there, get a lot of that damage off, and be able to escape. Speaking of damage here, Chaikai almost getting caught, might be in a little bit of trouble here. Has the flicker and able to get away, and this might have put Octa Gaming in a bad position anyway. Down goes Saber as Jumpstyles able to take advantage of that I want to say overstep coming from Octa Gaming.
That's why I love MLBB, you know, because Chaikai here was like surviving for the last second, for the last moment, and gave the chance for DreamHack here to counter a respawn and guaranteeing the first kill here for Jumpstyle. So we were talking about like this Nolan and maybe the win rate was not in favor for him, you know, but we also have to talk about like his burst of damage, you know, so he can be a very important ally for DreamHack here just to secure the objectives, or before the objectives, he trying to find a specific pick off here to find a specific hero here to guarantee an advantage for DreamHack so far for this first turtle.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to stuff like that. Oh, Chimera actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. V2 laying on a decent amount of fire to him. Both of them going to go ahead and have to create some distance. We do have a fight there. Saber does find a kill onto Blink here. And you were talking about the Nolan thing. He's one of those big assassins that just, he really needs to keep up that momentum. Needs to continually look for a lot of those openings where he can get those kills, where he can be able to find some of those pickoffs. Where he does not shine sometimes is where you see those when it comes to some of those group fights. You don't have your team ready, unfortunately, he's going to have to rotate away. Chaikai does go ahead, provide a little bit of support into the gold lane. It looks like, man, Chimera actually getting really pushed back there by the Granger from V2.
Yeah, but we saw the opposite here because Octa Gaming was guaranteeing a kill. They got this advantage, they got superior numbers, and it was easy to secure the first turtle for Octa Gaming. So it's a very even game so far for both teams. But now we're seeing the battle 1v1 Lucy versus King. That's gonna be very interesting. But Thanatos coming.
Yeah, you got Thanatos Easy comes in there. King takes a big chunk of damage down. It's going to put him down to about 50% jump style, looking for an opportunity down there. It's going to come in for the fighter. They're going to be able to find the Suyo. Thanatos Easy in a little bit of trouble there. Does activate a lot of that defense. King comes in with the final slash, but gets taken out by Thanatos Easy. Jump style just narrowly missing an evil queller there at the bottom lane, but he does lose somebody there. Octa Gaming up by 1.
You know, for a moment, I thought that Thanatos was about to leave the fight, you know, because he was hitting the head against the wall. But somehow he decided to come back and guarantee one more kill for Octa Gaming. So far here, Private, almost 4 minutes. It's a very even game, but Octa Gaming is surprising me, especially because it is versus a DreamHack. As we were saying, like, both teams know each other, and we have Sky Pierce to Thanatos. Let's go!
Ooh, jump style gets taken out. A glorious pathway laid underneath him is going to slow him down, allowing the rest of Octa Gaming to come in there. Lucy actually in trouble here. Goes a little too deep underneath the tower. Oh, they're still going to be able to get the purple buff, but that a little closer than they might have wanted to come to that. But already Octa Gaming inside of the enemy's jungle, starting to claim it for themselves.
That's the runners, ladies and gentlemen. But now the second turtle here, I think that DreamHack wants to fight back. Or no. Nope.
I think a Blink is just making sure to get that information, letting them know, hey, yeah, this turtle's being taken, boys. There's not really much that they're going to be able to do. I believe he just had Chimera up there right now. And man, I think they're doing just a great job. Usually I want to put Harith over a Granger up in that lane, but it does seem like V2 very much being able to hold his own up there. And the more and more we get into this game, I want to say the later and later we get, I feel like the less and less it's going to favor a Nolan pick and a jump style. If you're not able to continually get those kills, continually get fed up on this assassin.
Yeah, you're totally right. And we're seeing like V2 always playing safe because he is aware about the Nolan and the burst damage. Oh, in the mid lane here.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. Glorious pathway comes up. Segan does get pushed back, and jump style right there to be able to find the kill for himself, bringing this to a 2-3 game. Thanatos TZ comes in, but I want to say a few seconds too late for that fight. J-Kite on the back, just putting on a little bit of harassment too. Lucy, you can see a little bit of that recalls down there, letting them know, hey, here I am. Hello, and how do you do?
Yeah, it was like, hey guys, hey, leave me alone here, runners. But that's it, runners, ladies and gentlemen. That's him. He is very annoying. He has an absurd sustain here, and now he's trying to make an procs with Saber too. So Octa Gaming has to take a chance and has to take this advantage, especially because of Uranus. But let's go for a dive.
Yeah, they do have that glorious pathway laid out there. Ooh, Blink trying to go in as well. Chimera diving back and forth with Zaman Force out there, but it is not able to protect him. The real world manipulation did come down as well. Segan laying that out to try to trap the rest of the members from a DreamHack, and that is unfortunate. I don't think they counted the members because, like, the rule of thumb is that the tower you can protect and defend a tower as long as if you treat the tower like a number of what you have defending it, you can only defend against like an even number. So if there were 3 members coming at you, you could defend that. When there's 4, they pretty much outnumber what you can defend, and you're going to need to abandon that, maybe get back to the tier 2.
Yeah, the third turtle here is on the upper side, but both teams are dancing around that. So maybe, I think that, I don't know, jump style, I think that he gave up once again. So 3 turtles so far for Octa Gaming, Private.
Yeah, that's pretty much the story of a lot of these engagements throughout the AMER tournament, is absolute control of that objective. If you don't get there early, if you're not in a position, you're just going to start losing these objectives. And unfortunately, it's not often that teams are able to kind of recover from that if they continually are giving those objectives away. Here, we can see Octa Gaming already has 3 turtles. DreamHack just have not been able to get with it when it comes to a lot of these team fights.
seen Lucy versus 4 players here, but now Sagan is aware of this. You see, he's buying so much time, but oops.
Yeah, he is going to activate that consecration. Down comes the real world manipulation. Glorious pathway on the backside. Kite is being chased out as well. It is going to be able to use that ultimate to get away. But I want to say, I feel like Octa Gaming is doing a great job of thinking 3 steps ahead. What we see is a fight coming up there, and DreamHack sees a fight that they need to disengage from. But what Octa Gaming is doing is they're trying to lure them in, push them away so that they can continually clear out this jungle, continually refuse those buffs to jump style on that Nolan pick.
Yeah, it's a very good and big surprise for me that Octa Gaming here is like, they're dominating the map. They know what they're doing, especially with Lucy, with Uranus, you know, because he hasn't the hard engage or something, but now here they come again. Lucy.
Yeah, Lucy on the bottom. And I'm sorry I ever doubted the Uranus pick here. He lacks the CC, but what he's doing is just going in and just tanking so much damage. Blink in a little bit of trouble here, gets double teamed. V2 and Thanatos TZ on the other end. King might be in trouble. Final Slash comes out, but it is used mostly as a panic, and he gets taken down as well. That is going to be 2 down for DreamHack. 2-7 right now. Octa Gaming doing a very dominant first game.
Yeah, you know, we have okay, we can consider it here the Harriet and the late game potential, but if you're seeing the goal lead, especially Octa Gaming here is almost 6k ahead, and now they are going to the Lord, and probably no fight back for DreamHack. You know, I think that the first game here is being like very, very secure for Octa Gaming. Okay, we're talking about Mobile Legends, everything can happen, but here I think that Octa Gaming is very, very secure. But Lucy,
yeah, Lucy maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew, probably testing out a little bit of a limit test there for the Uranus. It's like, okay, I believe 5 members of DreamHack is the limit of what I can tank, and eventually gets taken out there as well. Now we're gonna go ahead and have another glorious pathway out there. Final Slash comes out onto Segan and Saber. V2 is gonna go ahead, dash to the back line. King is gonna follow there. Blink over here, gonna be able to try to take out Chimera. Down goes a Saber. Chimera with some great damage there, coming out to be able to take down the row, but Thanatos TZ and V2 are in tow on the back line, looking to maybe put some more damage out. They're not going to be able to find the team, but they are going to be able to find a tier 2 tower at the bottom.
yeah, the second one, the Lord is heading in the top side here. Apparently they're focusing in the mid lane to take down this turret on, yeah, the turret number 2. So only the high ground now for them, Private, and here comes the Lord.
Yeah, Lord up at the top, and that's going to be a high ground. Well, actually, they're able to protect their high ground there. But, I mean, for how long? Right now, most of the towers are up for Octa Gaming. I believe they did lose their XP tower down at the bottom. Meanwhile, Thanatos is going to go ahead and start cleaning up enemy jungle here. And that's kind of been another point of this story when it comes to DreamHack versus Octa Gaming in this first match. Octa Gaming have had a very solid control of DreamHack's jungle.
Yeah, we used to say here in Brazil that casters, they have a curse, you know. Every time that we make a compliment for like a player, they play bad, you know. That we were making a compliment for Lucy, for example, in a few minutes ago, and he was taken down at least twice, no, at least once, you know. So now he has to take care about that. But the fact is, Octa Gaming is dominating the pace so far here, Private. You see the map with only the last line of defense for DreamHack. Okay, we have jump style. It is still he can impact that situation for DreamHack. We also have Chimera here for a strong late game, you know. But Octa Gaming here, I think that they're really secure and they're really confident about what they're doing and about what they have to do to finish this first game. You know, of course, they have to be aware because they don't have a hard engage in the composition, you know, to like make a dive or something in the last minute, for example, in the last team fight. So maybe they have to wait for another Lord to secure the victory.
Well, the biggest thing for me right now is that real-world manipulation and the glorious pathway. You're this far behind, you need to have yourself some disengaged tools. However, Octa Gaming, when you combine the real-world manipulation and the glorious pathway, you're slowing them down, you're cutting off escapes, and you're boxing them in to this little square, and then you've got Thanatos TZ and V2. V2, who I want to say 2 minutes ago was already at full build on a Granger. So you're trapped. You can't escape. You're being slowed, and you're just taking this immense amount of firepower coming out from Octa Gaming. And that's going to result in another clean Lord pickup there for Octa Gaming.
Yeah, another clean Lord in another situation here that DreamHack wasn't supposed to farm so much. I mean, you know, because before the Lord, Octa Gaming was like trying to synchronize the mini waves and trying to deny as much as they can the farm, the resources for DreamHack, you know. So the Lord was guaranteed, but much more important than the Lord is that kind of a macro gaming that Octa Gaming is playing here so far to deny these resources for DreamHack, because they know that Chimera can carry this game. He can also carry this game. So even though, despite the here in the bottom line here, okay.
Yeah, a little bit of damage coming out there. Zaman Force has been laid on the ground more as a defensive tool, though, but Glorious Pathway is out. No real world manipulation just yet. They're going to go ahead and try to put a lot of pressure down. Ooh, nice little lift there. Saber might be in trouble. Chimera able to find a kill there. Are they going to be able to turn this one around? J-Kai comes in with an ultimate. Real world manipulation comes down. Very well placed to stop the onslaught from turning around on Octa Gaming, and now they're at the base right now. Lord swinging away, and DreamHack has to answer it.
DreamHack trying to respond the team fight on the bottom lane here, and they forgot the Lord. Lord was heading the top side, almost destroyed the base, but now they survived somehow. And okay, Octa Gaming now has a guaranteeing super minions in the top and the bottom lane, but it's still like DreamHack isn't done yet. They aren't dead yet. So Octa Gaming has to take care about, especially with Chimera and Kite with Zunshin, sorry, with this lantern, which is really annoying to crowd control here and trying to knock up some players from Octa Gaming.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I feel like the same could have been done for DreamHack. You've got Blink. He's got a setting tool of his own with the Raging Sandstorm. You've got the Final Slash from King. So you have tools for a setup from them. Unfortunately, I feel like the sustaining power is definitely on Octa Gaming. So they're able to outlast a lot of these fights. They've been able to get ahead on these fights. So they are in firm control. They get to decide now when the initiating factor comes. And the initiating factor, we do have a Glorious Pathway up, is going to be able to split up the team, while the rest of them may be looking to try to put some pressure onto this mid-high ground tower, but they are not able to find it just yet, not able to line up the minions to kind of create that full lane pressure onto DreamHack.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I have the impression here that Octa Gaming is just a little bit anxious to try to finish this game, you know. But they're not allowed to make a mistake here, because at this point of the game, any kill, Lucy, all right, he can survive.
Yeah, they're doing all right now. Oh, actually, Thanatos easy. The Chimera tries to go in there to try to get against them, but you can see Octa Gaming, they immediately notice that. They're going to try to close in around as this next Lord pops up. But the problem here now is the lane control for DreamHack. They want to try to take this fight, but you've got minions starting to push into the...
No way.
Okay, we're just not going to answer that. Minions coming. We're going to go ahead and start this fight. Glorious Pathway is out for Saber. The rest of it, V2 does activate his immortality right now. DreamHack's looking for a fight. Blink in the midst of the fight right now. Thanatos TZ tries to go after King, who uses that flicker to get over the wall on the back end. Lucy is still chasing Blink, and now getting helped out by Kite in the back. Now they're finally going to have to answer these minions at the base, as Octa is free to return their pressure to the Lord.
Somehow it was really good for Octa Gaming, because even though there was a big minion wave heading in the top, another minion wave for DreamHack had born, and it wasn't enough to destroy the base, you know. But and now we saw like V2 taking so much damage, and they had to like farm in the jungle, trying to farm in the purple buff to regain this HP. So he lost just a little bit time in the team fight, but somehow Octa Gaming survived. And now another Lord for Octa Gaming heading on the top side here. Let's see what's going to happen, because at this point of the game, I believe that almost the heroes are the full build, you know, so any mistake here could be lethal.
Yeah, the problem is though, I feel like the sustain that is on the side of Octa Gaming is really allowing them to kind of really continue on in these fights where DreamMax is having trouble. Thanatos TZ comes in, puts some damage on. Real World Manipulation is out. Evil Queller goes out. Thanatos TZ gets lifted up, and he does have the immortality. That's going to open it up for Chakai to get picked off into the back line. Saber looking for an escape, does get pulled back a bit, is going to try to turn it around there. Now the rest of DreamMax have to split their priority between the Lord, swinging on the core, and Octa Gaming, who are starting to get very, very low. Saber able to find a kill onto King. Jump style with the dash onto the side. Lucy finds a kill onto Chimera, but the swinging away Lord cleans the clock, and that is going to be a win for Octa Gaming.
First game of the first match here, and it was wild. Octa Gaming guaranteeing the victory versus DreamMax in a very fighted game here, Zeno.
Yes, what a first match. Octa Gaming was taking it over so much since the beginning. They kept that steady pace of having, you know, a little lead over DreamMax there, and they just kept going. They took all the objectives and snowballed their way in that one match, so...
I feel like a lot of the answers on Octa Gaming, you just had a lot of boxes that were checked when it came into setting potential, damage, and your ability to survive, especially with some thick heroes like a Hylos and a Uranus, who both really benefit from healing. And then you're talking about a glorious pathway laid down, which has a double effect of being able to heal your ally heroes and also slow the enemy. You do that while you're trapping them with a real world manipulation. All you need to do is point to your Granger, point to your Eve, wait for Thanatos TZ to come in, and it was just a stars aligned for Octa Gaming with that type of composition that allowed them to just really outlast, outdamage, and outperform DreamMax.
Yeah, I think that probably Thanatos is going to be the MVP in the first game here, but honestly, I liked really much Lucy's role with the Uranus, you know, because, okay, we talk about the Uranus that he hasn't an engage or something, or some kind of control, for example, but his role in this game, I think that he was so important, because every time he was annoying the team, he was like gaining info for Octa Gaming, you know, so it was really important for Octa Gaming to guarantee the vision and map domination so far.
Yeah, and that's kind of unfortunate. You even saw kind of a little bit of the turnaround there immediately, that Jumpstyle was able to get himself a kill, but it was immediately answered by Thanatos TZ, and they had to disengage. And I want to say that was probably the beginning and the end of a lot of offense that came out from DreamMax. Octa Gaming here, you can see a beautiful 4-man gank onto that top lane there, not just covering the front, but covering the escape of DreamMax. So before they realized that they were outnumbered, they didn't even have an escape anymore. Here, this is just a beautiful example of being able to use that glorious pathway to split up the team, start claiming and pushing out DreamMax while they claim those purple buffs.
Yeah, and we saw in the team fight, especially in the top side, that we had 3 Octa Gaming players with a very low HP, and Lucy was like calling the attention for DreamMax for himself. You know, it really works because the 3 players survived, and it was very positive for Octa Gaming to take down the turret, you know, to get more kills and get more resource for the composition. So that's why I'm talking about Lucy this far, because for me, he was really important with this Uranus to disturb and annoy DreamMax composition every single time, you know. So this Uranus here for Octa Gaming, it worked so well that all the people say, okay, maybe Uranus could be good. I'm gonna try it as a ranked game. So guys, please don't do that. You know, if you're gonna be in a classic game, for example, just to practice and try this hero, but for Octa Gaming here, it worked so well. And of course, we can talk about like Thanatos with Suyu. It worked so well also. And also Granger, Vito, because he wasn't the star, as we can say, but he played safe. You know, he didn't compromise anything for Octa Gaming performance.
Yeah.
Let's see if your prediction is right for this MVP.
Maybe I'm not.
Yeah, we're gonna go take a look.
No, you're right.
No
You're right.
surprise there. Thanatos TZ there, 5-0 and 2 KDA, 48,000 damage, and a 700 gold per minute. That's usually around where you want to be, especially a little high end there for a lot of jungles. We go to head and see how he was moving throughout the map, especially on this. We did have a Raging Sandstorm come in there with a beautiful flicker, but just look at the damage output coming from Thanatos TZ. That's a jungler who just got stunned and initiated on, and he just turned around and was able to blow up his opponents there. Another big thing for me is the fact that you were talking about the Uranus, and what we kind of thought, for me, it's the initiating factor, but what the Uranus provided is a target for the Zushin to not only put that lantern flare on, that's getting Uranus all the stacks that he needs. If you do get Uranus pulled back into you, he's a tanky boy. He's going to be able to use that consecration to be able to get away from your team, and now you've just wasted all of these abilities trying to blow him up and provided it. And it's not just that, because I want to say, like, a lot of people try this with Uranus. It's the fact that you had another team following up on that. As soon as Uranus is tanking all of this damage, as soon as he's disengaging, the rest of the team is engaging on. They're making sure to put down that real mode manipulation to try to cover his escape, that glorious pathway to start feeding him health as he gets away. So it was Uranus, but it was a great composition that helped support it.
Uranus is really tanky. I've seen him in action. I've seen somebody got top global with him and everything and used him straight on. He is very tanky, usually used to cut lanes, and no one can really take him down once he gets going, so...
Yeah, it was like a sandbag, for the rest of the composition. And it's very interesting to see, like, a pro player with this kind of a mentality, like, I'm not searching for kills, not, hey, I want to kill, I want to be the star, They say, he's something like, okay, so guys, I'm going to be the sandbag. I'm going to receive this damage so you can shine. You can be the carry for this game. And Lucy did a great job in the first game here for Octa Gaming to guarantee the victory.
Yeah, a great game there for Octa Gaming. And I mean, man, they're the gold standard when it comes to allowing and dealing with Zushin on the enemy team. And I'm actually kind of curious, are we going to see DreamHack? Are they going to go ahead and allow it out? But because I want to say, I'm pretty sure DreamHack yesterday went ahead and they banned that out, didn't want to deal with it. Here, I mean, Octa Gaming really showing that it's Zushin just is not as strong as a lot of people think it is, for as long as you allow that, especially as a first pick, and then you're able to answer with some of these great and strong picks. I think their first pick was to go ahead and take away the Suyo and the Uranus pick. They picked that up very quickly, and they proved to their worth and dividends here.
Yes, now that makes her what, out of 50-50? 50-50?
Yeah. You know what? I think that the rest of the teams are saying something like, okay, Zushin is really strong, but not for Octa Gaming, I think that the rest of the team which is going to face Octa Gaming say, maybe Zushin is not a good idea to choose here to pick it up versus Octa Gaming, because they have a very good idea how to counter Zushin. But let's see what's going to happen in the rest of the tournament, especially for Octa Gaming, which has now one victory here, 1-0 against a DreamHack. We know the potential for a DreamHack here to turn game the even and maybe reverse sweep here versus Octa Gaming, But this first game here, I saw a confident Octa Gaming, I saw like with the lineup and composition, they worked so well together. They played so well together. It was so solid, their performance. I believe that they only lost one turret in the bottom lane, and we're talking about DreamHack, the one of the most traditional team and the one of the strongest team in the region. And Octa Gaming were so solid. They were so brilliant. They only lost one turret. So to the second game, I think that DreamHack has to think about something to reverse that situation.
Yeah, maybe it was just oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say, maybe it was just the first match, so they had their nerves. So maybe these next matches may be a different story, right? So.
Yeah, and there's other things too to talk about too, especially when I saw the Nolan pick up there. There's kind of a reason that he's kind of pulled back a bit when it comes to the meta when against other assassins that are possible to kind of get out there. He's got one of those kind of all in, you're going to get your fracture and you're going to try to get out. So much CC, so much slow. There were a few times I saw him try to find him to escape, and you had Hylos right there with the glorious pathway to slow him down. I mean, when you have Nolan plus some of that slow CC there, that's just going to equal death for him. And that's kind of why he's kind of been a problem when it comes to a lot of these. And not just that, but your games have to be going very well for a Nolan to, like, you've got to get a great early start. You've got to be continually getting a lot of damage. He's not a great contender when it comes to bouncing back, because he once you get to that late game, he very much not just late game, but once you get to that late game and you're behind, he loses his effectiveness in a lot of those team fights. And then you're going to possibly be looking at him to start split pushing, which isn't really a bad. That's usually pretty much the game strategy. It's like Assassin 101 when you're getting like put behind, whether you're a Hayabusa, a Ling, or a Nolan. You're behind, you can't do anything during team fights. Go ahead, split push this lane, hurry up and try to get back into the fight. Here, they were able to go so fast. I don't even think that DreamHack even had an opportunity to start thinking about split pushing, because not only were they able to dominate, but they were inside Nolan's jungle, making sure to refuse him a lot of those purple buffs. So he wasn't getting any farm. He probably would have gotten stopped by a lot of those minions in the first place once you get to that late game.
Yeah, I'm missing Hayabusa, by the way. I listened to the last season. He was really, he used to appear a lot in the last season, but so far in the AMER North and South, I don't remember him on stage, on the Land of Dawn. But as you were talking about Nolan's performance here, we were talking about the meta, which is always changing, always like looking for new options. We were talking about the gold lane to be appearing in fighters, for example, and for the last seasons, we used to see so much tankers in the jungle. Like we used to see Akai, Baxia, or even though another jungle like Uranus, for example. But now I think it's time for the assassin, especially. Okay, we are still seeing some tankers like Baxia or Fragile, for example, that he can have this kind of a resistance. But now I think that they if they see the opponent choosing an assassin in the jungle, for example, I think they have the need to choose another or assassin or a hero with a high physical burst of damage here, or Kirby Magic also with Harley, for example. But I think that most of these assassins, they have a high potential for early and mid game, for example, but for a late game, maybe they are too squishy for a team fight, for some kind of situation that you take so long for a respawn. So they are really aware about that, but they are choosing the assassins, and details matter here for the rest of the composition for working so well.
Well, when it comes to assassins, this is why my jungler pool is very weak when it comes to playing this game. It's because I do prefer a lot of fighter or tankier junglers when it comes. I feel like, but I feel like personally that's me being safe. Tank junglers I feel like are very safe. There's a lot less boxes that you need to check to be successful in a turtle fight as a tank jungler than you do as an assassin jungler. As a tank, you can just hang out there. You can just take the damage, wait for your opportunity, get your Appraiser's Wrath down with your Retribution combined, and boom, you've got yourself a free turtle, a free objective there. As an assassin, I'm leaning on my team to give me the vision. I'm hoping they don't die while I'm sitting in a bush waiting. I gotta wait for that opportune moment, jump in, get the Retribution, get away, and there's just all of these things that need to go correctly for you to be successful. And then you're basically leaning on a 50-50 shot, which I want to say too, like I feel like as a team, if your jungler has to fight the rest of the team while trying to get the objective, you're kind of failing as a team. You never want to put your jungler in that position where he has to 50-50 and flip a coin basically with another jungler in there. So, and that's why I said, like, I feel like tank, that's why assassins have kind of like stepped back a little bit there, but you still have some great picks. Like we were talking about, the Harley has come up, which has been amazing to me because I didn't really think Harley would be able to have the presence that he does, but I feel like the distance that he can create with his teleporting in, being able to get that deadly magic on people, being able to pull well away from a lot of these fights really has been this huge blessing for a lot of teams.
Yeah, he's really good at being in and out, like going in, getting that burst damage and getting right back out. So he got that escapability, right? So that's why I feel like he's a good choice, and that's why I choose him a lot when I jungle. So because you don't really have to worry too much about sticking around and taking all the hits and stuff like that as being something so squishy.
Yeah, actually, we saw a smart Harley yesterday, right? Like stealing. Don't remember if it was a turtle or a lord, you know. So Harley here can be a very interesting situation or a very interesting pick for both teams. But so far here, Private, we are seeing Carry once again being banned by DreamX, and Baxia is the first draft. No, it's the second one with the same ban.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead. And I'm wondering, too, if DreamX are going to go ahead and let that Zushin out there, especially with the fact that I believe Segan was able to get an MVP on the first day with Zushin. So that might be something that I'm going to be thinking about taking off of there. They're going to go ahead and ban out Valentina here early. I feel like this is to try to set up possibly that Asura first pickup.
That or have them ban it out. I don't know.
Yeah, but I believe that if we are talking about that, if we are reading that possible situation, I'm so sure that they are thinking too, right? But we also have to think and also have to talk about like other banning here that can be very specific, or about the meta with Marcel, for example, that is already like almost 100% of prioritizing banning or picking here. So let's wait now for the third ban for DreamX. Okay, so Sagan is not allowed to play with Zushin, at least in the second game.
Yeah, and like I said, they're definitely kind of veering away from trying to ban out that Sora, so they're going to try to leave it on to Octa Gaming. I believe what else do we have out there? Fredrin's still out there as well. I don't know what we go with as a first pick, because they were already, they could actually still go with the Suyu, because that was actually picked up by Octa. So it's still available for DMX. It's going to be something that they can kind of lean on. Also, we have the Zeshian pickup that can kind of come out there. I want to say she isn't been picked up as much with the ferocity I've seen in North. In South, I feel like Zeshian has kind of been, she's trickled in as well. Okay, so we are going to still have that Sora open. Is that what we're going to be going with?
I don't remember.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I think they were just trying to bait the other team to make them waste a ban on it instead of, you know, some of these other meta heroes. But since they did it, they decided to go with the Sora. Left it open.
Yeah. And I was wondering, like, after being a caster, Private could be a very good coach, you know, because he like likes to see the future or something, but he is a pro. He knows how to analyze that situation. So Sora is the first pick for DreamX. As we were talking about, like, because they were banning Valentina, this could be a very possible situation for them. But now let's see what Octa is about to bring us here. Maybe the jungler and the mid lane, for example, all the roaming. So they choose. We are waiting to see now Harley and Claude. Okay, a very interesting one. Claude for goal lane and late game here, especially with a very mobility and escapability one, and Harley for the early game here with a very magic burst damage. Can be very interesting for Octa Gaming.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to be reading into, because while I understand and while I like DreamX being able to try to set this up for a Sora or a Freya pickup, it's like, yeah, you can ban, you have to choose which evil or which poison you're going to give us here. They elected for Sora because once you get that pickup, now we can reply with something. And the biggest thing that's going to thwart a Sora on the team is going to be mobility, and that is exactly what you have with a Harley and a Claude, where Harley can go ahead and use his teleportation and the battle mirror image on the side of Claude can get him out of harm's way once Sora comes in with all of that immediate damage and CC that she could put onto teams. But the immediate answer on the side of DreamMax is going to go ahead to scoop up that Suyu, scoop up that Hilda for that early game advantage here. And this is something a little bit better. I think I forgot who picked up the Hilda at first points yesterday's game, but it was against a tanky jungler where Hilda is just not exactly allowed to harass that with the ferocity that she can with something squishy like a Harley.
I was thinking about glue, Zina. There it is.
There is that glue. Why glue? Why were you thinking about glue?
Because first in the meta he's too strong. You know, he has a very high sustainability here, and for Hilda could be very interesting for not like letting Hilda harass so much the jungle, as we saw yesterday, as Private was talking about. So maybe it can be a very good idea and situation for Octa Gaming Private.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say, like, we've seen how strong Glue was, except when it went against the Linux, when it was able to kind of put on a lot of that damage. As soon as Glue was able to use that split, they were basically all over him, putting on a ton of damage. Linux is able to use every single one of those minions to get health back as well. So we've seen that the Glue is mortal. He does bleed. He can be beaten. He's not the unstoppable force that we've been seeing. I want to say even in North, he's been very unstoppable. It doesn't mean he's going to be easy, but there are ways around. Oh yeah, and
yep. They couldn't hug that Lunix. Glue can't get Lunix when she gets her one of her ults right going. So that's a good ban.
I'm telling you guys, Private here is something more for the drafting system here. But now I'm really excited to see what's next here. Maybe for Sagan. Yeah, assuming there's no Ivy for him. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a Kimi here to play safe.
Kimi is 18
main lane
still
here.
open, but
I don't believe in Farsa here so far because it is a static mage also, and it can work with that composition, but maybe it can be too much for them. But with the phrase I don't remember, we're going to see. Oh,
they took up the Zentian.
Okay.
I did say that, but I said it quietly. Maybe I should have said it one more vigor. Zentian.
And that's what we have behind the desk. Everything needs to be said with vigor. I like that. Yeah, there's little things that can kind of happen. That's what I was kind of wondering, because that almost seems like a decent pick for the side of DreamMax too, having the Zetian out there, especially if you have your passive ready. Glue tries to close the distance on you. You're able to kind of create that distance once again, push him away from you here. Now I'm kind of wondering where you go. The only other thing I think we have is maybe a Lilia that can be picked up, but I feel like I've already cursed Lilia having her out there so many times with some losses here. We're gonna go ahead and pick up a Vexana. There's the pick. Yeah, we haven't seen a Vexana pick in a very long time. She does have a good amount of AoE damage that she can put out there. The frightening grasp as well, that can kind of like put, I want to say, a little bit of confusion out there. To me, it's just a basic CC that you can put out there. But the biggest thing is the amount of AoE damage you can put out there, especially with the the Ancient Guardian that can come out there as well to really chunk down a lot of those thicker, the glue type tanky heroes as well. The only problem though is the fact that she isn't very mobile, doesn't have an escape. So you're, oh man, and especially speaking of escape, especially going against the Yuzong.
This play.
Yeah,
this Yisun Shin's gonna give vision as well with, you know, so.
Yeah,
this.
I believe that for Octa Gaming here, they decided to like make a composition with a specific a certain of range with the Zetian, Harley, especially with Yuzong here, you know. So maybe for DreamX, could not be very easy to try a flank or something, you know, get in the back line, for example, because even though we have not a static mage here to Sagan, Zetian has like the ability to basic attack or being mobile every time, especially with the ultimate, which is can spot the entire enemy composition. And we also have Yuzong with the Black Dragon to not only to get in the backline, but also to buy more time for that composition here, Private.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to game 2 of our first series of the day. Octa Gaming looking for a clean sweep, while DreamHack looking to set the tone and extend this to a game 3. Will they be able to with this composition? I think we're about to find out, Rico.
1-0 for Octa Gaming. Everybody, welcome to the Land of Dawn once again for the second game here. So let's see. Oh, Blink. Oh, Saber here also survived, but with a very low HP, Private.
Yeah, he's going to have to go ahead and already use a little bit of that healing. That's just going to speak like the aggression that's coming out from the side of DreamHack to go ahead and really start immediately in the early game. You can see here they're going to go ahead and start refusing a lot of that farm coming out from Octa Gaming as well. So they're going to try to start this early, start trying to make sure. Ooh, they're going to try to go in early on to Lucy, putting a lot of damage out there. Lucy not down just yet. Saber hiding in the bushes, looking for an opportunity. King doesn't see it, and then I love, I'm not gonna lie, I love it amuses me to see that Patrick skin, just that dumb smile as he's just exiting bushes. It's so funny to me, especially when a lot of these games get a little serious. Speaking of serious, Thanatos TZ comes in with a little bit of that teleport, does get a deadly magic onto Shay Kite, but Blink was right there to try to face tank a lot of those cards for them. Shay Kite gonna go ahead and return back to base.
Coach Card once again here, not forced to use a flicker or something. So the DreamHack so far is so comfortable in that situation. Once again, 5 seconds to the first turtle, and jump style the path. And Thanatos also. So both teams now are heading for this first go, Private.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and start on this turtle, but I want to say good, firm control by DreamHack. Are we going to be seeing that Black Dragon come out? There it is from the back end, swooping in, looking for a target. Looking like he's going to go ahead and get on the Blink, uses that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Down comes the Fury of the Phoenix, and on the back end, King going to go ahead and put some damage on. Saber's getting refused out there, and that's going to be a clean pickup of a turtle for DreamHack.
Yeah, so even though Blink was forced to use Plague here, so Hilda lost that kind of potential for something, but now Thanatos.
Oh, wow, that actually tricked me out. Like, where did Harley go? But he went on to the back and still got taken out. So a great positioning, a great read and communication coming from DreamHack. Even with some very smooth moves coming out from Thanatos TZ, DreamHack was right there to be able to take him down. That's going to bring them to that first blood. Saber and Trunks there still gets taken out. The immense damage coming from Chaykite on this Vexana.
Especially the second one with the not even necessary to use the Ancient Guardian, for example, but now DreamHack is guaranteed dominating in the jungle here. There's no Pope. Oh, Thanatos guaranteed the purple, but
oh, the damage that came out onto Harley. Eternal Guardian was right there, even gave him a little bit of a swing of the sword, takes him down very low. He's gonna have to run back to base. Might be rethinking some of this right now. In the early game right now, DreamHack is just doing a great job getting a lot of this aggression out, continually keeping this pressure up on them. And this is one of the things I was very curious about too. They have, I want to say, Octa Gaming have a lot of tools that they can use, especially as you move into the mid and late game. But DreamHack, if they can take advantage of that early game, take advantage of the Hilda, the immense damage that you're gonna have coming up with the Vexana as well, you might be able to kind of get this game synced in before you're able to kind of get that momentum from Octa Gaming before we get to that 8 and 9 minutes.
Yeah, but you know what? I think this is becoming just a little bit complicated, just a little bit complication situation for Octa Gaming, because we talk about Harley here, which has a very interesting early game, but now he's behind. You know, he didn't guarantee the first turtle for Octa Gaming. The second one here, he was taken down once, you know, so Harley is losing his potential by the time is passing. But now, once again, another turtle, Private.
Yeah, another turtle out. Black Dragon is out there too as well, but there are some tanky members there. Do have the Rage of the Phoenix comes out. Lucy able to find a kill onto King there as well. More damage coming out to try to get some separation between DreamMax and Octa Gaming. Turtle turning back and forth. Looks like they're trying to bait it out. On the back end, Saber might be in trouble. Gets taken a little too far into DreamMax's lane there, but that's gonna allow the space for Octa Gaming to scoop up this second turtle.
Yeah, I believe the sacrifice was worthy for Octa Gaming here, at least to guarantee the second turtle. But now, Thanatos, what are you doing there, my friend?
Yeah, I feel like maybe, oh man, that's one of the big reasons that Harlos has come back into the meta is because of the very, very low cooldown when it comes to that teleport there. So I feel like maybe he's a little overestimating his mobility when he gets into enemy territory there. You saw he kind of was able to dodge, I want to say at least 3 or 4 skills there, but eventually DreamMax was right there to kind of close the distance around him.
And what a surprise I saw Sky Person in Jump Style's hand here. Almost another hero for this item. But now DreamMax is moving 2 players to make a proxy. But King could be in trouble.
Oh, King. Oh, but he's actually going to be able to get away. That's a Sora for you. The amount of defense there, especially the deadly magic, probably a face full of cards from Thanatos TZ, but still able to get away. And now DreamMax trying to do a little ownage of the enemy territory. They're not quite able to get the purple buff and steal it away from Octa Gaming just yet.
Look at the J-Kite's damage, you know, it's on Saber. It was only 1 skill. It was like 20% of her HP, you know, so Octa Gaming has to take care about like this potential for J-Kite. But now, oops, on the river, let's go.
Yeah, Saber's gonna go ahead and use that split. Big flicker there comes out from Blink, and might actually Saber gonna go ahead and disengage from that, try to get away. Thanatos TZ goes ahead, takes a little bit of damage there from Chimera, who's sitting at 0-0-3. I want to say Yusun Shin is another one of those that you need to watch out for as you start getting into the later and later game. Octa Gaming's gonna have to start dealing with that gold laner. Lucy might be in a little bit of trouble here. 3 members down comes the Raging Phoenix, but it is not able to save Lucy, and that looks like it's gonna be a top tower for the side of DreamMax. Off screen does look like Chimera gets taken out by Thanatos TZ.
In a very good time pick off here for DreamMax, because now probably Octa Gaming is not fighting back for this goal, for this objective. While we have a 2v3 in the mid lane, but DreamMax is concerned about guaranteeing another turtle, and is one more objective for the Dragon Boys.
Yeah, and I want to say that Octa Gaming is trying here, but they're starting to kind of fade more and more away. As we move later and later, I think that's... Oh, King a little bit in trouble there. Jump's going to have to use that flicker to try to get him out of harm's way. Big blazing duet coming in from V2 into the back line. We do have 2 down. Jump Style and J-Kite go down on the back end, and now starting to feel a lot of that damage coming out from the Claude. I was just about to talk about how the late game, while Harley, I mean, he does shine in the early game. With some of the differences in Harley's kit now, he elongates. He can still be valid as you start moving into the late game, and that's something that DreamMax needs to be very concerned about. Octa could really scale into this late game within the next 4 minutes. DreamMax needs to be looking at closing this game up, or they're going to be dealing with basically a completely different team that's more mobile, that's got a lot more damage that they can dish out.
Yeah, you know what, Private? I'm not sure, but I believe in the last team fight, the Zetians above maybe saved the rest of a DreamMax team, you know, but the buff like pushes the enemy away. Because it was a very good ultimate from Claude, and maybe that could be more players for DreamMax taking down, but it was only 2, you know? So maybe somehow DreamMax was saved by the bell, saved by the ring so far. But of course, the game is still even. The goal lead is almost the same here. So both teams are playing so well that here, for me, that could be a matter of detail to be lethal for any of those teams.
Well, that's why I said, like, as you start moving into the late game, especially for Lucy, starts getting a little bit more tanky, he can get into that back line. He can possibly get that Petrify on more than one person. Follow that up with Zetchian's ultimate, where you have the Raids of the Phoenix to come and throw down another stun. That is the perfect opportunity to have V2 come in with that blazing duet, where you've got the entire team stunned with two different abilities there. Speaking of which, Blink might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to go ahead and get put down there. Gets pushed back there by the glue. All the while here on the backside, King trying to put some damage onto Segan. Is it going to be enough? Down goes King. He does trade his life for Segan on the back end. V2 able to use his battle mirror image to get in and out, trying to keep those stacks up. Blink goes put down on the backside as well. That's going to be 2 down for DreamHack. Jump style is still up, so they do still have an opportunity to possibly be able to get this Lord. But Blink is on the other side of the map, going to be looking to pick up the purple buff from Octa Gaming, but that's going to go ahead and allow a very free Lord for Octa.
Yeah, I believe that split up team fight could not be a very good for DreamHack, you know. By the time you have a Sora and Chai and Shaykite here with a very AoE, so maybe a DreamHack is not about like trying to a specific pick off before an important objective here can be a very good. But sometimes I think that only the block team fight can be better for DreamHack, because the last one here was so in favor for Octa Gaming, guarantee 3 more kills, and in consequence they guarantee the Lord also. So 11 minutes here, the goal lead is almost the same, just a little bit ahead for Octa Gaming, but not a big deal. And the Lord is heading in the bottom lane for the turret number 2, Private.
Yeah, V2 already has the 3 items he needs to be able to be doing a huge amount of damage onto the back lines, and things have just slowly been turning around on DreamHack. So Lord's gonna go ahead and charge into the tier 2 tower at bottom. Blink on the bottom side gonna be looking to maybe take some damage. They don't have an initiating factor just yet. King is split up trying to take away the top tower, while the rest of Octa Gaming focusing on that tier 2 tower at mid.
Now we're seeing Octa Gaming making the pressure for the third. Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, big flank came in there for Thanatos Teasy to come in, but immediately gets checked up by Blink. Shaykite able to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Saber uses their own to get out of the tower range as well. A great, I want to say it was a great thought there. Thanatos came in from the flank on the side, absolutely surprised Shaykite, but the quick thinking of DreamHack, Blink got in the way, able to put on the damage. The Thanatos Teasy immediately gets the kill and turns it around on them.
Yeah, Octa Gaming trying to bait something against Shaykite could not be the best idea ever, especially with the Vex Stunner here, like working so well, especially with the Ancient Guard and this very cool magical damage by the mage of DreamHack so far. Here the Mountain Shockwave just to spot the composition for Octa Gaming, while DreamHack is just trying to work to take the turret number 2 down on the top side. They are able to do that. Another minion wave. Okay, okay, that's it. I was just waiting for that, not be wrong here. But you know what? After 13 minutes, I think I believe that the game is still even for both sides, because we were saying like, okay, maybe, not maybe, but Harley here with Thanatos, he is still very effective, but he's very squishy. So he has to take care about like peek off, especially before the objective. But now the Lord is open once again, Private.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for an angle inside of here. Jump style hanging around up the top bush. He's going to go ahead, warming up that meat. That evil Queller is going to come in there. Black Dragon is out. Jump style actually gets disengaged from the Lord. He's looking to come in. Thanatos Teasy able to go ahead, find himself a Lord, while V2 pays back Jump style, finding a kill onto him. And unfortunately for DreamHack, they are going to have to disengage from this. They give up a Lord. They give up a kill.
Yeah, but Lucy once again being the hero, because he was downing 3 players for DreamHack, and they were not able to at least fight back for the Lord, you know. So only the jump style trying to steal the Lord with Retribution, but he wasn't able to do that, and he was taken down in sequence. But now once again, Octa Gaming has Yeah, but we have Chaikai, right?
Sometimes Thanatos TZ sometimes has some of the greatest plays, and then there's some you're just like, okay, okay. And maybe it's just the positioning, and Shakite has some amazing games in them. Sitting at 3-1-3-2, especially as a Vexana with this type of mobility on the composition is already something to behold. Like we said, she was already MVP last time as a Kimmy, so we know she knows her positioning. We know she knows how to put on a lot of that suppressive fire. Another fight goes in here. 3 members go ahead and swarm out. Chaikai right there, going to put some damage onto Segan. Find the kill there. Lucy in trouble. Chimera able to find the kill as well. V2 getting picked off by Saber. Oh, actually, Saber able to pick off Chimera. So that's going to be a 2-1 right there. DreamHack loses 1, while Octa Gaming loses 2. Lord's going to be taken down as a DreamHack. So reset on the map.
Yeah, that could be worse for Octa Gaming here after losing 2 players. The V2 playing so solid with the Claude, you know, using the Daxter hologram here so good, so so cleverly. So it was guaranteed the life for Octa Gaming so far. The King now taking so much damage.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be it for Chaikai there. It's going to be taken down. Thanatos TZ found a great deadly magic onto the backside there, and you didn't have a flicker for her to be able to get away. The biggest problem here for the side of DreamHack is they found great success. The great success was a little bit earlier in the game, but the problem is that I feel like Octa Gaming, while they find great success, they're able to transition that into objectives, into tower pushes, to the point that you see that DreamHack is almost, they've got 1 tower left there, despite having 10 kills, and they're still in the entire mid lane open for Octa Gaming. And I want to say like that, especially when it comes to strategy, that mid lane is so important to be able to try to open up the map, and it makes it less so, once those towers get taken away, your team has less and less areas to be able to run away to get safety to. And that just says something about the way that the difference between the way DreamHack and Octa Gaming consider these fights and consider what they're gonna get out of these fights.
Yeah, I was seeing, like, when you were talking about that situation, I was seeing Thanos trying to flank. Oops!
Ooh. Yeah, they're going to go, oh man, actually King's going to go in there. Black Dragon's going to go well into the back line, looking for some damage. King gets taken out on the side of Octa Gaming. Are they going to be able to, oh man, Jumpstyle by himself sitting there with Blink, looking to reset there. V2 very low. Saber going to come in for the side there. Jumpstyle in trouble. Is going to have to use that dash to try to get away. In comes Chimera, finding a kill onto Thanatos TZ. Down goes Segan as well. Now running for the hills is this, is Saber going to be able to find the kill onto Chimera? He does. Chimera was doing the best he could to try to get those auto attacks off to get a lot of that health back, but it wasn't able to help him. He still gets taken down. 2 down for the side of DreamHack, 2 down for the side of Octa Gaming. The only difference being here, you do have a jungler on the side of DreamHack. It's unfortunate that they're just all not in a position to be able to really put pressure onto this Lord just yet.
Yeah, 2 for 2 here. Saber now he's doing the front line. What a mess here in the last few minutes in this game. As you said, there's no Thanatos. Oh, now he's back. Okay, now the Lord is open once again, and both teams are dancing around this very important goal that could be for anyone here, Private.
Yeah, and the Lord's kind of going back and forth. I feel like Octa Gaming, they want the fight. They're very confident in their ability to kind of be able to win these. So they're baiting out the Lord, letting DreamHack see what's going on here. Now you can start seeing some of these lanes start pushing. King does get a little bit of pressure onto their Saber in the front. Actually is going to have to use that flicker. Is going to use that split. He's sitting right on top of a Blink. Lord still very healthy just yet. Nobody any works for wear. Oh, here comes the Black Dragon. He's swimming. He's looking for Chaikai. I'm not sure if he was able to see her in that bush, but now the Lord very low. Black Dragon did its job of zoning out the team, and Thanatos TZ able to quickly scoop it up.
You know what? Octa Gaming here was really smart, because by the time they were fighting for the Lord, DreamHack lost 3 ultimates, and so they could read that situation and even lose into zone 3 plays for DreamHack. So DreamHack, they were not able to fight back. But
Yeah, Saber in trouble here, getting whittled down, gets taken out. Oh, he has the immortality though. Is that gonna be enough? V2 has his ultimate out, just use the winter crown, but the rest of the team swarming around him, but not before he's able to take down King. Jump Style is next. J-Kite gets taken out by Thanatos Tizzy. It's just Blink alone. Has to get the base, is not gonna make it. Octa Gaming with a clean sweep over Dream Max.
Take my energy, take my money, take my everything, Octa Gaming, for guarantee the victory here in the first match versus DreamHack. It's a big deal. It's a victory against a very traditional and a very strong team one here, Xena.
Yes, Octa Gaming has made it a quiz. Their streak is going strong. They're 2-0 so far in these past 2 days. They're doing an amazing job. Their synergy is on point.
Yeah, I feel like this is something that I was kind of the little inklings that we were seeing from yesterday when it comes to strategy, when it comes to the understanding of the compositions and the game, whether it's yesterday where they were letting Zushin through because they understand what they need to be able to do to take down the Zushin, as well as being able to allow out a Sora and know what you need to be doing, know that you need to extend this game a little bit longer, know where their power spikes lie. I know we were talking about a little bit about the Harley. He's not as effective in the early game. I actually do want to see, I would love to see what his stats were for that game, because I feel like he didn't have the greatest effect, but the rest of the team was definitely coming in to be able to facilitate a lot of this victory for them. Here we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of those stats. Yeah, 6 and 5, not exactly like the overall jungle monster that you would expect from the team, but V2, I feel like a lot of their cards were definitely laying onto V2 to get that Trinity build to really start laying on the damage to the enemy team.
Did you see what I saw here, Private? 2 Heaven's Feathers in Thanatos' hand? I got to believe in my eyes so far, but maybe for Thanatos here, like I think he thought about his responsibility, you know, especially to try to guarantee the objectives. And we were seeing like maybe sometimes he trying to do some kind of crazy plays, you know, and maybe it wasn't working out for them. But thankfully for Octa Gaming, the rest of the composition, they were working so well. But even though Thanatos played so well, actually, but he guaranteed some the objective here, guaranteeing the Lords, you know, especially when the rest of the composition worked so well here, trying to like making some pickups before the Lord, before the Turtles here. We saw now a double kill for Thanatos, you know, so the whole team for Octa Gaming here was like very, very in a synergy, you know, they were very solid once again to win versus DreamHack so far, guaranteeing a 2-0 for AMER South.
Yeah, that's Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, Thanos, his Hirechi game is really strong. And that second Lord where they had the fight, like he just swooped in and took it, even though the Suyu was right there, ready to take it as well. He's just like really on point with getting his shots in, and that retry, he's really good with that.
Yeah, and then being able to get in and out. I was trying to take a look at the Feathered Heaven to see what kind of stats you kind of want. If you're trying to double up on a Feathered Heaven, you get magic power, attack speed, and cooldown reduction. I guess I maybe he was just looking for that attack speed so that he can continually be able to put on the stacks even after he didn't have those cards for him. But I mean, a great game nonetheless. As we go ahead, take a look at this MVP.
Oh yes, and our MVP is V2. With the 306 KDA, 772 golds per minute. Wow. Okay. He was doing amazing.
Yeah. And especially for Claude here, this Marksman, which is being very It's been very helped and assisted by this soldier emblem that gives him a lot of sustainability, the life is still in the basic attack. So it's been like almost unfair, using this emblem in the Mars command. But hey, it doesn't matter, So they know that, and if it's in the game, you can use it, right? So V2 here took an advantage of that and guarantee an MVP with this squad with a very good KDA and 105,000 of damage. It's a lot of damage here, Private.
Yeah, a huge amount of damage too for him, and the basis for his team to just kind of hold the line until he gets that Trinity build, and he can start getting to the back line and start doing a lot of that damage. Especially because I feel like you have two major responsibilities. Two major responsibilities for the Vexana, for Chaekite, and that was to just not try to die. The only problem is you've got one flicker on you, so you're either waiting for the Blazing Duet to come in to try to get position on that, or you're constantly watching for Harley to try to come in from the flank, and we saw that especially in the early game, trying his best on the Harley to try to find those opportunities, find those windows to get in the Chaekite. But like I said, she's got amazing positioning on that character, on a lot of her mids that she plays. Unfortunately, it just was not enough once you start getting into the late game, once a lot of those cooldowns started coming down, and you only have one flicker. That's probably the big weakness for the Vexana pickup, because at the early game, we saw the amount of damage. We saw the amount of pushing they did. The only problem, and a big one that I pointed out, is that once you get those kills, once you're able to win those team fights, we need to be able to transition those into objectives, to towers, to lords, to turtles and stuff like that. Because by the time you get to that late game, if you don't have the enemy to a point where their backs are against the wall, they're going to start coming back, especially with a composition like that.
Yes, keeping map control is very important in the game. Like you just seen, it just makes or breaks the game, right? You can get those kills, you can be dominating in that factor, but if you're not paying attention to the map and you end up losing those lanes, they can totally change the tides.
Yeah, he was really important. V2 was really important because I believe in the early game, the things were not so good for Octagame, And I remember one team fight that he got 2 kills with the Blazing Duet that brought the Octagaming back to the game, and gave them confidence to fight as the same with DreamMax, and they were very confident to the rest of the game, Private.
Yeah, I mean, great game played by them. Unfortunate here for DreamMax. Like I said, just not able to find the control that they needed in that early game. Even with the Sora on their team, with the overwhelming presence. This is the big matchup that I've been seeing there has been having something else to threaten the enemy team when you're taking on a Sora. The Yuzong doesn't exactly win against a Sora in the XP lane, but I feel like the Yuzong also provides a lot of offensive capability for your team to offset what Sora brings to the enemy team, especially being able to get into that back line, being able to be a threat, and to kind of waste a lot of those cooldowns as well. So a great game by Octagaming, and like I said, when it comes to strategy, they seem like they're very sound in it as well.
Yes, that was an amazing game. That sweep, well, let me just say, that was my prediction, right? My prediction was Octagaming. I was basing all of my predictions based off of the previous day, so.
Yeah, another person that can read the future with us, guys. That's her. That's Xena, the master of the prediction so far here.
Well, just for now. I don't. Just this time around.
No, but it's been amazing watching this team kind of come together here, and especially seeing how the amazing thing for me is to see how successful some of these teams are from yesterday, especially seeing how great DreamMax was able to do, and then to just be shut down with, I want to say, with picks that you would think would be very powerful, very strong, and it turns out that they are there's an answer for it. I mean, like I said, they were setting up the draft so that they could either get the Freya or get the Sora pickup, and they ended up getting the Sora pickup, but it was immediately answered by something that could be able to clap back.
Yeah, you're totally right. And especially when we are talking about Octa Gaming here, Private and Xena, because we are talking about a team that came through the AGT South, you know. They lost the final, but they are here with 2 victories so far, Xena.
All right, let's get into the interview. Let's chat with the team. All right, we got V2 here. Hey, V2, welcome, welcome. How are you? Oh.
Yeah.
V2, can you hear us?
Oh no.
Oh, unfortunately, it seems like V2 little audio issues for the for that interview, but we can.
But at least you guys got a glimpse of him. You got a glimpse of V2 in the live.
Yeah.
It was great to see V2 there too, because like I said, a big star of that last game, especially the trust that he enables in his team, where they're all just kind of like calmly like, all right guys, I know we're getting beat up here, I know we're this Vexana putting all this damage on us, we're just waiting. V2, and I believe V2 was actually that what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we were talking, and we were talking about like the goal lane here for Octa Gaming, like especially in the second game here, he played so solid once again, you know, because okay, he was playing with Claude, okay, he has a very high mobility, especially with the Dexter hologram and using the Blazing Duet causing so much damage, you know, but you have to be good for that, because for example, I can play with Claude, you know, but I'm not so good as V2 to perform it so well as he did in the second game, you know. So this is very good situation for V2 so far.
Yeah, would you say that Harley's way of playing and Claude is very similar, like getting in and out in that way with his Blazing Duet with Harley's ult, you know? Is it a little similar? I have not tried playing Claude. I played Harley, but then I thought maybe I can try, but would you say it's similar?
Almost.
Almost? In and out? Oh, it's looking like we get to speak with the V2 again. Hey, V2, can you hear us this time?
I think that...
now we can't hear V2.
Oh, okay.
Hey. Oh, it's very low.
Can you hear Xena? Can you hear Xena, V2?
Can you hear us, V2?
Oh no.
Okay.
As long as as long as you can hear us. First of all, congratulations! Great 2 dominating games for your team, for Octa Gaming, and especially with that last game, your team not the greatest start off for Octa Gaming, but it felt like a lot of them had a lot of trust on you to just wait for you to start getting those items that you needed to be able to really start doing damage. Is that something that you guys were discussing? Was there any point where you guys were just a little bit worried, especially with the damage that was being output by them?
My team always trusts me, so when we are starting losing some team fights, they are talking like, okay, wait, V2, they need items, so I think they trust only me.
Oh, nice. So they boost you up all the time, so they make sure that you get all the items you need, so then you can take over in the late game.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So V2, Octa Gaming came through the AGT South, right? So now you are in the AMER South here, playing with some of the best teams in the MLBB scenario in South America, Latin America. So far you are 2-0, 2 victories in a row. Okay. We know that the team has to be confident. The players has to have the confidence for like being so far in the tournament. But did you expect that result so far? Like, okay, I mean, honestly speaking, did you expect that 2 victories versus 2 good teams?
I think we very trusting in our game. I don't like to think like, oh, we are lose. I think any team like to think like that. So yes, I think we are expecting like to play our game, and we are doing that.
That's
Okay,
good. Keeping it
awesome.
positive. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I want to say, I would like to know what is the decision making process like during drafts, because one thing that I've noticed when it comes to Octa Gaming is a lot of picks that other teams are afraid of. You guys just kind of let out, where it's the Zushin pickup, the Sora pickup. You let other teams have those, and you seem very prepared for it. Is that more on the coach that's kind of like, all right, guys, this is what we're gonna do. We can let that out. This is what you're gonna pick, or do players have more input on, hey guys, I know what we're doing. I know that the Sora is out there. I can deal with it. How does that go when it comes to the drafting process for you guys?
When we are preparing to start the draft, we some deals like that. We think like, oh, some guy will play with that or with this, and we are preparing mentality to play against, because it's only 3 bans after we come to pick heroes. So we need to play against some heroes, and we are choosing like that.
All right. So you do your homework and you make sure you see what the enemy teams can play,
Yes.
and
It's our scouts.
try to train against it. That's good. All right.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you about the gold lane. So you play the gold lane. What is your favorite hero for that lane?
My favorite hero is 1-1, but I don't
1-1?
Yes, I don't think I will play 1-1 in that season because she's very weak.
She's very weak right now, but she's fun. She's fun.
Yes, very fun. I like that.
Yeah, Vito, I have a question for you. It's about the Octa Gaming's lineup, right? Because if I'm not wrong, you also have S-Death TZ in the mid lane, right?
Yes.
In the lineup. Okay. When it comes to the game, when it comes to like to see who you are going to play against, for example, do you guys talk about like who the best option in the mid lane, for example, to play against? For example, oh, today is versus Remax. Maybe Sagan can be like a very interesting counter player for DreamX. Or you have this like this basic structure. We're going to play with Sagan, and maybe in some point we are using S-Death in the lineup.
I think it's about our train a week like that. Sagan is playing very well, so we are confident to play with him. So we will stay with that formation.
Oh, cool, nice.
It's all about confidence. It's all about
Gotta be confident. Be
trusting-
positive.
Yeah, be positive with others.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
All right. Is there anybody that you would like to kind of send a shout out to, V2?
What?
Is there anybody
Do
that
you
you
wanna
would
give a
like
shout
to
out?
send a shout out to?
Okay. I want to say thanks to everyone that watching right now. To everyone to support our America. So basically that, and say to my family that I love so much, everyone, and to my zoo, my girlfriend. Yes.
I love that.
Very nice,
Yes,
very
yes,
nice.
yes, yes. Kisses to everyone. Kisses to everyone.
All right.
Awesome.
And take care, V2. Thank you so
All right.
much for your time.
Thank you for
Thank you.
speaking with
Bye-bye.
us.
That was so nice.
Yeah, just a little taste of kind of the preparations that go into a lot of these preps, especially when it comes to a lot of these teams that seem like to have an answer for every single thing that is out there. And the answer, it's not really a surprise. It's not the exciting, nothing exciting. It's just you have to prepare for it. You have to train against it. You have to try to expect it. Train against people who are going to play these heroes.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's keeping everything positive in his head. That's a way to go in, because some people get too caught up in it and get so nervous and kind of like just go into the match, and it messes the game up for them because they're too in their head, right? And the fact that they're so confident and so positive about everything, I think that helps them. with getting
Yeah.
through these matches.
And it's also very interesting that Vito said about like the lineup performance, you know. So he said that okay, this week we're playing with Sagan. He's playing so well, so we decided to play with Sagan, you know. And maybe in another week, if SDEF is playing better, we are going to play with SDEF, you know. So I think that the lineup thinks what's best for the team, what's best for the composition in that moment, and actually it's very interesting.
Yeah, it's always great to get the little behind the scenes, a little bit of a sneak peek about how things and decision making and things kind of go on with a lot of these teams. Especially now you're looking at a team that is 2-0 right now against some very stiff competition. I'm actually wondering like where we go from here. What are the next challenges for a team like Team Octa that seem to have answers for everything? V2, another star player, like I said, MVP yesterday as well. So today as well too. Just had some phenomenal games for his team and definitely helping out. I believe Sagan did a great job there as well. So a very strong team here for AMER South.
Yeah, and V2 gave his favorite gold laner. If you guys want to put in the comments below, like in the comments, what is your favorite gold laner and why? And do you like Wanwan? Which skin?
Yeah, it's also interesting. Like Vito said about his favorite one is 1-1. I don't have like good memories with 1-1, you know, especially playing against, you know, she was really annoying, especially with the ultimate, you know, with an invulnerable phase.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, it's okay, maybe now she's not in the meta, she's not so strong, but in the ranked games, I like to ban 1-1 because if you're playing against someone who knows how to play, it's really, really annoying.
Oh, she really can be.
We're at a point where we're gonna start getting to higher best of matches. Right now we're at best of threes. We're already starting to see a couple of picks that we didn't think would come out there. Once we start getting to best of fives, possibly to the best of sevens, you might have opportunities where a Wanwan might be able to come into play. So he might actually get his wish if the stars align for some of those bans. That's just kind of like we said, the continual excitement when it comes to having something like a global ban to basically take a lot of things off of the table and make new options more viable.
Yes, those global bans are a treat to have this time around. It's exciting to see. We already saw Trista, we already saw Changi, we already saw Xborg, and Wanwan might be next. Who knows?
Maybe, you know, we can count like how many goal lanes, how many marksmen before 1-1. Like Barry, Claude, Moskov, Bruno.
Well, we saw Bruno. He does a lot to damage for sure.
Yeah.
We saw that. He took MVP in one of the matches here.
Obsidia appeared here. He was here.
Harris, Freya.
Harris.
Well, they're not gold laners.
Yeah,
sir.
I'm talking about like real Maskman, you know, official Maskman. Like after that, who else? Maybe Beatrix. No, maybe before 1-1, maybe Layla, maybe Leslie.
You're gonna tell Harris he's
Mika.
not allowed to identify as a marksman. You know, I think we need to check our privilege here.
Anyways, guys, make sure you like this stream, please. Make sure to like. Share it. Let's get to the lineups. Enough of that.
And here's gonna
we
be
got
the
9
lineup
Globin.
for 9Z Globin. Chino gonna be bringing up the XP lane. Luisenho in the jungle. Fashion in the mid lane. Gusta La Gusta in the gold lane, and Albero Crazy in the roam.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, now we're heading for the lineup for, let's go, Influence Rage. That comes with Arctic in the XP lane, Hotu in the jungle, Syndra in the mid lane, Fury in the gold lane, and we are heading for Estefe to finish the composition here, to finish the lineup in the roaming. That is the Influence Rage lineup that lost yesterday versus Entity 7. So they have to prove themselves that they are really strong, and now they have a good chance versus 9Z Globant, but of course, we're talking about a very good one. That's 9Z Globant. Especially, we have to keep an eye on Gusta Lagusta in the gold lane.
I mean, we talked about this before. Both of these teams lost against some very strong opponents. One lost against Entity 7, one lost against Alpha 7. And I know we talked about this off screen a little bit. I think we kind of differ in who we think might win. And it can be so hard to kind of try to figure that out, especially when both teams kind of lost. And I'll admit, 9Z Globant lost pretty hard against Alpha 7 too. A clean sweep, and Alpha 7 was very dominant in that as well. But for me personally, I feel like 9Z Globant still has some of those tools, but it felt like Alpha 7 just had the answer. And sometimes when you have some of those good picks, when you have some of those perfect compositions, those perfect answers, it can make a team, your opponents, just look awful. You see it all the time in grand finals, in semifinals, when two great teams who have pretty much run the gauntlet finally face off against each other. One team eventually, I mean, it just, they don't get a lot of points. It looks like a very dominating loss, and it doesn't mean that the team is good, but sometimes it just means that the answer that the opponents had was so strong and so quick.
Your team is banning.
Yeah.
Well, do you think we'll ever see a Freya being picked up? She's like always first bat.
I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think so. Yeah.
I would love to see it.
I mean, I wish we could see Freya playing here in the Land of Dawn, but so far in the second game, he is a 100% banned here and a trapped phase. You know, it's a funny thing here. Like we're talking about different teams, and when we see the first banning. First heroes banning for both teams here and other teams, we can see some kind of like a different perspective and different point of view for the teams, because if we look back for the first game, for example, DreamHack always started banning gold laners, you know, Marksman, and here we are seeing like 9Z Globant banning for Vias. Okay, we have Carry and Kalia, so XP laners and Romy with a high potential of engage here, and maybe with a very good execution combo. And we are seeing now Influence Rage banning Freya. Okay, it's a common sense for every team so far here in the AMER South, but they also are banning Sora here in the first ban phase.
Yeah, we do look like we're kind of lingering on a pick here. Boxia, Zushin is still open. So there's a big, strong. Yeah, looks like the Boxia picked up. That's going to leave open the Zushin here. I don't remember if Influence Rage yesterday was one of the teams that left open Zushin. One of those teams that feel like they have a plan for her. But I know 9Z Globant right here is kind of considering it. They obviously were one of the ones that banned it. They're kind of considering, do we pick up the Zushin? I think I want to say I'm leaning towards yes, because if you're one of the ones that's going to ban it out, you kind of I feel like they're not ones that feel comfortable trying to deal with her or the amount of pressure that she can create on teams.
Yes. Influence Rage. I feel like they did really well in their previous, even though they fought against Black Sentinels, they did give a fight, you know what I mean? So that's why I kind of had them as my choice. But like you said, 9Z Globant also had Alpha 7, and they had probably the draft and all that. I guess. Oh, Marcel was chosen here. Wow. Instead of the Zushin.
Okay.
Marcel. Okay.
All right, so let's see Marcel's performance here in the 9Z Globant hand. But probably we were talking about like Influence Rage and letting Zushin open probably in yesterday. I'm seeing here like versus Entity 7. I think that they always banned, you know, Zushin, because Entity 7 played with Valentina, Eevee, and Azitian in their composition, you know. So maybe for Influence Rage here, like, okay, they can let Zushin open or they can ban, but so far they are like, I don't know, but they're forgetting or they have some kind of plan to play against. Who knows?
I doubt it's forgetting, but
Okay.
especially when it comes to two heroes that might actually do well against Azushin. Fredrin, if you go ahead and pick him up and bring him back towards your team, Fredrin can actually be a monster. That's not exactly something you want to bring back to your team. Eve, when she gets into a real world manipulation, she's not actually, so you're not going to be able to CC her and pick her up there. And Zushin just gonna get ignored apparently for this first bit of the draft already. Yeah. I know 9Z Globins, I know that they're kind of at a point, especially after what they faced yesterday with Alpha 7. Like I said, before Alpha 7, Marcel wasn't exactly, basically 0%. What they saw from Alpha 7 maybe opened their eyes to a lot of the damage, a lot of the potential that you can see. Let's hope that's the case, because what we have seen thus far, it hasn't exactly spoken well for Marcel. He takes a lot of team cohesion. He takes a lot of communication and a lot of understanding when it comes to timing.
Yeah.
Seeming like they're being very tanky on the team of Influence Rage here. They picked up the Hilda, and they have that Fredrin. So they're trying to kind of like dominate the earlier, right? Kind of give a little fight. They may even invade, you know?
Yeah, maybe trying to get more confidence about like dominating the map, dominating the jungle to get info, and maybe trying to deny some farm and resource for a 9Z Globin. And we were seeing Marcel here with Claude, and I can think of some mage with the prototypes here that Marcel can work so well. Maybe they already banned Farsa, but maybe Kimi, or I don't believe that they are. I don't believe they're choosing Changi as we saw yesterday, for example, in Alpha 7's composition. But I think that's some kind of a hero here that could work with high range as Kimi, for example. Maybe that's an idea, or maybe, I don't know, maybe Lunox was also open so far, but now Harriet is another banning here for 9Z Globant, probably for the goal lane. Not probably, it's very guaranteed for the goal lane, but he's not open for the first game, and now waiting for the last ban for Influence Rage.
I'm actually curious. Do we get a decision between us? Claude's A Blazing Duet. If he does that on the outskirts of Marcel's golden hour, do those shots eventually hit, or do they eventually spread out to the target once the golden hour ends, or is it just kind of like negated by the golden hour? That's been one of the things I've been really curious about. I do like the Harley pick with the Marcel. Kind of acts like a Chang'e, where he can throw out those cards that are all going to get stuck onto that golden hour. Then the golden hour ends, and you've just got this massive damage coming for the target as well. Here, waiting for that last ban to come out for the side of 9Z Globins.
Yes, Harley's cards kind of work like Changi's ult, right? So, like you said, it's going to work well with that golden hour. But I'm seeing that people are saying that Granger would have been a better choice than a Claude, because he can also, for some reason, to work with the Marcel. Do you guys know why someone would say that?
Yeah. So no carry, no Moskov here, no Harriet for the gold lane. So maybe I don't think Influence Rage is gonna choose a fighter for the goal lane here. Maybe Bruno can be one option, one interesting option for that composition. But the one thing I know for sure, guys, that yesterday I saw, and we saw actually, the meteor shower, he was stopped in a golden hour for Marcel. So I think that maybe the Blazing Duet could be the same. I think could be the same situation, but who knows? But yeah, I think that we can see in this game. But now, what we can see here is Influence Rage choosing Bruno for the gold lane.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage and a smart damage if they can kind of continue on and get that protection. Early game, I do like the early game coming out from Influence Rage here. You've got the Eve, you got the Hilda, so you've got a decent amount of mid-clear and rotating ability. You can harass the Harley. I'm not exactly sure how well, I guess you can consider him an early game roam as well. He's got a lot of CC. He gets pretty tanky in that early game as well. But like I said, I hate to say it, but it's just I feel like this the entire match is going to be based around how well I feel like 9Z Globant can actuate with Marcel to compete with him, to get that CC and to get around it. And then they're going to go ahead and pick up Zushin as well.
I had a feeling they would pick up Zushin. Once they saw that Uranus, man, they're like, we saw what happened. We don't want to deal with that again. So we're going to take out the Uranus so we can pick Zushin a little later down the line, kind of like throw him off thinking we're not going to choose her.
Yeah, but I'm thinking here that maybe it can be too risky choosing the Zushin here, especially with Marcel's in a composition, because if the golden hour comes in a bad time for her, especially when she's stacking the land time to guarantee a crowd control, that could be a very bad thing, a bad time for 9Z Globant, you know. So I don't know, maybe I would choose Kimi and that composition, or the glue is another one, because I'm thinking a composition that can work in a perfect synergy with Marcel, you know, especially when you have heroes with crowd control, you know. So we're not seeing so much in influence or in 9Z's Globant composition, and here now we have influence rage with Yuzong to finish that composition here.
I agree with everything that you're saying, especially with a Marcel on your team. The setup that we have with the glue, with the Zushin, the potential to interrupt your own team's ultimates is there, which means that you're going to have to be on a level of communication, on a level of patience, and on a level of synergy that is going to need to be amazing to make this work. It's not impossible. It can work, but you guys are definitely, you're going to have to be one by one. A golden hour comes out. Wait for it. Then it goes down. Then we're using these different ults. You cannot be interrupting your team.
Yeah, one thing I know for sure, that kind of perfect synergy doesn't happen with my friends, you know. So if I play with my friend with that kind of composition, I'm sure we'll have some kind of a fighting after the game, you know. But okay, guys, it doesn't matter, because what matters now is the second game here, the second match. Welcome to the land of dawn. Now it's 9Z Globant versus Influence Rage. Both teams lost yesterday, Private, and they are seeking for redemption.
Oh yeah, definitely seeking for redemption. Not both teams want to go ahead and continue that losing streak here. So definitely want to show out and want to be able to kind of show that they have what it takes to kind of get a W in this scenario. I feel like Influence Rage, it's very interesting that they, with what they allow, for me, it's interesting to, I think at this point, depending on where we're at, allowing the Marcel isn't as much of a death sentence as it should be, especially when you allow Marcel, and then I feel like 9Z Globant adds the complication by picking up a Zushin, then adds more complication by adding the glue. So now you've got all these different factors, all these different variables that need to go correctly to make everything work. Whereas Influence Rage, their composition, I don't want to say it's not complicated, but it's pretty straightforward. You know what I mean? Like Black Dragon's going to come out, the real world manipulation's going to stop the enemy team from escaping. Steffi's just going to be up in the front trying to put as much damage on it while they're surrounded by the real world manipulation. Fury's going to be trying to rain damage on him. The timing that you need is not as immense as it is for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, you're totally right here. The idea and the execution for Influence Rage is way much easier than a 9Z Globant. You know, I think that idea, especially with 9Z Globant here, with Louisine, with Harley, can work very good and very well with the Blazing Duet from Gusta La Gusta. But I believe that it is going to take time to this work and be effective so far in this game.
Yeah, and we're going to see how well that does, especially in the early game. I do feel like if you're going to be valuable, or if you're going to get the value that you want out of a Hilda, Hilda's going to need to constantly be roaming around, constantly be making herself known, refusing farm as they can to try to be a threat. But right now, I feel like 9Z Globant's doing a good job of trying to offset that. Hilda's not really even able to get a lot of pressure in. Oh, you do see like Chino, a little bit of a face-to-face there. Steph just kind of letting them know that they're there.
Yeah, both teams here like only concerned about like getting reaching the level 4 as faster as they can, because the first turtle is heading on the bottom side of the river here. So 4 players each team so far in this river, because I think that the first turtle here is going to be a very, very wild situation.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, well, they're not going to have both of their gold laners there. As you can see, they're both doing. They're both going to be pretty stuck up at the gold lane there. But there is the potential for a lot of things to go wrong during that first turtle fight as well. I feel like Steffi's in a good position too, especially in the early game where Hilda's just very strong. You're not going to have a lot of damage that's going to be able to take her down. So it's going to be very interesting. Like I said, neither of the roams here for this first turtle have their 4th level, so we're not going to have that big damage that can come out from Hilda. You're not going to have the golden hour that's going to be able to come out from Marcel. But so we're going to see how well, I want to say, this first team fight goes without the complication of that golden hour.
Yeah, and maybe for 9Z Globen's idea here, like they were playing with some comfort zone, especially with Louisiana playing with Harley. He brought Harley yesterday versus Alpha 7, which was not so good. But I believe it was more about Alpha 7's performance. You know, they're a very hard team, a very good one. So maybe today he can work very well with the Harley and Claude that was in the composition with Glue. But I believe that Glue was in roaming with a Burrow Crazy yesterday, and Chino brought Arlot. So I'm gonna see that idea of the composition, even though we were talking about like maybe it could be very difficult for like the synergy and the communication for the time for a golden hour, the lantern of Zunshin stacking, the crowd control, you know, especially the ultimate to burst a magical damage for Louisiana with Harley also. So maybe that composition is some kind of a comfort zone for them, but more important than that, the communication has to be perfect, as you said in the beginning of the game or in the draft one. They have to be completely clean and 100% like in synergy. So this execution happened so well to benefit them, even though. Because if it's not working, if it does not work, that could be a very bad time for 9Z Globen in this first game.
Yeah, and that's the big thing too. I think you even mentioned too, Gusta Lagusta, his performance yesterday. He had Claude yesterday, didn't do so well, but how much of that was on the lack of ability from Gusta Lagusta, or the ability and the overwhelming success that Alpha 7 had? And sometimes it can be really hard to kind of judge that. Did somebody lose because the hero in them, they're not just synergizing, or just that the enemy just had such a great game that they weren't able to be to get some of those kills? I do want to say though, on those victories, when he faced the Claude, he went 0-0-4, and this is kind of why my pick kind of leaned toward 9Z Globen, is because even with that type of a loss that they took, he didn't die. So he was trying to do what he could. He was trying to get some suppressive fire, and it has to be, something has to be said about not getting picked off on such an overwhelming success that the enemy was having, and still being able to maintain. Even though you lost the game, he still was making sure that his distancing was right. He was able to get out of harm's way. So Claude might be something that he's particularly decent on, especially to be comfortable enough to pick it here against the team like, and what influence Rage has. Big thing for me too is they've got, like I said, I like influence Rage's composition because it's like I said, it's kind of simple. It's just one of those things that you understand, and you're not going to need a lot of complications for as we get back into this game with Turtle Up.
Yeah, so we're back in the game here. The first one, the turtle is open, and it was started by 9Z Globen, but Influencer Rage wants to fight back.
Yeah, they've already got 4 members there. It's kind of crazy that it was started by 9Z Global with only 2 members, but Influence Rage actually has the numbers that they want here. And it looks like the jungle isn't even ready for this fight, so I'm kind of wondering, is there a little bit of a miscommunication here? Down to 10%. Hotun is able to pick that up easily because Harley wasn't even in position. Luisenho, Sindrak is going to go ahead and find a kill onto Chino. Feshin goes down a second. That's going to be 2 down for 9Z Globe. Luisenho going to have to use that teleport to get himself out of harm's way. That's a turtle and 2 kills for Influence Rage.
Yeah, do you remember when when we were talking about like the team's composition, the team's lineup, and I talked about like 9Z Globe, and in theory they have a very good lineup, you know, with very good players. They're very experienced one, especially Gusta Lagusa, which was a champion for the last MPL seasons, you know. But one thing that we have to talk about is because there are some there's a lot of personality in this team, you know, like, of course, okay, each one has a personality, but Gusta Lagusta likes to play in the late game. Oh, here you go. Okay, Steffi.
Yeah, Steffi's able to get away from that. They're gonna go big fight over this Litho Wanderer. Neither team was trying to give it up until Fashion came along.
Okay, so Gusta Lagusta likes to be more like to play slow, you know what I mean, like to play in the late game to getting items, resources. It is the opposite from Alburo Crazy, for example. He likes to play aggressive, he likes to play forward, you know. By the time he was seeing yesterday, he getting killed so many times, you know. So maybe to this lineup, to the 9Z Global lineup, they have to be on the same page, you know. Like I think that they are not even the same page, you know, so that's why we saw something like that. Luizinho was in the purple buff and the rest of the team was trying to fight back in the turtle, so they lost the turtle, they lost 2 players, you know. So I think that they have to get in the same page to things starting working out for them.
Oh, that's an absolutely perfect point too, especially when you bring in the game from yesterday where Alburo Crazy took a lot of deaths, definitely trying to make the most use out of the early game, and ended up, I want to say, I don't use the term feeding too often there. Hotun's going to go ahead and scoop up that turtle there as well. But yeah, there might be a little bit of a miscommunication when it comes to team, different play styles, people who like to hang back, and maybe we need to kind of start getting onto the same line here where you shouldn't be at a point where the turtle is being picked off. Oh, we do have a little real world manipulation, and Gusta Lagusta goes down. 3 members of Influence Rage there, bringing this to a 3-0 game.
Yeah, 3-0 so far here. 2 turtles for Influence Rage. Oh, they got a kill now in our Arctic in the bottom lane, but meanwhile, Influence Rage took down the first turret in the top side here. So that was a very interesting cross map for Influence Rage so far. So the macro is working very well, you know. And once Lagusa was taken down, but now in the river, that could be a 2v3 situation, but Influence Rage now are playing safe. After like almost 6 minutes in the game, the gold lead here almost heading for the 2k for Influence Rage. The items, the Has Claws in the Bruno's hand versus Demon Hunter for Gusta Lagusta. So I think that 9Z here, they have to play, you know, one of the win conditions for 9Z Global is Gusta Lagusta's performance and the late game in the power spike for Claude.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you can see here, I mean, Influence Rage all the way at the bottom lane. The Fury's just chunking away at this tower on that Bruno. That's going to be a tower for Influence. That's going to be a second tower for Influence Rage as we're talking about it here. And not just that, though, but he actually rotated lanes. And I love to see that when it comes to the marksman. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. You get your top lane, then you immediately rotate to the other side while the team is busy and start chunking onto the next tower. And great, I want to say great forward thinking there by Influence Rage. Oh, we do have a golden hour that does catch on to 2 members of Influence Rage. Unfortunately for 9Z Global, I feel like Alburo Crazy more used that defensively because he had been caught by Influence Rage. No real timing there. Luisenho in a good position there. Does he come in? No, he's not able to find it. Hotun actually able to scoop that up. Luisenho underneath the tower. They're not even trying to stop there. And on the back end, Alburo Crazy. Oh, Hotun takes a decent amount of of damage underneath the tower. But that's going to be another turtle, the third one for Influence Rage.
Yeah, I think that one interesting thing that we can talk for a 9Z Global's benefit here, it was meanwhile everything was happening. Gusta was taking the turret in the bottom lane, you know, so he has to farm, he has to get the resources, but here in the top side, oops.
Yeah, a little bit of fight comes out there. Hotun tries to come in and back off the other two members there. It's actually being taken off by 3 members. Hotun might not be long for this fight. Feshin able to find the kill there. Real World Manipulation has dropped down onto 9Z Globans. They still are not able to save their member, but they do disengage from it. 3-2 right now. 9Z Globan just a little behind, just under 2K.
Yeah, maybe a little too, maybe a little bit greedy for Influence Rage now, trying to get the kills on in the top side. They took down the turret number 2. That's a fact. But now 19 Global at least guarantee one more kill for them. As you said, the goal lead here is about 2K. Now we're seeing the items once again. Gusta getting the golden staff here, while Bruno is getting the Berserkers of Fury. So he's trying so hard to not to get behind in the goal here to like help the team, you know. So it is one of the lights at the end of the tunnel for a 9Z Globan so far in the first game.
Yeah, it does mean that Fury's going to probably be getting his items a little bit faster than Gusta Lagusta. And the problem with that for me is that even if Gusta Lagusta eventually does get his, just get the 3 items that he needs to be able to do damage, that Trinity build, Fury is going to be a little bit higher and be just dishing out a huge amount of damage. And just because you can spray across 3 or 4 people with that Blazing Duet doesn't mean Fury's not going to be able to kind of put those one-hitter quitters onto you. Speaking of which, we do have a Deadly Magic on the back end. Is going to go ahead and force away some of the members of Influence Rage. Chino right there. Are we going to be able to find the Retribution? Hotun for Influence Rage is going to be able to find it now, the disengagement from 9Z Globan, but you do have the split out onto the field too. Hotun might be very low as well. Gusta Lagusta sprays some damage onto Steph. Is it going to be enough? Down goes Chino for the side of 9Z Globan. That's going to back off the rest of the team here. Influence Raids get themselves a Lord, and right now 9Z Globan sitting objectiveless.
Nothing worth it now for 9Z Globan so far, because Luizio was trying to take Syndra down with the ultimate, but it wasn't enough. Hotun was like with the full life guarantee one more Lord, and in the sequence they were taking down for 9Z Globan once again. But now in the river on a purple buff, almost Steffi was taking so much damage, but at this point of the game, Influencer Rage is so confident. They are now having the goal lead almost 4K, but oh, Steffi. Okay.
Yeah, Steffi gets a little bit of damage, but it's just not enough, especially now that Fury has started to come online. Look, just check out the amount of damage that he's able to do to this tower here. It just takes a few seconds. He's going to be able to take it down. That just increases the sieging ability that they do have for this composition. Sitting at 2 and 4 and a little bit over a 2K gold lead, but I want to say at least a little bit over 1K of that is on the Fury.
Yeah, so far Gusta Lagusta is trying to like that's it. Gusta Lagusta is a very good goal laner, you know, so he has a lot of experience, especially like playing behind the goal lead. So he somehow he tries to do some magic here and not getting behind the goal lead versus a Fear or any gold laner in the Emer South, you know. So that's why I think that 9Z Globan, the situation could be worse for them, because Gusta Lagusta is able to handle the situation, you know. But we're talking about Mobile Legends, right? It's a 5v5, you know. It's not only V1. It's not a V1. So the rest of the teams have to be on the same page, you know, like at least trying to buy more time for him, or trying to get an idea of execution that can work so well for 9Z Globan. But so far, Private, as we're seeing here, is only Influence Rage playing forward, playing aggressive, and 9Z Globan isn't able to do something. Oops, Arctic?
Ooh, Arctic almost got caught there. He's gonna have to use that Black Dragon to get away from the deadly magic. Hotun in the mid lane as well. Right now, Syndrek, when it comes to Influence Rage, Syndrek is just doing such a great job on that Eve. 3-0-1. Luisenho actually kind of, I was sitting at 1-0-1, not doing a terrible job. We do see that the Trinity build has been locked in for Gusta Lagusta. Fury already has his triple when it comes to the crit build that you need for the Bruno. So he's going to be doing an immense amount of damage, not just to the heroes, but the sieging ability he's going to be able to do on those towers. Here, oh, Chino checks the wrong bush there. Look how quickly he's being chunked down to 25%. Influence Rage turns their attention. They don't even really want, I feel like they're just baiting out this Lord. They want the fight. They want to be able to, because they know that they're ahead. They know a lot of their heroes are going to be able to do a huge chunk of damage. You do see Deadly Magic locks onto Steffi. Luisenho not able to find the kill there, but 2-4 right now as both teams kind of vying for position. 9Z Globin very desperate to find a fight that goes in their favor.
Yeah, check it out this call here, Private.
Yeah, oh yeah, we do have the Golden Hour actually comes out there. Black Dragon Luisenho able to take the Lord. Influence Rage maybe blinked a little too long when it came to kind of dropping that, going back to their purple buff, and 9Z Globin kind of scooped in there, grabbed the Lord, and are getting out like a thief in the night right now. They disengage immediately. They don't take any deaths. I'd say that's a huge W for 9Z.
Yeah, I think there is no... Oops. Once again, let's go. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit of a... I think more they're just trying to poke each other right now.
Okay. So I was about to say that there's no naive team in AMER South, you know what I mean? So maybe Influence Rage could be like, oh, it's a party time, but no. There is still game here now in the mid lane.
Oh, Alberto Crazy goes in, forces the fight coming out from 9Z Globin. That's going to be 2 down with Gusta Lagusta getting taken out. And there goes the Deadly Magic, but Immortality procs onto Steffi. So that's going to be 2 down for 9Z Globin. And that's, this is something that you were talking about. Unfortunately, the team sometimes is not exactly on the same page. Alberto Crazy, right after that fight, no vision on the enemy, just walks through the mid L bush and encounters the whole of Influence Rage there, and they burst him down.
Yeah, I think that after they lost the Lord, I think the Influence Rage is, guys, let's wake up, come on, because we lost the Lord here, and once again, like we saw, like losing trying to burst the player for Influence Rage, but it didn't work out. So even though we were seeing Bruno that already has the Malefic gun that increases the basic attack range, so 9Z Global has to take care about that situation too. So when you have a whole team brethren here that can face check so much easier than a Burrow Crazy with Marcel, when you have also Yusong here with Arctic that can use the Black Dragon to zone the 9Z Globin's player out, you know, so it's become much easier for Influence Rage to dominating the map, dominating the page, to know, get more info about like the enemy spot and the objective, especially when we are talking about the Lord at this point of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, what I'm not seeing though, coming out from 9Z Globin, even though they were able to get that Lord, they did get themselves a little bit of breathing room. Is that I don't see the synergy with a lot of our abilities. We do see that the Golden Hour is getting caught out there as well. So take a look at some of these items here. You see still a 1,400 gold lead there by Fury over Gusta Lagusta. Still, both of them are locking in, looking for those last items. We do see that the Malefic gun has been picked up by Gusta Lagusta, getting just a little bit more of that range. I can only imagine that Fury, I was going to say Fury would probably be looking for some range, but it does appear he was going for the Demon Hunter sword. As he scoops up that last item, it's going to give him a full build as we start. Influence Rage starts on to this next Lord. Steph is going to have to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Black Dragon onto the back lines of 9Z Globin. Big pop-up lands onto Chino, who's going to activate that split. He's way onto the back line. Is he going to to be able to survive here, getting chunked down by Fury. That's going to be Chino down for 9Z Globant. The rest of 9Z's right there looking for a position. Very odd that they took the L, but they're actually in a better position when it comes to this Lord. Rest of Influence Rage comes in here trying to put on the damage. Steph from the backside looking for an angle. Finds Louisenho and some deadly magic. Down goes Steffi. So 9Z Globant finds the kill, but as that is going on, able to zone away 9Z Globant to allow Cindric to pick up the Lord.
Once again, the sacrifice that was really worthy for Influencer Rage, because Stefan not only spotted Luizinho, you know, like he was like, okay, here I go, I found Luizinho, so I'm trying to do something with him. He was taken down, but meanwhile, Influencer Rage guaranteeing the Lord that is also already heading in the top side here. But now both teams are heading up. Influencer Rage is one step away ahead, 90 Globant, but now they can be trouble.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and start putting the pressure on to try to join up this Lord on the back end. Big blazing duet followed up by a real world manipulation. Black Dragon on the backside looking for some of the squishier targets, but it does look like 9Z Globant putting some damage on the Hotun and Cindric on the black line. Are they going to be able to keep up this pressure? Chino goes down. Cindric with the kill there. Fury able to lay out Louisenho. That's going to be 2 down for 9Z Globant as the Lord starting to put that pressure onto that high ground tower at the top. Gusta Lagusta trying his best to put on more damage, and it's not enough just yet. Lord finally goes down as Influence Rage changes their adjusts their sights to go ahead and take down the tier 2 tower at mid. Now looking to do the same to the mid high ground tower. Base is cracked wide open. Just the high ground tower. Ooh, bounced back. Immortality has been procced by Steffi. Blazing Duet is out, but the golden hour stops the damage. Down goes Alburo Crazy. Look at the core right now, sitting at 10% at the bottom. It does look like Influence Rage is going to have to disengage.
I don't like to be right, you know, because we saw that situation. Like the golden hour, like somehow, okay, maybe protecting the damage, but maybe it was not a good idea for 9Z Global, but somehow they survived. But you see the base HP, you know, it's almost taken down here for 9Z Global. But okay, when you see in the little map now, 9Z Global is trying to play forward to seek for something, to trying to find someone lost in the jungle. But the fact is, there is no line of defense of turret for 9Z Global, so Influence Rage has a very good situation. But still 9Z Global isn't done yet. They destroyed. They took the turret number 1 the mid lane down, but it still is a very large advantage for Influence Rage. Here they come.
Yeah, they have Harley on the opposite side of the map, so they're going to need to watch out if they're going to try to engage in a fight. They don't have the numbers. Do have a little bit of a trap there from the real world manipulation, followed up by Golden Hour. Does trap out the Black Dragon. Arctic gets frozen on the back end. In comes Louisenho to try to put that pressure. Cindric very narrowly able to escape a flank coming in from Louisenho, and that's going to force Influence Rage to back up, but they do have a Lord sitting and ready.
Yeah, now the Golden Hour came in a good time, like especially for it to counter the Black Dragon from Arctic here. So it gives a 9Z Global a time to disengage, a time to survive. But the fact is, another Lord, maybe 9Z Global wants to fight back.
Yeah, you can see on the back end, Steffi actually taking the heap of damage, but that's not going to be the focus that you want. Influence Rage very easily able to pick up another Lord. Arctic able to jump over a wall to get out of harm's way from 9Z Globant. Our Influence Rage has been doing such a great job of sending and trusting that their team can kind of handle. Steffi goes into the line to push them back. Arctic swims around with that Black Dragon to kind of be that nuisance. And suddenly 9Z Global forgets all about the objective, forgets that they need to keep their eyes on it. They instead have to back up. They start focusing fire. And then meanwhile on the back end, Influence Rage able to get themselves another free Lord.
Yeah, now the Lord is hand in the mid lane here. It could be a very good situation for Influence Rage. There's no line of defense for 9Z Globe, and they have to survive somehow. But look at the flank for Hotun.
Yeah, Hotu tries to come in, gets caught up immediately, but still you have a Lord charging through your mid lane. Golden Hour, look, there's no follow-up. Freezes 2 people on the back end. It does allow them to pick off the Lord, but with no follow-up for the Golden Hour, I feel like it's just been wasted while the rest of the team right now doing the best that they can to try to clear out these minions. Now we're gonna have mid lane and finally 2 side lanes about to start crashing in a moment as 9Z Globe kind of trying to scramble to try to clean up all of these waves. Good job by Chino to grab the aggro from those minions and kind of take them to the wall so that they wouldn't immediately crash onto the core.
Yeah, so no hard engage, no crowd control here in the composition for Influence Rage. So they decided to head back. They decided to play safe. They have a lot of advantage here. So, okay, at this point of the game, they're a full build, every player for both teams here. But more important than that is the execution, the idea for the composition, especially working with the follow-up of damage for Influence Rage. So they know that they are aware about their potential, so that's why they decide to head back and trying to pick up someone to do some good play. But now here comes the invisibility.
Oh yeah, you do have that coming out for the team there, and Albero Crazy is gonna have to get away as the Black Dragon comes swooping in. Albero Crazy swings around, no worse for wear just yet. The problem is those tanky heroes. You can see on Arctic, on Steffi, both of them have immortality, so they have more than enough tools to get to the back line, push them back, and even die if they need to start protecting a lot of these objectives. And this is exactly what we're about to see. We're about to see either the Black Dragon or Steffi on the back end here, looking for the flank, takes a heap of damage, all the while, all of this damage continuing on the Lord. Influence Rage trying to back it up there. 9Z Globin in a great position. Hotun able to find the Lord like it's nothing, like there's not even a fight going on around him. Meanwhile, it does look like Chino might be a little too far onto the back line of Influence Rage. Ooh, actually, Fashion comes in with a little bit of a flicker, looking for an angle. Hotun in trouble. Chino trying to line up that death there. The immortality has been procced for both of them. Oh, at the base, it's just Albero Crazy by himself trying to defend against this Lord while the rest of the team trying to scramble to get back. And the Lord able to finish it.
That is a backdoor for the Lord and the minions for Influence Rage in the first game. Oh my goodness. And we saw that. We saw that coming here, Private. But Zina, what a match in the first game.
Yes, what a match. It seemed like Influence Rage was banking on more on the objectives this time around, and it was paying off. They had total domination of the map, right? Map control, and it was like a low kill count, really. So it was like they were doing really well and keeping alive and stuff like that, and not really dying, actually, so...
Yeah, they're just they pretty much stack the deck against 9Z Globant. Just little by little, you have no more towers. You're gonna have empowered minions. Now you have a Lord going against you. Unfortunately, and like the problem is like, there was no way out for 9Z Globin. Either you turtle in base and you continually let the noose get tighter and tighter around your neck, or you try to do something. I'm not gonna take away from them from like, all right, guys, we just need to go full send, go in there, try to get the kill. The problem is there was no right answer. They tried to go in, they tried to put as much damage onto them, but like I said, they're at the point, most of the team has immortalities. They're already so tanky. And then, unfortunately, you had the Lord coming down to your base and you ran out of time. They tried to send Albero Crazy back there, but the minions and the Lord were way too much for him to be able to take on himself.
Yeah, so we are here seeing the stats from the first game here. Victory for Influence Rage. But there's one thing that I really would like to know. What really happened in the first game? Because if I'm not wrong, I think that every time there was like a fighting back for 90 Globant for some objective, could be a turtle or Lord, Louisiana was far away, you know, like we saw like I believe there was a Lord, Louisiana was in the purple buff, or it was a turtle, you know, another Lord, Louisiana was far, you know, so every goal, every objective, Louisiana was so far from the objective, so I maybe the communication could be a gap for a 9Z Globant lineup.
Or I mean, I've seen stuff like that before, where you start without your jungler there. Mainly, you see that kind of utilized with a Hayabusa, with a Fanny, people who can close the distance and get back to the fight very quickly. Unfortunately, here feels like the timing was off. As you see, a lot of these engagements too. Once you start getting those power ups, it basically Influence Rage had all the tools that they needed to be able to you're forced either to zone out, back away from the Dragon and Steffi, or you just sit there and you take the fight and you take all the damage that they're going to be dishing out here. You see here, great job for Influence Rage to kind of split up 9Z Globant, especially when it came to Chino getting into the back line, and then the rest of Influence Rage being able to separate them so that they can't help him. Now they're dealing with a lot of the offense that's coming onto their back line and not able to stop it. Even there, you saw the Immortality proc as well. So a big congratulations for Influence Rage for just how well they were able to manage this, to the point that it almost seemed like there were just so many answers that 9Z Globant was not able to deal with.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I noticed that on the lineup for 9Z that there was no real true frontliner for them. You think that had any a reason for their loss?
Yeah, I think that could be one of the reasons. You know, maybe especially with Glow in the composition. But I think there is a kind of a little responsibility for him. But now here comes the MVP for Bruno Zina with 304 in KDA.
Yes, and 701 golds per minute, 70.5k in total damage. Fury takes it all with the Bruno. We've seen that the Bruno has been doing very well here in the last 2 days.
Oh yeah, especially when we just went through like a big list of the gold laners that can be possibilities. Bruno being one of those. The amount of damage, like when you get to that late game, he's just kicking boulders at you, and it's not just you that you need to worry about. It's the towers, the sieging ability of a Bruno once it starts getting into that tower. That's why I said like it was such a great composition. You had the Dragon, you had the Yuzdong, you had the Hilda pushing into the back line, and you have a choice as the enemy team. It's like either we try to fight this or we're gonna have to push away. Either one of those answers do not equal you being able to defend a tower as well, while Bruno's just kicking mountains at it.
Yeah, and by the time the game was passing, it was only getting better for Influence Rage, especially when the heroes were getting their mortality to buy more time in the future team fights. You know, so the clock was taken against the 9Z Globant, not only because of the composition, but idea of execution with like the idea for Influence Rage only playing forward and playing safe. The execution for 9Z Globant was not so easy, especially with Marcel here. So maybe in the second game, maybe 9Z Globant could think in a easier composition, you know, with a wombo combo or something to turn the game even, to win the second game.
Yeah,
I feel like
Marcel.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, the Marcel wasn't doing so well. Did he almost lose it for them at that tower? Like, did he freeze his team?
Another lose for Marcel.
I'm not gonna say he specifically lost it for him. It didn't help, but it wasn't. I don't want to say that was specifically the reason for the loss. And I feel like, as we're talking about wombo combos, I feel like now with Marcel out there, there's such thing as too much of a wombo combo out there. Too many ultimates happening at the same time without enough synergy. And it's like I said, it's just that complication that you get with Marcel. He's one of those heroes that you just, there needs to be a specific plan for it. And I feel like even when we saw it, the last time we saw it successful was Alpha 7 yesterday, and it was a very I don't want to say there weren't too many moving parts to this composition that we had to worry about timing with. It's basically Marcel activates his ult on somebody, everybody spray your damage at that target, and as soon as the ult ends, boom, they explode. And it was very simple. It's not one of those, all right, Claude, we've got a timing on Claude to kind of put out his ult. And he has to be in a position. He can't, like, it's very odd, and it's very hard to kind of do right. And I feel like a lot of teams, we're not, he's too new. Honestly, he's too new for a lot of these teams that haven't had the practice with him for what he provides to teams.
Yeah, and even though I'm liking the courage of the teams bringing Marcel and the meta and in the games here, you know, because okay, he's new, but they're trying to play with Marcel, you know, they're trying to adapt with the meta because they know that Marcel is getting really strong, you know, all across the world, you know, so they're trying to play with Marcel. They're trying so many different compositions to like playing with Marcel, you know. Okay, most of them, the results are not positive, but even though they're trying to bring not only Benny but picking Marcel here, so far Alpha 7 knew one of the best ways for fighting and working with Marcel, so maybe the other teams can learn that too.
Well, yeah, Marcel has not been a big factor for sure. The only way he worked was with that off the non-meta Changi, right? And I've seen that played a lot outside of like tournaments and, you know, all of that and ranks, and they make it a thing, and that combo is deadly, so I wonder if that'll come back again, you know?
Well, and then there's also other things that kind of go along with the Marcel. I feel like if you treat him like another CC that you have to treat him like another CC that you can use to lead into other CCs that you had. Like I said, when he was successful, they had what? They had the Terizla, they had the Guinevere, all heroes that specialize, that only get stronger when you can hold a team down and basically root them somewhere very still. So when you have heroes like that, it can't all be ranged. You have to have something else that can maybe follow up with it, but there has to be the timing with it. Like I pointed it out yesterday. There's timing that's expected. We saw a Suyu that tried to use what was it, the Soul Sever to be able to kind of spring out damage, but the ult hadn't ended yet, so he basically kind of wasted the ability. There's all these things that kind of come in line with using that I'm definitely not at that point for I hate having to deal with the Marcel on my team. I feel like there's a lot that he provides that I myself am not ready. I'm sure to the bane of a lot of roamers out there who are starting to get good with him, starting to learn. He's one of those that I know probably drives people crazy in like in ranked matches, because like you have all these expectations as a Marcel. You want the perfect synergy, you want the perfect ultimates or CC chains to kind of come up, because you're like, all right, I'm providing you guys this huge window for this ultimate to come out. All you need to do is wait and be patient for the ult to end, then you can put your damage or you can put your CC on, and sometimes the timing just doesn't work like that. And we saw here 9Z Globit, still some work to be done with that to really fully utilize that. And I don't think Marcel's at a point right now, personally, where his inclusion offsets some of the more established strategies, the more simpler strategies that are out there.
Yeah, you know, I'm still banning Marcel when I'm playing solo in the ranked games, you know, because people say, oh, why did you ban Marcel? He's so strong. And I say, okay, he's strong is one thing. You know how to play with him. It's another completely different thing, you know. So give him more time, you know. And I'm maybe in the future I'm not allowed to ban Marcel, but even though like we were saying here in a competition, like in the competitive scenario, so it's not so easy to work with Marcel in some kind of composition. So maybe to get some just a little bit time to work with him. You know, he's really strong. That's a fact. No one can deny it. You know, but maybe with this complex situation and this complex pack of ability of Marcel, maybe we need just a little bit more time to adapt and play with him. So I don't think that maybe the teams are trying to do something new. They're trying to surprise the opponent or surprise the enemy, you know. But we are talking about AMER South. Okay, we're talking about Swiss format that gives you just maybe 1 or 2 chances to still survive in the competition and trying to get to top, you know. But if you lose time trying to find that kind of composition and not trying to play the safest way, maybe there is no time enough to get back in the competition.
What do you guys think is the biggest reason for Octa Gaming for their win?
You mean for
them winning that
Rage?
last? Oh, sorry, Influence Rage. Sorry, my mind is still back in Octa Gaming in the other match. But anyways,
Well, like I said,
Influence Rage.
For me, it's just it's the core of what I said before, is that you chose
Your
something that was super complicated, that needed all of these boxes to be checked to go right against a tried and tested composition and a tried and tested strategy. And I feel like the biggest reason that this is a huge topic is because Marcel himself is not a complicated hero. He's not a Fanny. He's not a Lance where you need to know like everything that's going on. You need to have cables all over the place. He goes in, he stuns, he stops things. You know what I mean? It's very simple. The problem is that the synergy needed from the rest of the team is so complicated. So everybody sees the simplicity of the hero and you're like, all right, this is gonna be easy. All right, we're just gonna go in, 1, 2, 3, get that stop, and we're gonna be able to get the success that we want. Speaking of Fanny, Influence Rage is gonna go ahead and start things off with a Fanny ban.
Yeah.
Fanny and you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like banning Fanny in the first ban here in the first stage, especially because now Nice Global is heading in the red side, so that could be a very interesting situation for Luizinho. Now banning also Freya one more time, what a surprise, and Eevee now in the mid lane for Influence Rage. But still, there are so many broken heroes, so many strong meta heroes open, like Zushin, that is also banned here, Zina.
Yeah, Zushin, of course, will get banned. She's a strong player in these. She's meta right now, for sure. They want to get rid of her. She didn't do well in that last round, but it probably could, like you said, it could have been the synergy of the team, and it just didn't work well with that composition.
Right here, we're probably looking at a Valentina ban so that you can offset the Marcel or Sora pickup on the side of Influence Rage. They want to, if you want to try to guarantee one of those picks, you go with the Valentina ban, maybe force the Sora ban so that you can go ahead and pick up Marcel if you're at a point that you want to use Marcel, because yep. Oh, okay. We're gonna go ahead and go with the Sora ban. So right here we can go with I'm assuming Marcel or what else? The Boxia, which has been a big priority for both of these teams.
Maybe so far, I think that Influence Rage isn't thinking about like, okay, maybe that they can play with Marcel, but I believe they're like choosing or giving prioritize to maybe a Claude, for example, guaranteeing the gold lane here, to being a very interesting, strong late game for Claude, for example. We're still waiting for the last ban in the phase stage for 9Z Globen. Okay, he was Boxer, as we were talking about. But now let's see the first pick for Influence Rage. Maybe Valentina, that could be interesting.
Carrie's
or
open.
Claude. Carrie,
I don't know if they
yeah.
picked Carrie yet.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, you don't even,
thinking.
even if you want Marcel, you don't have to pick him up right now because 9Z Globen can't pick him. So you can actually save that for your second pickup and go with some priority here. Maybe the Suyu you can go with as a prioritization here. I think we talked a little bit about the carry, a big marksman that's super strong as well. Or maybe we might go with something in the mid lane. That we said, like I said, we've been seeing the Valentina's been strong.
Harley.
Oh, or none of them.
Or none of them. Harley it is.
Yeah, it's very funny, right? So we were talking about like so many situations, possible situations here. The compositions, carry, Claude, Marcel, and then there goes a no. Harley, go.
There's a lot of meta heroes right now and a lot of choices to choose from, so it's really hard to kind of guess what their first choice will be.
Yeah.
It just depends on their team draft or what they have planned against the other team.
As it goes, from a lot of these pickups, as exciting as it can be for a best of 3, that's kind of why, like, when it starts getting those best of 5s, you start seeing like a little bit more outside of the box thinking and people trying to put together some of these compositions that you just don't see every day. Fredrin and Valentina picked up for the opposite side. I feel like the Valentina may be out there to try to offset the possibility of a Marcel pickup. I know that when you see a Valentina on the opposite side as a team, you kind of got to think about what ultimates are we picking up that we're giving to the opposite team here. And there are some picks that go out there, some that are great, some that are bad for the Valentina that she doesn't really mesh with. So we'll see where Influence Rage goes here with those next 2 pickups.
My legacy shall endure.
Okay. Oh, Zetian and Khalid. Right. I was talking about Kalia, but it came with Khalid here, Zina.
Yeah, Khalid is really tanky. And the fact that he can go in and get his life back with his regeneration. I don't know what it's called, the sandstorm. The sand thing, but he gets his life back. He stays tanky. He likes to initiate, and he can get the team in and out. And Zetian can also stun and give that CC for Harley to get that time to kind of throw his ult and burst down some enemies. So that's a great choice.
Yeah.
It also, having the Khalid on the side of Influence Rage takes it away from a 9Z Globin. The combination of Khalid and Valentina, you basically can one-shot the mid lane right from the opening start.
Yeah, so now we're seeing Harriet in a gold lane here for a 9Z Globin. Okay, magic damage we have. Also with Red Ring, also with the physical damage, also in the jungler here to try and guarantee the objectives. But now we're heading for the other phase of banning here, of other fanning phase. So sorry. And okay, what are we waiting to see here for the other bannings? Because assuming there is still XP and the gold lane here. Obvious. Okay, a very good one.
We're waiting for XP and Rome on the side of 9Z Globin, and we're waiting for the marksman and XP lane for Rage. So XP lane's kind of wide open there. 9Z Globin probably looking to kind of focus down on that to kind of limit some of the options, since both of them are kind of waiting.
Yeah, Hilda, the 4th ban.
Okay.
For the roaming.
Mm-hmm.
I think that 9Z can ban Claude here, or to influence Rage maybe, because we can also have a follow up for damage, especially
Ranger, there's carry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Combining like plays and duet with the burst damage that comes from Harley, for example, or maybe they can still focus on the XP lane. Maybe a Lapu Lapu can be the last ban, or Alice. getting more sustainability in the XP lane. So let's see.
I've been waiting for too long.
Well, I feel like on the side that's where I was gonna go. I feel like with this early game from Zeshian and Khalid, you've secured your early game, so you open up the options of having a late game marksman. Claude, you're not really gonna kind of try to pick into a Harith because Harith kind of dominates that lane and really can kind of hold off. He just does so much more damage in the early game than a Claude can do, and you have the carry that really can lean into that late game. So a big pick off there by 9Z Globant. I'm trying to figure out what else you have, especially since Bruno was already picked up by Influence Rage. Granger is a possibility for Influence Rage as well. We're still waiting for that next pick from 9Z Globant. Looking for a roam, looking for an XP lane.
It's a new one? I don't remember the phrase.
That would be Grok.
It's a Grok? Oh, okay,
Grok.
okay. Right, so very hard engage for 9Z Globant so far, especially with the breath of the appreciated form from Fredrin and Valentina with the backup, the copy, the ultimate from the enemy that maybe can with the Sandstorm from Khalid, for example. That could be very interesting idea of execution on that composition so far.
Yeah, the big thing for Grok that I was gonna say is he's one of the ones I haven't seen a lot of in AMER, period. North or south, he provides he's kind of up there, not as effective as Hilda or Khalid in the early game, but he does provide a lot of damage, a lot of tankiness. He pairs well with the Valentina because he can help clear that lane early. She sprays it down, he just sweeps, clears out the entire lane, and he's got a great amount of movement speed, a surprising amount of movement speed for how big the character is. So they're going to be able to get to those side lanes very quickly as well.
Yeah, Terizla's being picked up again. He's making a comeback here in day 2 as well. And I remember you said Granger was not a great choice against a Harith, was it? Because of the fact that
I'm not a fan of it.
yeah, because of the mobility or something. Because Harith is also as mobile as Granger, so he can catch him.
Yeah. And he's going to depend. He's going to depend on the skill shot. You know, the ability of a skill shot that he has to hit especially the ultimate, the Requiem, against Harith. You know, so Fury here has not a very easy situation for versus Harith, but let's see, let's wait what happens. But I like the idea for Terizla here, but because it gives just a little bit of idea of execution for Influence Rage. You know, maybe they're trying to synchronize most of the ultimate with the penalty zone, with the Sandstorm. Maybe the Syndra comes with ultimate from Zetian, for example, to try not only to spot, but to stun the enemy. That could be a very interesting situation for Influence Rage.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get started in game 2 of this best of 3. Influence Rage fighting against 9Z Globant, a possible game point for Influence Rage, while 9Z is fighting to continue on to bring this to a game 3.
Okay, so now we are heading for the next game. That could be the last one here. That can be the second and last one. 9Z Globant versus Influence Rage. We are waiting just a little bit more for that show, but here we are.
Yeah, but a great composition coming out there. Terizla, like I said, you said we haven't seen. He is actually probably, I want to say, one of my favorite XP laners that has kind of fallen away from the meta. His mobility, he's surprisingly tanky and strong, and the amount of damage that he can do once he's getting a lot of those stacks onto you is very surprising. But right now we're in a meta where the sooner that you're able to close in onto the back line, and not just close in on the back line, but you have to have the ability to search bushes, to get around, to see where everybody is. And that's because I want to say he can get to the back line. You can get that that flicker into his ultimate to get onto people. But what he doesn't have, that a character like a Yuzong or a Glue or something like that has, is Yuzong is able to kind of, once he activates that Black Dragon, he can fly through the air, search bushes, search different areas to try to find and lure out a lot of these marksmen. And I feel like that sometimes is what a Terizla can kind of lack sometimes.
Yeah, he lacks that mobility. He's very slow in that sense. Flicker would be a good choice, like you said, but when I do play him, I play Vengeance. Just so he's a little bit more tankier and he can take on a whole bunch and be that extra front line for the team. But he's a choice to go in the tournaments for sure, because he does lack that mobility. A lot of the meta heroes are very mobile, and I do like seeing him here though, 2 days in a row.
Yeah, we saw them yesterday. We saw him yesterday. Like Hessa was saying that, yeah, he's too slow, you know, but he has his a strong point. You know, he has his ability, especially with the penalty zone, that could be very interesting for the idea for influence rates, composition here, and execution. But let's see what is going to happen in the second game. I'm so excited to see, because for 9Z Globen, it's not even the now or never, you know, but if 9Z Globen lose a second game in a row, the situation can be very, very hard for them, you know, because they're heading down in the bottom side, you know, and I believe the next game could be a best of 5 or the survival in the competition. So it is very important for 9Z Globen here to guarantee the second game to lead to the third one and decisive. But it's not going to be easy, because we're talking about Influence Rage that went through the final in the last season, lost to Black Sentence. But it is still a strong team here so far.
Yeah, definitely a strong team to be competing in. They've been showing it, especially when it comes to a lot of these strategies, and kind of letting 9Z Globans pick themselves into kind of a circle. They still kind of remain very, very strong, even when they weren't doing so well in the early game. And that's kind of one of those big marks of like a great team, is being able to kind of have that patience, let the enemy kind of run themselves out while you're kind of being, you're just kind of waiting for a lot of those power spikes to kind of come out. And here we're about to get started here with the second game already at the 40-second mark.
Yeah, so once again, everybody, let's welcome to the Land of Dawn in the second game here, Influence Rage versus 9Z Globen. So far is 1-0 for Influence Rage, and it's now or never for 9Z Globen, at least to trying to lead to the third game. But now we're seeing Gusta Lagusta that can be in trouble, 2v1, but he survives.
Yeah, a lot of mobility on Gusta Lagusta on that Harith. So, and that's why I said I kind of, and I think you brought up a really good point when it comes to like the Harith versus the Granger. I feel like Granger has like a little bit of he's gonna have a harder time than Harith is in the lane, but that doesn't mean that a Harith is gonna be absolutely dominated Granger, because there are some great Grangers, and it does take a skill shot. So if you're absolutely great at predicting where the Harith is going to go, where those skill shots need to be, you can actually dominate in the lane. Right now, it does seem like both of them are pretty even back and forth, even with a little bit of that support that came from Influence Rage at the top lane just a few seconds ago.
Yeah, in the top lane, we're seeing a 1v1 Fury versus Gusta Lagusta, but the party is going to rock in the bottom side of the river, because 4 seconds left for the first turtle here, Private.
Yeah, Turtle is up. Does look like both teams in a very good position here to try to contest that. One more here waiting for 9Z Glow, but they do have 4 members. In comes the Khalid. We do have a big stall, big stun coming out with that Rage of the Phoenix. Arctic actually able to find a kill onto Louisenho. A great wall from the side of 9Z Globen to reset the Turtle. Push the Turtle out of the Turtle pit there. Reset it, followed up by the big stun and a big pickup for the side of a big pickup for the side of Influence Rage. They do find the first kill, the first blood there, and it does allow them the ability to get that turtle.
Yeah, that was what we're talking about, like, especially with the penalty zone from Arctic and the Terizla. And the Influence Rage is still guaranteed the first turtle also here. A very interesting early game for them. 9Z Global has to, like, okay, it was a good idea for Albero Crazy, like spanning the wall to get inside the turtle, but so far they didn't get the goal, they didn't get the objective. So more than a good idea, they have to do something about, especially with the execution on the composition here, because if they don't do that, Influence Rage is gonna play forward.
Yeah, we already saw. I mean, even with that wall, you kind of needed the follow-up there. Louise and Ho, in fact, just got caught by a great penalty zone from Arctic, and then the damage. Like we said, when it comes to a Terizla, the damage he can output is very surprising. I believe that his second ability does true damage as well. So he's just a huge mark for no matter who gets caught into that penalty zone here. Right now, starting to expand already. 1K over at the 4-minute mark is Influence Rage with 1 kill on the board, and just one kill on the board. And I kind of want to say too, you saw this in the last game too. It wasn't a high kill game, and that's because Influence Rage is doing such a great job of kind of juggling these fights. They don't really, you see a lot of skirmishes around, a little back and forth, some poking, but they're not really setting up a huge amount of fights unless it's going to lead to an objective. It's going to lead to a turtle fight or secure it for them or a tower.
Yeah, in the first game we saw Influence Rage always concerned about like securing and guaranteeing the goals, the objectives. And in the other hand, we used to see 9Z Global always concerned to play well with Marcel, which didn't happen so well. But now the second turtle is still on the bottom side of the river, and both teams here are going to fight.
Ooh, bravest fighter onto the backside does find Hotun, but on the other side there, Louise and Ho gets taken out again by Arctic on that Terizla. Albero Crazy might be in trouble. Arctic finds the last shot there, as well as the rest of Influence Rage pushes out pressure from this turtle. This is gonna be another secure by Influence Rage.
Yeah, he's low, yet he buys more time with his basic attacks on his skills, but he's really strong. We are talking about Terizla here from Arctic with 3 kills in a row, securing that composition for Influence Rage, the execution. Oh, Chino!
Oh, Chino! He thought he was going to be able to get away underneath that bush. A great read there by Hotun, and he ends up in an Influence Rage sandwich.
My goodness, 1 more kill for Arctic, 4 kills for Terizla, and the first turret in the bottom side for Influence Rage. What a very strong early game, but oops, Steffi.
Ooh. Tried to come in with the Raging Sandstorm, does issue out a flicker for that. Deadly Magic goes out, Profession finds a great amount of positioning. Rest of the team covered down for him. Unfortunate, Gusto Lagusta actually comes in with his Zaman Force, putting on some damage on the Hotun, able to find a kill there with the help of the damage coming from Feshin. Sindrek tries to punish them for it, but is not able to supply in kind. Meanwhile, Steffi puts a little bit of damage onto Albero Crazy, but 9Z Globin finally on the board.
Veshin, why did you steal Gusta Lagusta's skill? Just the side. 9Z Globin still got the first kill here, but even though Influence Rage is working on the macro, Gusta Lagusta, I think that he can take the turret in the bottom lane down. He just let the Inia wave to do the job, and now Influence Rage trying to do the cross map here. But even though a 9Z Globin is still in the game, especially with Gusta Lagusta, but could be better if Gusta Lagusta get the first kill for 9Z Globin.
Yeah, it's very interesting here. They did allow Gusta Lagusta to kind of start rotating around the map so he can start getting fed, and that's going to have Chino up at the top lane. Ooh, Steph actually in a little bit of trouble to have the Rage of the Phoenix coming out. Big stun lands on the 2 members of 9Z Globin. Albero Crazy takes a Deadly Magic, is able to get away. Louise and Ho takes the rest of it, while now Influence Rage is going to have to back off from this fight. They do have the turtle up right now. That was going to try to set it up, but they don't find the kills that they need. Ooh, a big wall traps Arctic, but now they need to worry. Can we protect Louisenho from Arctic? Yeah, they're honing in on Arctic. They don't want him to get another kill onto their jungler as well. Coming in there, does find a penalty zone. He still manages to get in and get the kill onto Louisenho, while Hotun comes in, snatches away the turtle. Arctic with a kill onto Chino. That's going to be 2 down for 9Z Globin. And what a setup by Influence Rage. Oh, we're continuing. We do have the Zaman Force on the back end. Alburo Crazy takes a damage from Fury, gets taken down.
Arctic, you are unbelievable. You are ridiculous. Teresa with 6 kills here. Did you see the penalty zone? I was sensing, I was feeling that playing coming away, because, okay, Arctic was with a very low HP, but he wasn't heading back to the base, you know, like, okay, he's up to something, he's trying to do something, and there was a really beautiful penalty zone for Influence Rage, guaranteeing more kills, guaranteeing one more turtle, one more turret for in the mid lane for Influence Rage. Now here we probably have a hero of the game. That could be Arctic.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially if we're talking about the beginning of this game. They're doing very quick, very swiftly right now. 7-1, about a 6K gold lead for decided Influence Rage. Arctic just finding the great maneuverability to get in there and hone in on Louisenho. It seemed like actually, as we talk about that, a nice little tectonic charge does go out there. Zaman Force is out. Gusta tries to lay down some damage to Rest Fashion on the other side. Lapu is in the mix of it, but Fury finds the kill onto Chino. That's going to be 1 down for 9Z Globin. But as I was saying, like, Arctic has been doing such a great job through these objectives. He has a wanted poster. The only face on it is Louisenho, and that is his only job during these objective fights, and he is executing to perfection.
You know, Private, what I saw in the last team fight, like when Alburo Crazy put the wall to try to stuck a Steffi. I remember that movie, right? So Steffi was like in the wall, and he was saying, I'm not stuck with you guys. You are stuck with me here. So Steffi went too forward. He played aggressive, and he provided more damage, especially for the following up for Influence Rage, guaranteeing 1 more kill for Fury with 2 kills. But now the Lord on the pit. Both teams are fighting for this goal.
If I'm Louisenho, my first focus is, where is Arctic on this map? I need to make sure that this man is more than a distance away from me, because he has been a factor in every one of these fights. You can see him. He's even, look how far back Arctic is. He's waiting for a good opportunity to be able to get in there. Like I said, his only job is to jump onto Louisenho to be able to do all of that damage. And now we're at the point where 9Z Globin realizes how hard it is to just try to stop him. Oh, we have the stun coming out. Penalty zone comes on to Chino. Chino is down. Fury with the last hit there. Alburo Crazy down to about 50%. Steph's going to go ahead, latched on, get some damage onto him. Now we're playing around with the Lord. Does look like Influence Rage does want to kind of bait this out. Wants to fight with 9Z Globin, and I'm still on defense. Does 9Z Globin want that fight? It doesn't look like it, as Louisenho being forced back, and that's going to be an easy Lord pickup for Influence Rage.
Yeah, first Lord guaranteed by Influence Rage. Gusta is trying to at least reduce the damage for 9Z Globin, trying to take the turret down, but now he decides to head back in the base because Influence Rage is focusing on the mid lane here, taking down the turret number 2, and maybe a possible team fight? No, they decide to play safe.
Yeah, and now they are only left to high ground towers for the side of Influence Rage. 9Z Globin just having a hard time. They're at a point right now, it's 10K gold lead, that Influence Rage is able to force them back, take the towers as they will. Now you're going to have minions crashing at the bottom, the Lord starting to loom up at top, and your tanky players aren't as tanky as they should be at this point. Like I said, 10K gold lead, Lord crashing up at top, and the rest of the team going in. Influence Rage trying to put the damage on there. 9Z Globin looking for, we do have the stun coming out from the Rage of the Phoenix. Hotun finds the the tower, able to bring it down, and able to find Luis and Ho. Chino gets taken out. Gusta Lagusta returning the favor. Zaman forces out as he takes 2 members down from the backside. Arctic coming in, looking for the damage onto Gusta Lagusta, while Fury gets taken out by Fashion, but answered and replied by Hotun as well. Now the team has to turn around to take care of this Lord.
3 for 3 here with Gusta Lagusta saving the day, at least for now, for 9Z Globant. But the fact is, the base is open. Only the last turret in the bottom side here is still standing for 9Z Globant. But as we see here in the items, Gusta Lagusta with almost full build, Infinity Glaive, Heaven's Feather, you know, a Magic Crystal if I'm not wrong, sorry. But it still is a very good advantage for Influence Rage, but I think that they are waiting for the next Lord to finish in a safe way here the second game.
Yeah, maybe overstayed their welcome just a little bit there. They did get a decent amount of kills. They got 2 high ground towers down. There's only 1 left. So I don't exactly feel like that's completely flipped the script for 9Z Globin for Gusta Lagusta. I think he just, it was just Influence Rage waited just went a little too long under enemy territory. And that just allowed Gusta Lagusta to really rain on some damage. Right now, 12-4, and I believe about an 8K gold lead for the side of Influence Rage. Absolutely correct, but there needs to be something done. 9Z Globit needs to figure out an engagement tool that they want, get to the back end. The only thing is that's just easier said on paper than anything. If you try to engage on the Syndra, you've got that passive that's going to create distance. You try to engage on the Fury, he's got a dash and a flicker that he can use to try to get away from you. We already know Hotun's got his teleport, so it's very complicated for what you want to do. And now, as we've been seeing from a lot of these matches, now they have a timer. Now they're gonna have minions pushing through it, and they need to keep track of that while they're fighting.
Yeah, and now Lord here with a half of HP for Influence Rage, but now here comes 9Z Global.
Yeah, 9Z Global, we do have a conceal play coming out there. Step on the back end, do have a stun coming out as well. Gusta Lagusta in trouble, activates the Zaman Force. He's very low. Is he gonna be able to get away? Look at all the shield that he's able to get. Chino on the back end, looking for the escape. Fashion, Gusta Lagusta and Chino are so low, while Chino's able to dash his way back to safety, gets taken out by Fury. Luis and Ho on the back end. It's just 3 members left from 9Z Global. You do have a decent amount of damage, decent amount of clear coming from Fashion and Gusta Lagusta. Luis and Ho might be in a little bit of trouble. Zaman Force has been activated. A face tank of the Rhapsody and the Death Sonata, but down goes the jungler for 9Z Globin, and a clean core pickup for the side of Influence Rage.
Another clean, fast victory for Influence Rage. Guaranteed the first one here for them. 1 by 1 now for Influence Rage. Still survive in the competition. Xena, it's a very good one, but now guaranteed victory for Influence Rage.
That is a 1-1 in the Swiss stage for them. They're doing an amazing job. They kept dominating the map, keeping that map present and making sure that they had total domination and control of it. They were in sync. They did a great job here.
Yeah, and a great synergy there from Influence Rage. I mean, and especially when it came to like the pushing power and being able to transition a lot of their kills into objectives, into towers, into being able to creep into enemy territory. Only I want to say like there was just the one major offset being that they might have stayed a little bit too long when it came to that to the second to final push up, which allowed Gusta Lagusta to kind of turn it around, put the damage onto it. But they were just able to brush that off, wait for the next Lord, and to the final push.
Yeah, so we saw like 9Z Globin trying so hard to still survive in some team fights, but the idea for Influence Rage was so better, especially for the execution with Hotun and Arctic. My goodness, what happened to Arctic in this game with Terizla? 6 kills, the gold, and almost a 10K for him. I don't know about you guys. I know I'm not a pro as you to read the future, but here I think that we can say that. Oh, but there's also Fury. Fury played so well with Granger too. But come on, Arctic is gonna be the MVP so far here.
Oh yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Charisma.
Yeah, Trizla can be. I always feel kind of ashamed that we were talking a little bit about how slow Trizla can be, but being able to get to that back line all these times, being able to take down Gusta Lagusta. But you could see there, I want to say it wasn't just Arctic too. There was a big focus. Even that last time you saw Deadly Magic was already on Louisenho. So Hotun was able to kind of get to the flank, hit him with the Deadly Magic, while Arctic was able to come in with that penalty zone as well. Here you can see him going in, big penalty zone lands on, and then still swinging away at Louisenho. I wonder if we have that third one too, where the entire team finally realized, okay, we need to focus onto Arctic. We need to be able to bring him down. And they tried to focus onto him. Unfortunately, he was still able to get back. I believe he used the flicker and the penalty zone to get on to Louisenho to find that final turtle.
Yeah. He can go in and chunk down that damage with all of his hits right there and get his life back. He's a really tanky one to deal with, and especially as well Steph here on the Khalid. He did an amazing job initiating and getting in on that and allowing his backline to go in and get the kill and finish it off.
Yeah, and it was very important for Influence Rage's idea of the execution for Arctic here, because he was really important, especially for like with the penalty zone trying to neutralize, especially the plays that would come for Knights Globant, especially with Louisinho, for example. We didn't see Louisinho in the second game, you know, like Fredrin was like he didn't appear, you know, so. Most of because Arctic was always with the flicker and the penalty zone open to trying some plays, to try to do something to neutralize their tries or their plays. So it was really crucial for Influence Rage here to win, guarantee the goals, guarantee the objectives, and in a sequence win the game so far to guarantee the victory.
Yeah, well, the big thing is they basically reduced Fredrin to what an assassin needs to do, which he needs to hide away until he can't just linger out there with the threat of Arctic and to be able to single shot him as we take a look at the MVPs.
Oh.
All right, our MVP, of course, is that Trizla you guys were saying. He did not die. He was so tanky, 608 over here, 631 golds per minute, 40.3k in total damage.
I'm so surprised. I thought it would be Fury. But here we are seeing Arctic with Trizla and the highlights for the MVP of the second match here. So we were seeing he always like playing aggressive, you know, being proactive, especially with the penalty zone, you know, and trying like not only zoning the players from 9Z Globe and out, but also guarantee the damage and the kills, you know, and maybe the follow-up for other players to like to spread the damage against 9Z Globe, and it was really, really worthy for Influence Rage here, guaranteeing the second victory.
That penalty zone, though, I can't talk enough about Trizla. I love him. He's an amazing hero, and the fact that he's being chosen now, I'm fangirling.
Yeah, Arctic did a great job, really took advantage of what the Fredrin was going to be trying to do. And I had talked a little bit about this when it comes to the tanky junglers versus the assassin ones, whereas tanky junglers, I mean, they're comfortable to just sit out there in the fray, waiting to be able to get that retribution. And Trizla able to punish that on to the Fredrin too. He's just hanging around. It makes him the prime target for a penalty zone, for not just the penalty zone, but also for the Harley to be able to kind of get in there to get that deadly magic, makes him a prime target. And with that combination, definitely being able to kind of chunk down into Fredrin, like to the point where you said we weren't even able to see Fredrin for most of these fights because it's like, what do you do? He's no longer able to sit in the center. Now he's got to play the assassin game where you have to hide in a bush and wait for like the prime opportunity to try to dash in and maybe get the retribution off on the Lord. And that's just, once you're at that point with a Fredrin on your team, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, you're totally right, because they came up with the Fredrin, you know, like, okay, he is a very tanky. He can buy more time with possible team fights, for example. But when it comes to objective, when it comes to goals, when you have a Terizla in the other side, when you have a Harley with the teleportation situation, that could be very not so good. That could be very very bad for Fredrin, you know. So maybe if they come with another jungler, you know, another like a mobile jungler with a mobility one, maybe Joy, maybe Hayabusa, for example, who gets the invincibility in the shadows to trying to guarantee or steal the Lord versus Harley could be better, you know. But as you said here, Fredrin was totally neutralized, not only because of the Harley, but and the rest of the composition for Influence Rage, but because of Arctic, what Arctic did in the game, you know, especially with the penalty zone, zoning the players out, so they could do nothing in the second game here to try to guarantee the victory for a 9Z Globan. So 2-0 Influence Rage.
Well, yeah, they did an amazing job there. Having those front lines actually really helped them in the fact that their back line was really bursty damage, right? So they were able to dish that out and keep them stuck there and keep them engaged with them to get those shots in.
So that would be, if my math is correct, that would be 2-0s that we've had today. It's a very dominating matches here. First with Octa, then with Influence Rage as well. They're really showing out here for South America right now when it comes to being able to get these strategies that really to the point that it's not even an even. It doesn't feel like an even game when you have those answers that basically are affecting every angle of a match to be able to finish these in such a dominating fashion. It's just some great games here by Influence Rage as well. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very surprised by some of the picks that are actually doing very, very well here. Terizla, like I said, I kind of almost had him just confined to the fact that he provided so much on the Alpha 7 strategy where he was able to line up with the Golden Hour. He's able to provide a pop-up for Guinevere. Here, it was just as simple as being able to take advantage of the slowness of a Fredrin and find a lot of those kills in there as well. So a great job by Influence Rage.
Yes, we're gonna ask for that 3-game now. We've been having these sweeps, right? So this next one, I'm gonna be like Rico and be like, so where is that 3rd game? We really want to see it. We want to see this fight, right?
Yeah.
Getting the back-to-back fights.
Maybe the next like 2 matches that we still have for today. But you know, also interesting here because now we have two teams with 1 victory and 1 loss. That is a DreamHack and now Influence Rage. So maybe in the possible future they can face each other, which is gonna be very interesting because there are two strong teams. There are 2 very good teams. They faced each other in the last seasons, you know, with like the historical is like almost balanced for both of them, you know, so it's gonna be very interesting. Okay, we have to know about the other games also, okay, but I would like to see Influence Rage versus DreamHack to see like which is gonna be the best idea and the best situation so far.
Well, eventually, I think we might, once we get out of the Swiss stage, start getting into the playoffs where teams start getting eliminated, getting to the lower bracket, we might have an opportunity for that. So it's going to be a double elimination. So they will have, I feel like, the opportunity for the better teams to face the better teams as well. So we might have an opportunity for that. Like I said, right now we're at the point where a lot of teams are kind of feeling each other out and making sure that they can kind of maybe at the point, I'm just kind of like guessing here, might be at the point where they're kind of trying certain things out, see if it works, see if it doesn't. But I want to say some of them maybe not so successful, that being one being the Marcel, others being super successful, where we saw that just now with the Terizla, that's something I wouldn't even ever have considered to bring out and have such domination.
he was doing a wonderful job for sure. The fact that he can give that CC for his team, even just for a short time, was really helpful to those matches.
Yeah, so yeah, we were talking about Terizla now. Terizla appearing twice, the 2 victories so far. Maybe we could see another Marcel coming, but now with Terizla.
Well, they work well together, right?
Yeah.
So,
I didn't even think of it, but Terizla is 100% right now. 100% win rates in the AMER South, which is kind of crazy. It's happened 2 times. It's not crazy that it's happened 2 times. It's just weird it's happened that it's twice. So and 100%. So I mean, great little things that we're seeing here in the AMER South, and that's why I said when it comes to the global bans, it brings such surprises and different things for us as casters and as viewers and probably as players. I think as players, from most of them, I've just heard nothing but good things about it because they like being able to play something different or think about something different when it comes to their lane.
I'm gonna see a lot of Terizlas being played now, for sure, in the community. You're gonna start seeing him pop up right and left. They're like, he's meta now, guys. We gotta play him. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Don't mention that.
So speaking of the community, can you guys like and share the stream? You know, make sure you get more views on here. Show them what NA is made of. You know, North and South. We're all trying to, grow and be a bigger community for everyone, and we will just share what we love, right?
Yeah, well, that's well noticed, well remembered, Zena. So you in the chat, you were the main star of the show. It is all for you guys. So please send a like, share the live, call your friends, to stay tuned and watch only the second day of AMER South. We still have AMER North too, and on Thursdays and Fridays and Saturdays and Sunday we are here with the AMER South. So things are gonna be wild. Things are getting wild since yesterday. So call your friends, call everyone to watch AMER South here, which is we promise you guys, you are gonna enjoy it so much as we are enjoying here, watching, bringing you all the action, all the emotion for with these games so far, so it's going to be very good. But Zena mentioned about the community bringing this meta heroes, especially in the ranked games. Guys, please practice before. We have the classic games to practice with the hero, so we used to have some kind of situation like that.
Yeah, but as they said, guys, yeah, go ahead, Zena.
Oh, good. And make sure you check out our socials, check out these streams, follow every one of these channels: MLBB, NA Esports, Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. We're everywhere. The K, I know what that means now.
Yeah, guys,
professional.
Yeah, if you guys miss any of the action that happens up on the weekends, whether you're a North or South fan or both a North and South fan, if you miss any of the action, you can definitely check us out on our social medias to find out everything that you might have missed, maybe some little things about the players, information. I know Rico has some things on his Instagram talking about some of the teams as well. You can catch some of those videos from our casters as well. And I believe there might be a little something about diamond drops, Zena.
Oh yes, we got some diamond drops for you. The longer you're in the stream, the more chance you have at getting these diamond drops. So be sure to stick around and watch us. Be in that chat, like, share it, and you get more chances wherever you are watching the stream.
Yeah,
Stay
you know what?
Watch.
Yeah. Guys, I would like to know if the casters can participate, because I'm also watching the stream here. So please, guys, I want to know if we can participate, because I need diamonds to change my name on the game. My name is really weird. I want to change, I have to get the card to change the name.
How weird are we talking about the name here?
On the game. Trying to keep it up. My name on the game is Niggas Fisher.
Fisher. Mine's just demoness, but you know,
Yeah.
maybe I need to be more creative and be something like that.
It is just because when I was a kid, it's a kid joke, you know. So Zena, go ahead.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a short break. Thank you guys for sticking around, and make sure you stay and stick around for the later matches. We have Entity 7 versus Alpha 7, and then we also have Black Sentence against Infinity. You don't want to miss those. See you in a little bit. So welcome back from the break, guys. We are back with MCT AMER South Day 2. We are super excited with what's been going on today. It was super fun. It was both games were a sweep, but we were able to see a Trizla again, which was amazing.
Yeah.
And I hope you guys grabbed your snacks for this next set of rounds.
We
Yeah,
were
we're about
able
to
to
move.
see. Sorry, Private.
No, we're about to move into the second half of it. If things have already gotten kind of very spicy here, but a lot of domination happening, where teams at this level are starting to kind of figure out those recipes, those ingredients that they need to be very, very successful with a lot of these drafts, and we're seeing that here. We're wondering if it's going to continue here with these next two series that we have, Rico.
Yeah, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. Both teams with 7, you know. I only pay attention to that now. Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. Both teams won yesterday. Yeah. Both teams won yesterday, you know. So I'm really excited about this match because you have an Entity 7 with the Trinity that they were the former champions in the last season versus Alpha 7, which lost to the Black Sentence with 3 players. They are now in Entity 7, so let's see what is going to happen. And let's see if Alpha 7, they readapted to play against these players, you know. But now we are heading for the lineups, you know.
Yes, here we have on Alpha 7 side, Hisu, Flick, Frost
Okay.
Steven, Steve, sorry, Alpha Tizzy, and Pakitu. With no coach.
Yeah, I think they talked a little bit yesterday about that how much synergy that they have with each other and on the agreements that they have, and just being mature enough to kind of being able to take each person's opinion in with them. But Rico, let's go ahead, take a look at the next roster.
Yeah, now it is time for Entity 7 lineup here with Akashi in the XP lane, Iron Bush on the jungle, Shin in the mid lane, Doom in the gold lane, and Vagine and the roaming. Always reminding you guys the Trinity that they were the former champions, Iron Bush, Shin, and Doom for the old Black Sentence now in Entity 7. So it's gonna be very interesting how they are gonna play against Alpha 7, which that considering that they already won the last season with the Black Sentence with another players, Steffi and Orochi. Steffi now is in Influence Rage, and Orochi, I forgot where is he now, but I'll look for him. But now we are seeing the present. What matters now is the present, like Alpha 7 playing against versus Entity 7. And I know if you remember, guys, yesterday Hasu said that what in the past is a past, you know, like it's behind. It's not like what matters now is the present, and they Hasu told us that their rival is themselves, you know. They're like the greatest enemy is themselves. So let's see how are they gonna play versus Entity 7.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question here. Yesterday, a very, very dominating performance against 9Z Globins. And especially being one of the only teams that has successfully used Marcel as well, speaks to the cohesion and the synergy that they have as a team, and the understanding that they have together. Here, does look like Marcel has been left open for both of these teams as well when it comes to speaking of which. And I'm wondering, yes, and that's going to be the first pick up there. E7 scoop it up. Not even a hesitation either. A very quick scoop up there by E7, if I heard it correctly. I'm pretty sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Got me a little nervous there for a second. Yeah, I was pretty sure I heard Marcel.
Okay.
Yes, they didn't want to give it to Alpha 7 after seeing what happened the other day.
Yeah, it's a very interesting case to analyze now, because we saw Alpha 7 with a very interesting idea and execution and composition. So let's see if Entity 7 is also able to do something like almost, if it's not the same, at least almost the same as Alpha 7 did yesterday.
Yeah, and then there's other things that can kind of come on. I believe I heard a lot. Oh, I thought I heard a lot too, but that's going to be we have the Claude and the Harley coming up for the side of Alpha 7. So I'm very eager. For me, especially as a fan and a player, I'm definitely honing in right now because I want to see what are we going to do against Marcel, because obviously as Alpha 7 we have the respect for it. We understand how it's used, how it can succeed. I definitely want to see where it flounders. What is Alpha 7's plan to kind of deal with that here? A lot of abilities here that can kind of get stopped by it as well. Harley, yeah, like we said, when it comes to ranged hero, I feel like Marcel kind of excels at it. I don't even know if you can tell it. Like you've been saying, Rico, when it comes to Marcel, what he provides to your team, he kind of provides to everybody. When it comes to like stopping and shields and stuff. Okay, they're looking for like the exact same composition that Alpha 7 tried to go with when they had Marcel.
Oh, so they're trying to see if they can do the exact same thing, so we'll take them down with their own plan. I don't know. I feel like Harley was chosen to deal with the Marcel because he's able to get in and out, maybe try to waste Marcel's ultimate, you know. Do you think Entity 7 will be able to repeat exactly what Alpha 7 did?
Cure the pain. I harness it.
Maybe, but I think it is not going to happen, because if they do something like as Alpha 7 did yesterday, I think that Alpha 7 has some idea to how to counter or do something with that situation, you know. But now he comes with Valentina and the third pick here for Alpha 7, which is really interesting, considering the pack of ability and the ability to copy the ultimate for other sides, you know. But I was thinking about something here that can be very interesting for Entity 7, especially with the ultimate from Harley here, which we know that can cause a burst of magical damage. But with Marcel, it can be interesting for Entity 7, because even right at the time of the ultimate like stacks and blow it up, I think that Marcel can help the ally with the golden hour and avoid the elimination, you know. So it might be one of the things here that is gonna help Entity 7 in this first game.
I think you hit the logic on the head. For me, it just goes to the basics of this is the composition that they showed and that they were very strong with, and I doubt it's a composition that they are completely unprepared to deal with themselves. You know what I mean? You don't have something and then give it away to the enemy without really having a plan for it. And especially with that interview yesterday, I don't think that they're the type of team that didn't try to consider this, and here they're going to be able to answer back, especially when it comes to the Guinevere. Their entire composition right now, these first three picks, are completely about mobility on the map. So everybody here has a dash or a way to get around the map, to try to dodge abilities, to try to get away from a penalty zone. The only problem for me is that you're banking on the supposed ability to be able to get away, but that's what Marcel is supposed to like go against. He's supposed to hold you there. So if he does catch you, it's going to be, and that's going to be the big thing for me. Either he catches you or he doesn't. If he catches you, I think we're going to be looking at a bad game for Alpha 7, because you've got all of these abilities that can kind of stack up and really kind of put the hankering on you. If he doesn't catch you, it's going to be a very hard game for Entity 7 to deal with all of these dashing abilities.
Yeah.
Valentina is able to take Marcel's ult, right? I'm not sure if you guys spoke on that earlier because my earbud was kind of dead, so I had to swap it, but she's able to do that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like this could be anyone's game for sure, and the fact that they have that ultimate on both sides, it's gonna be a lot of freezing. I wonder how messy it's gonna be coming from the two golden hours happening at the exact same moment.
Yeah, it also gives Alpha 7 so many options here, you know, because Frost can copy, for example, a Terizla ultimate here, the penalty zone, to trying to do some combo with the Blazing Duet, for example, with Claude. It could be a interesting situation for them, you know, like waiting now for Alice in a XP laner for Hasu here, you know, it's a very sustainable hero, sorry. Now we're heading for the two final heroes to finish the composition from MCT 7. Just waiting now. I forgot the phrase. It's a woman, one of the heroes. I can guarantee for sure. But no. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Alice. It was a phrase of Alice. I'm sorry. Just waiting for it to...
They call me.
Never mind.
I don't have to be the one. I don't have to be the one to tell you that the name's right there, but
Alice just got picked up here.
Hey, no! Hey, wait! It's Luna!
Oh no, wait! Luna's
probably wrong. I wasn't wrong. So sorry, guys.
Oh, that's what you heard.
Okay, yeah.
So the big thing here on the side of Alpha 7, they are pretty heavy on the magic damage side. So I'm wondering if that's going to kind of become a part of it, at least for the early game, because if you stack the deck against like magic defense for the early game, you're definitely going to have to worry about the Claude into the late game. Lunux coming out here looking, I'm assuming it's going to be looking at like hopefully a counter to try to take down the Alice with that darkening ultimate. She starts doing percentage health damage, so a big pickup when it comes to trying to rein in on some of those tanks that you see in the opposition. And a Kaja pickup, which I'm actually a little... Kaja has had a mixed reaction. He takes a very interesting amount of time. Your team, like I said, Alpha 7, we've seen the interviews, how it comes along. You need to be on the same page. That is something that Alpha 7 has in spades. So if anybody can make the Kaja work, I feel like it's them.
Yeah, you're totally right. But Kaja here, I have to be honest, that blew my mind just a little bit. But it can be very interesting for Alpha 7, especially with this potential for peaking, for a peak off. But I was thinking about like what targets are Alpha 7 are aiming to in Entity 7's composition. Maybe Guinevere to suppress her, maybe in the jump, or the Requiem Violet. I don't believe it's gonna be Sheen with Lunox, because she has an ultimate that she can be invincible, like with the light and a shadow. So I'm still thinking about like the idea for Kaja here.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see how these compositions come together and if they're gonna be successful. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first match of Alpha 7 taking on Entity 7. Both teams walked away yesterday with a victory here, looking to do the same today.
Yeah, both victory teams here in the first day, so now they're facing each other in the second day of AMER South. So let's go. Welcome to the land of dawn. Oops. Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, Vagwin came in there. I'm actually wondering who got that. It does look like Flick from Alpha 7 was able to get the Lethal Wander, but not without Alpha or Entity 7 looking to try there. Here, Hasu looking to try to put some damage on, I believe. I'm not even sure who got that. I don't see the gold emblem anywhere on there. But, I mean, both teams, I want to say both teams probably here very evenly matched.
Yeah, and I believe that Proxy here is very comfortable with Valentin, especially with the dash one to get this mobility and not getting surprised or suppressed by Guinevere, for example, or Marcel with the crowd control. So that could be very interesting situation for Alpha 7. Meanwhile, on the top side here, it's an interesting matchup here, but I think that it's not so interesting for Terizla. As I had to say yesterday, that is a slow hero, but now Paquito is heading on the top side.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and try to see if they can gain a little bit of, I want to say, letting them know that they're there. Hide on Bush coming up from the bottom side. Hasu actually comes in there trying to put some damage on, but Hasu has already activated a lot of that ability to start draining health from the enemies. Now we're going to go ahead and start onto the turtle. Entity 7 getting a good position of it. Comes in with the penalty zone and a flicker down down goes Flick immediately for Alpha 7. And that's going to put Entity 7 in a great position to be able to take this, but they are not done. Hesu comes in, does a look, able to find that ability and get them down on the ultimate. Hide Down Bush is down, and Alpha 7 has not given up on us. Even though they just lost their jungler, the team around them able to find and pick up the first turtle.
What a great response for Alpha 7, because as you said, Private, the tempo here for Entity 7 was really, really good. By the time that Terizla reached the level 4, it was immediately the flicker and the penalty zone to guaranteeing the kill on Flick. But Entity 7, I think that they took a little time. Oops, in the mid lane. All right.
Yeah, a little bit of damage there, but no worse for wear. I think just kind of went into that bush, got a little bit of surprise for them.
Mountain Shockwave here just to spot the enemy, just to spot Alpha 7 players. But now, okay, so the tempo here was really interesting for Entity 7, but I think that they took a little time to, like, guarantee the turtle. So it gave times for Hesu with a big and very good outplay here from Alice to guarantee the kill, and gave time enough to Flick to respawn and heading to the pit and guarantee the turtle for Alpha 7. So far, so good. The first turtle for Alpha 7, now Blazing Duet for RPTZ versus Doom. It's not a very interesting matchup here. A Claude versus Insenshin so far.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I feel like both heroes actually scale very well once you get more gold, couple of items on them. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how this plays into it. Paquito on the other side there, looking for an angle to see if they could try to get in there. But I want to say a good read by Doom, who's able to read this mini map, see that he doesn't see the jungler, doesn't see the roam on the map, and he's gonna go ahead and hide underneath the tower until he does, which was a great read. And I feel like some people really underestimate that type of knowledge to understand when you see something on the mini map and when you don't, which is more important because that means that they might be hiding. You should always just assume that they're hiding and waiting to try to get that gank onto you. And you see down there that Vaguin came in on that Marcel, started clearing out the bushes, try to get that information to him, let him know what's there and what's not.
Yeah, we could talk about like which ultimate is better, if from Claude or Insenshin, but both ultimates had different purposes. But now the second turtle is on the river and the bottom side. The Mountain Shockwave once again to spot the enemy, and now Alpha 7 is just a little bit further from the turtle. I don't think that we're gonna be a fight back. Oops.
Yeah, they're not even able to contest it. And I want to say, honestly, Vaguin goes in and actually gets, he does get taken out there, tried to use that ultimate to get away there. Big Violet Requiem coming in for them. The penalty zone comes in. Frost able to find the kill there too. A double there for Frost Lane Eve. And that's going to be 3 down for Entity 7.
My goodness, Frost here was insane now with the triple kill with Valentina, as I was talking at the beginning of the game. It's a very comfort zone here for Frost and Neville, especially not only because of the dashes and the mobility, but the idea that he can copy any ultimate here that can bring so many options through Alpha 7 depending on the situation, you know. So it was a triple kill for him. If I'm not wrong, I think that he copied ultimate for Jin Hakashi.
Akashi goes down, and that's going to give Alpha 7 an opportunity to go ahead, get that first tower scooped up from Entity 7.
Yeah, but now in the middle, oops, another fight.
Yeah, another fight in there. They're not really in a good position to be contesting here. They don't have vision on that Elbush just yet as well. 2-5 right now. Alpha 7 still hanging in there. Gold firmly, I want to say starting to firmly get in their side, about 2K advantage for Alpha 7.
Yeah, now we can see Flick here guaranteeing the purple buff once again for Alpha 7, and we're still waiting for the next turtle, which is gonna be here in the upside of the river. And now we're seeing Hesu roaming for the mid lane. Could be a 4v4 here, but now Upatizi can sense the danger because can be a dive.
Oh, he's actually come in with a little bit of a blazing duet. I feel like that was more or less to kind of shy them away. He wanted to be able to take down that minion before it did too much damage to his turret there. While the rest of the team, I feel like they're doing such a great job. Entity 7 taking advantage of this, the river now, that the expanding river here, to be able to kind of make their way and get to this objective very, very early. As we go in with another fight there, do have the golden hour. It is out. Oh, but they missed time. I saw the jump go in, but they do find the Violet Requiem as well. Shin able to find a kill onto Hesu, but Frostlane comes in, able to answer back and reply to find the kill onto Vaguin. Doom finds a kill of his own. That's going to be 3 down for Alpha 7. Now looking to try to get away. Teasy looking for an escape, is not going to be able to find it as he goes with that ultimate and gets taken down. It's going to be 4 down for the side of Alpha 7.
The golden hour was really golden here now, Private. Guarantee a very important kill in front of Hesu, because they took down Alice here, so it was impossible to Alpha 7 buy more time to trying to respond back the team fight. And now they could guarantee more kills and the turtle for Entity 7. So far, the game is like, no, not a good lead now, because it goes in favor for Entity 7. Almost 2k for them. At least the kills are even, but Entity 7 now taking down the turret in the top and the bottom side here. It is still like the game is even, but I think that Paquito with Kaja here, I think that he must find a good spot and a good flank to get in a specific pick off to try to help more Alpha 7 situation here.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Alpha 7, they're not able to kind of, there's so much that they need to be able to watch out for, whether it's like the Guinevere jumps, the penalty zone, looking for the ultimate that comes out from Vaguin, the golden hour, to be able to kind of fit in that divine judgment that they want to get out there, and then try to get that damage out there. Divine judgment actually comes out there. Akashi does have that golden arrow surrounding him to try to keep him out of harm's way, so that does look like Entity 7 was able to protect them. Now starting to put pressure onto that mid lane as well.
Yeah, it was a very good situation also. Once again for Entity 7 here, they tried to engage, but the time that Alpha 7 was trying to respond, the golden hour came in a good time here to disengage and protect the Entity 7 player. And now Alpha 7 is trying to do something, trying to find the angle here, but with no success. But now we're seeing Paquito and Flake. And okay, Vagin is heading down, but now he can be surprised. Oops.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, Violent Requiem does come out, able to take down Flick, and that's going to happen right before this Lord comes out here. We've been talking about teams that are so good at being able to establish these great fights that mean that they have a great opportunity for some of these objectives, and Entity 7 showed that in spades already, finding the great pickoff to be able to take down Flick, and then immediately turn their attention to the Lord, taking down the mid lane. Paquito might be in trouble, is going to have that immortality proc, but the rest of the team is right there to follow up and take him down.
Yeah, another kill for Entity 7, the turret in the mid lane, plus the Lord. Everything working so well for Entity 7. They still continue the pressure. The target now is the turret number 2 on the top side, which is the taken down. And the mid lane also can be the next target, while the Lord is heading in the bottom lane. Entity 7 so far in a way here with a lot of advantage. And now they still continue, but now I think that they decide to head back.
Yeah, for me right now, it's kind of a question. I mean, you have the divine judgment, and they're having success with it. They're finding people. They're able to get the pull there. The only problem is I'm kind of wondering what the plan was when it comes to, like, divine judgment comes out, but then Vaguin comes in with the golden hour and immediately is able to save it. So, and now you have a massive cooldown in the divine judgment down. And I'm wondering what the plan was, because are you even trying to kind of waste out that golden hour before that happens? or do we have a plan after that? After the golden hour comes out, are we going to be able to utilize something to get in there? And I feel like that's going to be on Frostlane's back. Do you take the golden hour? Do you take the or do you take the penalty zone from them to be able to kind of answer and clap back once some of those cooldowns have been rushed? But now pressure onto the bottom lane. You can see them come in. Golden hour does go just wide of all of the team members, but that does not stop Entity 7 from being able to take the bottom high ground tower.
Yeah, the purpose was on here to take down the turret in the bottom lane and guarantee super minions for Entity 7. So far, we're seeing the items here. Hunter Strike, Endless Battle, and the Blade of Dispel for In Sun-Shin. So he is really strong with Doom with 2 kills here. But as you were talking about, especially with the Marcel situation here, so Vagin is in a comfort situation, especially to protect his teammates with the golden hour here, as you said. With even with the Kaja's ultimate here, it's not very interesting for Alpha 7, because even if Kaja fits the ultimate here, hits the ultimate in a very interesting target that comes Vagin with the golden hour and protect him. So especially with the golden hour, an ultimate with a very large AoE, so it's going to be very hard life for Alpha 7, but here they come. Oh, Bakil!
Oh, they thought they had them in the ambush there. Even had a conceal plate for it. Unfortunately, it does not pay dividends for the side of Entity 7. I feel like they felt like something was going to happen, so they kind of shied away from that ambush. But another thing for me is when we took a look at the items, there were a lot of Radiant armors built up on Entity 7. You're talking about 4 members of Alpha 7 that are doing magic damage for them. So now Lord at about 50%. Flick goes down. Doom able to find the kill there. The rest of Alpha 7 is nowhere near to be able to come onto this Lord. That's going to be another Lord for Entity 7.
Upatizi can be the next victim.
Oh, yeah, he does get caught by the golden hour. The rest of the team is right there. Oh, Patizi on the back end gets caught by a penalty zone. But Paquito goes down as well, trying to help out his teammate. Doom does take down another high ground tower. Now pressure starting to mount at the core of Alpha 7. Hetsu trying to come in, put on the damage that they can, but look at all the damage, and that's going to be the first game for Entity 7.
Yes, Marcel rules once again here, guaranteed the first victory for Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. It is only the first game here, but here comes the victory for the boys from Entity 7, Zina.
What a game. They were keeping it pretty even there in the early game, and then towards the mid to late game, with Entity 7 started taking the lead there. Frost's laney was, I feel like, what was holding it afloat for them, for Alpha 7 there with that kill count. But I liked it because it was a good battle that they had, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, it feels like the whole not able to find the actual answer that they wanted for the Marcel. The Divine Judgment, I felt like I would like to know where we were going to go with this, because I felt like the Divine Judgment was the only real initiating tool that we had. Maybe what we were looking for something from the Valentina pickup, for her to pick up something that could be an initiating tool for us. But the Divine Judgment by itself was just not it, because it just immediately, that's the strategy came in. They were able to find Akashi, get a lot of Divine Judgments. They even found, I think, they were able to find Marcel one time too. But most of those Divine Judgment were stopped immediately by the golden hour. The rest of the team was able to get there, offset that, and they were able to find themselves and escape.
Yeah, especially with the idea for Entity 7 for Vagin being a protector from his teammates, you know, working with the golden hour to avoid the Divine Judgment and some kind of pick off from Alpha 7. Here now we're seeing the stats: 11 kills, for Entity 7 versus 6. We're seeing some items also with the glowing hand and Infinity Glaive in here and a Flick's hand, but it wasn't enough for Alpha 7 to guarantee the victory versus Entity 7. And all the players from NTT7 here, they played so well, especially Vagin. They didn't compromise anything to give a chance for Alpha 7 in the first game. The early game was like really up even for both teams, especially in the first turtle that we saw the first kill for Entity 7, but then Alpha 7 was able to add back and guaranteeing the first turtle. But it seems like Entity 7 know what they are doing, know the purpose, the idea of his composition and execution. So Vagin here, I don't think that he's going to be the MVP on the first game, but Vagin was crucial with Marcel. And now we know that at least both, so far, two teams here knows how to use Marcel so far.
I guess it's the Marcel and the Turizla combo. Turizla now with the 100% win rate still, 3-0 in his games right now. So he's doing an amazing job here in these tournaments.
Yeah, very interesting to say. Yeah, Turizla still 100% win rate. Maybe deserves a little bit of a higher spot onto that meta there as we go ahead. Take a look at some of these highlights there. You see that big penalty zone with the flicker to start things off. Immediately took down Flick. Another penalty zone came in there as well. Frostlane Eve as well, trying to put on the damage. You can see here every single time that there was some type of offense coming out from Alpha 7. Akashi was right there with another penalty zone to be able to try to offset that. There was a successful divine judgment coming out from them as well as we take a look at some of these highlights.
Yeah, we were seeing Hasu being taken down before, right before the third turtle here. It was really crucial for Entity 7 as Private is talking about like this execution and the time for golden hour, not only for engage but also to protect the Entity 7 players. It was really good. But not only because of that, but Sheen here with Lunox, he played very well because they knew that they have this potential for late game with the Doom and Sheen. But now, Sheena, we are heading for the MVP.
Yes, let's see who our MVP is. Oh, you were just speaking about Lunex. Our MVP is Shin with the Lunex at 415 KDA, 40.5k total damage. What are your thoughts on this MVP?
I just get blown away every single time I see the picture of Shin with those that beautiful head of hair that he has there. Because I remember he was MVP along yesterday as well for that mid position. As we go ahead, take a look at his effectiveness here. Did a great job, and as we were talking about, Lunox has kind of been sneaking into that mid lane because of the offensive power that she has to be able to come in with the brilliance to kind of offset a lot of the engagement tools that enemies have, and then be able to use the darkening to chunk away at a lot of the tankier heroes that are making their way through this meta.
Yeah, I can feel you, Private, when you talk about Sheen and in the shampoo hair commercial. I can feel you. Don't worry about that. But jokes aside here, we saw Sheen with a very high performance and solid performance with Lunox. It was like he called in the spotlights through the execution with Marcel and the rest of the team, so it was really good for Entity 7 to guarantee the first victim. But we are talking about global ban, so this composition is not allowed to repeat for Entity 7, maybe for Alpha 7, but it's another another point. It's a talking point for another time. But now we're adding for the second game, and as we were talking to you guys, it's something like historical here. It's a history because in the past, Alpha 7 lost to the old Black Sentence, which we have the Trinity players, Doom, Sheen, and Hiram Bush. But now it seems that the history is like it's repeating just a little bit because they are losing the loss of the first game. So, but we're talking about Alpha 7. They have the tools, they have the potential to reverse that situation. But so far, it's 1-0 to Entity 7.
Yes, they did put on a fight there, and so I do believe that they can have an the upper hand in the next match too. So you never know, it could be anyone's game. That's what I love about Mobile Legends, that it can always go. Someone can mess up and there you go. There goes the game. So I feel like these two teams do an amazing job. They have that great synergy, and this time around it didn't work well in Alpha's favor, but then maybe Alpha might take on that Teresa Marcel thing again, unless they ban it out from Entity 7.
I'm wondering if they do ban it out or they allow the Marcel to get through and take away some of the other pieces that have been pretty integral to the success of the Marcel strategy, that being the Terizla, the Guinevere as well out there. Both two heroes that meld so well with it when it comes to timing on it as well. So we'll see what it comes up with. I know you talked about the history of this team. Alpha 7 have come up short when it comes to certain players that are on this team when it comes to Entity 7. So I know there's a lot of emotion probably behind it when they want to get some of those picks out. They want to be able to kind of prove that they have been able to overcome and grow from some of those losses that they have taken from some of the players on this team. That's going to come with time and with drafting here. And you're absolutely right. Now that we don't have this available, we don't have the Marcel available for Entity 7, we're going to see if they have something else in the chamber that's going to be able to kind of help them along for this next draft to carry them hopefully along. I know Alpha 7 looking to kind of try to match back, try to get that point back from them and take us to a game 3.
Well, it's looking like we were gonna have to find out, right? I feel like I think this would be the game, if any, that it's gonna take us to a game 3. They basically used Alpha's lineup here, so now what are they gonna do? Try to match that again and find some other out there thing, and try to copy that. So it's gonna be interesting to see this next match happen.
Yeah, you're right, Zina. It's going to be very interesting because they both know each other. We have some changes in the lineup, especially with Paquito that came from Influence Rage from the last season for Alpha 7 and the Trinity with Entity 7. And now Entity 7 is like they live a new situation, because the last season they were like the 7 seed, the seed 7. Like they almost were to the relegation. Actually, they went through the relegation through the ADT South to continue in the AMER South here. They were able to do that, and now with the Sagan acquisition, which was really, really good for Octagaming. Sagan's Octagaming. We're talking about like Entity 7. Sorry, and now with the Trinity, it's very good for them because they're living another history now. And once again, with the Trinity winning with the versus Alpha 7. It means a lot. That might means a lot for them. But once again, as we were talking here, Alpha 7 has the tools, they know the way that they can reverse that situation. It's not going to be easy because, as we saw in the first game, they have a right idea of composition and execution by the part of Entity 7. So everything can happen in the second game.
Yeah, and especially looking at some of their players. I mean, Upatizi, Frostlight, Eve, they were both MVPs for their last game, so they do know what it takes to be able to kind of dominate and get some of that great positioning that they need to be able to kind of formulate a lot of these plans. Right now, it's just going to be what are they going to be able to do at this point? Do we go with something with Marcel? That's the biggest question right now, too, because Marcel is out. And I'm wondering, do you ban this if you're Entity 7, knowing that you can't pick him up, that what Alpha 7 is capable of with him? Basically, we've seen only one winning strat with him so far. So I feel like with that winning strat, he's almost kind of a liability if that's all we have in the chamber for him. This is going to be the big question for me. Is Marcel strong enough to still need a ban because he's got so many of these different options that will meld well with him, or is he not? And we can allow him out knowing that he's got a very thin or a very specific lineup that he needs to be able to be successful with some of these series.
Do you guys think that Charizla would be ban worthy here nowadays? Like during these past 2 days? Do you think he's ban worthy, and do you think that they will ban Charizla?
I think that they wish that they could ban, but there is still other broken heroes open to them to think about, you know. So Charizla, it can't be the one of them, but we still have Baxia, we still have Freya, which has like 100% of prioritizing so far, you know. The question is, for Entity 7, they maybe they can ban Marcel, but we have a two situation here, right? So one situation is Alpha 7 played with Marcel and they know how to play with them. They know some kind of a composition idea for execution, right? But other situation is Alpha 7 knows how to play with Marcel, but Entity 7 knows that too, you know. So if Alpha 7 picks Marcel, I think that Entity 7 has an idea how to counter Marcel's composition, you know. So it's going to be very interesting to the second game, which is going to happen here, if Alpha 7 is bringing Marcel or not.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get right started into the draft. Alpha 7, go ahead and take carry off of the wheelhouse there. I'm wondering too if there was maybe something else, maybe a little better, that we could have gone with when it comes to Alpha 7. I know the big question is the Marcel and what he provides. He's kind of fresh, so if his uses aren't known, I want to say even lesser known are the counters that we can kind of go with against the Marcel. And I'm wondering if there was anything maybe better that we could have looked at. One thing is maybe there was an option that wasn't magic damage that we could have probably gone with last time, as I feel like when we looked at the items very early, a lot of those radiant armors came out for Entity 7, which meant even if you caught them with the Divine Judgment, the burst damage, you were going to have a lot of trouble trying to burst them down with a ton of that radiant armor that they had already equipped.
They take out Valentina this time around because they were like, we're not using her, you're not going to use her, right?
Yeah, I mean, so far Marcel is still open, but we still have to wait at least the third ban here for Entity 7, you know. But the fact is, I think that one thing that I think that Alpha 7 is still thinking, especially for Flake in the jungle, because he used to play with a lot of assassins, you know, but so far we didn't see these assassins in Flake's hand, which has is one of the comfort zone for him. Now Marcel is banned by Entity 7, so they don't want to buy these ideas, you know.
The clouds are ever
They left Sora open and Valentina's off the board.
Yeah, and
There?
yeah, with Valentina taken off the board and Sora open, that's going to leave a very open spot in the XP lane for Sora. We've seen this kind of matched up a lot of the times with the Yuzong in there. Just not that Yuzong actually is able to kind of stand toe-to-toe with Sora, but it's somebody else who can be a threat to the enemy team into the back line, which will kind of not counteract, but it does the exact same thing that Sora does. So your hope is to do it faster. That's going to also be a Zushin pick up for the side of Entity 7 as they go ahead and scoop that up with the Grok.
Yeah, I to be honest, I thought that Entity 7 would choose a ZT here, especially from her buff to push away the enemies, you know, because Sora has the ultimate in a tanky form to get the enemies together, like to get in control, get the enemy together with the ultimate, and maybe ZTN could be some kind of a counter with the buff to spread them away. But no, they decided to choose Zunshin here in the mid lane with Grok. Okay, it's a very interesting, especially the controlling the mid lane and getting pressured on the river for Entity 7. But now here comes the respawn for Alpha 7 with Show and Inherit. Show coming up. Guys, do you remember, I think Hasu said yesterday that his favorite hero is Show, right? But I don't think it's coming for Hasu, don't worry.
I'm actually quite curious about that because especially when it comes to trying to get to the back line, get onto Zushin, disable her, and burst her down, that is a great option. The reason we don't see Cho very often, though, is like Fanny, he takes a very high skill level to play correctly. Even if you're able to get the jumps, even if you're able to get the way of the dragon, you need to be at that perfect angle that pulls the enemy back into your team that allows them to be able to kind of burst it down. And it's just, there's a high skill cap to even be adequate at a Cho. Much rather here, where we're at a pro level where you need to be fantastic at it to make sure you're hitting those angles, hitting those stuns and those pop-ups on the team.
It seems Harley has been a favorite these past 2 days. They're choosing him again here, but who would he target? Harith? Like, I know Sora's really tanky, he can get his life back. Cho, he's able to escape pretty quickly. They just want to take it? Is that the reason?
Yeah, maybe it can be, maybe it could be his target, you know. But we can think about the idea that not only the burst damage from Harley's ultimate here, but he can work with some kind of a follow-up, especially with damage, you know, like maybe with the blazing duet from Cloud here, for example, to help to burst the enemy down. That could be an idea, or other enemy with this kind of damage could be very a good ally for Harley to try to burst the enemy. No, not only himself alone, but working with the rest of the composition, it can be a very good timing, a very good situation for Harley. But now we are seeing here Entity 7 banning Fanny, Guinevere and Fredrin at the final here for banning, and now we're waiting for Alpha 7. They banned Uranus for XP lane. Okay, maybe they can ban or Lapu, or I think that Alice coming from banning also
They're
here.
gonna ban maybe a gold laner maybe. Another one.
No, Cloud.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still looking for a jungle on the side of Alpha 7 here. A lot of the jungles got taken off by the side of Entity 7. I think you still have a Suyu out there. Don't have the Boxia. I'm actually kind of thinking, what else do we have for the jungle that can be successful for this team right now? Definitely still looking for that gold lane for the side of Entity 7 as well, especially you saw that big focus coming down on the side of Alpha 7 when it comes to the gold lane there. Carry was taken off there. Claude was taken off. First pick for the side of Entity 7. It's going to be the Brunos picked up.
Okay. Again, Bruno has been doing well in the few games that he's been in. That's a great pickup for them. I think a jungle that's open would be Soyu is open, right? You think they would pick that?
Bisuyo, or maybe Lancelot for Flick, you know, with the second ability, which is become invulnerable, especially to the against Harley's ultimate. You have to wait the right time, you know, to use to avoid the burst damage. So that could be an idea for Alpha 7, which is also in a very good jungle to guarantee objectives. We are waiting to see now the rest of this composition. Maybe okay. Oh, what's your command? Fanny and Evie. Okay.
You have a Fanny out on the field, and what do we have to stop it right now? I think the only real CC we have on our side is the Grok that you're gonna have to try to aim. That's the tonic charge. So that's gonna be very interesting for the side, especially if I mean, you're gonna pull out a Fanny. You're gonna be good on it, so that's gonna be very interesting here. Alpha 7 pulling out all the stops here. Got a Fanny for our next match.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen in the second game here, my friend Private. But now here comes Flick with the Fanny. Okay, it's a comfort zone for Flick, but I don't... Okay, maybe it can work with this composition and the idea for Alpha 7, but with the Tectonic Charge from Grok, you know, maybe with the Lantern, with the stacking here for, with the Zunshin, Okay, maybe it can work, but it's not that easy for Alpha 7 idea here, especially with Flake working with a Fanny. We're seeing also Frost with an EV in the mid lane. Could be okay. He can be neutralized by Zunshin also. But let's see what's going to happen now in the land of Dawn, my friend Private, because this is the second game for Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. 1-0 for Entity 7. Let's go.
Yeah, definitely looking to not be on the losing end here and looking to kind of break this 2-0 feast that we've been having for the last two series. Here is Alpha 7 on this Fanny. I want to see how quickly we're going to be able to. Are we going to go ahead, try to invade onto that red? No, they're going to go for the Little Wanderer first, is Alpha 7.
Yeah, no purple buff from the enemy, Flick. There is no buff over there, but he's going for the lizard at least. And now we're seeing Hasu trying to guarantee the golden crab. But ooh, we have a catch.
Wow!
Okay.
Immediately, Flick comes in underneath the tower from behind the tower, finds the kill onto Doom.
To be honest, I wasn't expecting that because he doesn't have the level 4, you know, so okay, but Harry caused so much damage versus Bruno. That was very good for Alpha 7. But now in the mid lane here, a 2v2 situation, Private. I don't believe
they're just gonna go ahead and ward away from it while they clean it up there. You know who else wasn't expecting it? Doom, because he got his clock cleaned there. A great job by Upatizi, who was able to kind of whittle him down, which allowed a Flick to be able to kind of come in there. And that's just like we were talking about, the great communication coming from Alpha 7 and having a composition that would utilize that so that you can be, especially when it's a Fanny, on the other end of the map, you can be like, hey, somebody's low. Fanny can come in from anywhere on the map. They're going to go ahead and start off Entity 7 to this turtle. Flick looking to come in there, but Hide on Bush able to find the retribution. Hide on Bush in a little bit of trouble here, looking for an escape wall. Shin able to find a kill onto Hatsu. Peekaboo comes in, finds the kill onto Hide on Bush. Real world manipulation is down to secure the escape of Peekaboo. 2-1 for Alpha 7.
That could be worse for Entity 7 if Kirill had the Way of the Dragon. He reached the level 4 now. So even though the first order was guaranteed by Entity 7, I'm really seeing all the items so far. Not the first items, the first primary items for both teams, but they are reaching for it. But the fact is, the first order was guaranteed by Entity 7. 2-1 for Alpha 7 so far. 1 kill for Paquito and 1 for a Flick. Things are going to be wild here, Private.
Yeah, we're at the 3-minute mark already. 1K gold lead for the side of Alpha 7, even though Entity 7 got the turtle. So that's just telling you, Akashi takes a little bit of the damage coming out from Flick. Wall just misses a Flick, but Akashi taking some more damage. Hesu, coming in there, taking a couple of swings. They're not low enough for the cutthroat just yet. But Hesu comes in with a little bit more damage onto that sort of fat. Quito on the side there, looking for an angle, but does not find it just yet.
Yeah, he was spotted while he was walking through the top side, so that's why he didn't. He decided not continue this chase or trying to do some kind of isolate someone here on the top side. So he heads back, and now we're seeing the 2v1 up Upatizi in the grass here, just watching them guaranteeing the golden crab so far. So as you said, so we are having 4 minutes in the second game, and the next turtle, 5 seconds remaining in the bottom side, and the Flake is trying to guarantee the purple buff that gives time to Entity 7 to guarantee the second turtle.
Here comes Paquito, but does get spotted out by Shen. So it's not going to be the surprise that they wanted. 4 members of Entity 7, 5 now lining up for this next turtle. Hesu comes in, putting on some damage to interrupt them. Wall does separate him from the rest of the team. In comes Flick. Shen does find a kill onto Hesu. Real world manipulation is out. Flick coming in with some damage. Doesn't even use the cutthroat yet. Going back, does use the cutthroat on the Hide on Bush. Looking for an angle to get into there. 3-3 right now. Kakashi finds a kill onto Upatizi. 3 down for the side of Alpha 7, but Flick still able to get to safety, and that is going to be a turtle for the side of Entity 7.
There was no opportunity for Flick continue or something to try to guarantee the second turtle. That goes for Entity 7. What a crazy, frenetic team fight here that also once again goes for Entity 7. Meanwhile, Flick was trying to cause damage in the turret in the top side, but now he heads back from the base. Yeah, 5 minutes here. We're seeing out the items once again. Starling side for Harriet and Hoss Claws here for Bruno. We want to see it, and we have to see which gold laner he is gonna impact more for in this game. But even so far, Entity 7 feels comfortable with almost a 1k ahead in the gold lead. But now, oops.
Yeah, Hesu actually goes in against 3 members on the backside. Paquito comes in to try to warrant them up. Oh, gets hit up by the wall. Flick actually, I feel like, got interrupted by that wall when it comes to the cables. Now, the rest of Entity 7 trying to push their way into Alpha 7's jungle here from the back end. Zaman Force laid onto the ground. Upatizi coming in, dashing in with damage. Paquito taking a heap of damage, but they are able to help Flick secure that purple buff. Shin in trouble, but uses that ultimate to get away from Flick's Fanny.
Oh my goodness. And now has to try to do something in the top side, but he was surprised once again with 3 players from Entity 7. I think that now it comes a point that maybe some of the players of Alpha 7 is just a little bit anxious about like trying to do something to reverse that situation for Alpha 7. But even though Entity 7 is calm, it's like they are resilient and they know what they're doing so far. The goal lead almost now 2k, and now in the jungle in the river. Oh.
Yeah, he put the way of the dragon onto the Grok. Vagwin actually it gets taken down by Frostland Eve with that real world manipulation. In comes Flick to find a kill of his own. It's going to be 2 down for Entity 7 to set up this next turtle take. Entity 7 does not want anything of it. Possibly a free turtle for Alpha 7, their first of the game. Things starting to turn around a little bit for them. I was actually questioning that way of the dragon kick on to Vagwin on that Grok. I'm like, that might be the wrong target, but the rest of Alpha 7 cohesive, able to put that damage on and blow him up.
Akashi can be the next victim here.
Yeah, he tries to go in, flickers in, finds the kill onto Frost Lightning, but Flick is right there to get the reply as well. That's going to be a 1-for-1 for Alpha 7, but this mid tower is looking very weak. Entity 7 right there to put the damage on Doom with that Bruno. This is what you're talking about. Once you start getting some of those items, once you start getting that crit, Bruno is just a sieging machine for a lot of these towers.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, here the items, Malefic Roar and the Blade of Heptases for Flick. While the Heaven's Feather and the Stardom side for Harley here with Iron Bush. 6 kills for both teams. And the goal lead is even, but now in the bottom lane here, Private.
Oh yeah, Shin's in trouble. Flick looking for an escape. He gets walled off. Down goes Flick. Real world manipulation is out, trying to put that damage on the backside. Doom finds a kill onto Paquito, replied by Upatizi and Hesu, who are able to find a kill. It's going to be 3 down for Entity 7, 2 down for Alpha 7. 9-8 in lead with Alpha 7 right now.
Yeah, you know, Flick was taken down, but his job was really done. Well done here, guaranteeing 1 more kill for Alpha 7 in the bottom lane. But now it's 9 kills versus 8. Okay, the game is even so far for both teams, but now we're seeing that Flick can work. He knows how to play Fanny. He can work so well, especially when it comes to follow-up for this damage that can come from Upatizi, for example, that can come from Frost, Laneve. So he can do a really well job. But now the purple buff can be in danger. He has to guarantee. Oh.
Oh, Sora goes in with a huge amount of damage. Flick trying to go in. They want to try to protect this purple buff, but the rest of Entity 7 right there looking to try to refuse it. Frost Lane Eve gets taken out, and unfortunately, Flick has to return to base, gets popped out a little too low, and I believe, did that get picked up by somebody there? I'm trying to look for the purple buff on any of them. I guess Hide on Bush was probably able to pick it up, and now they're going to go ahead, start up on the Lord. Deadly Magic comes on to Paquito, down to 25%, but Hesu is right there. Upatizi, in comes Flick, looking for an angle, looking to find a cutthroat, not able to. The Lord's getting lower and lower. Zaman Force down, Paquito goes down, Hide on Bush with the kill there, able to scoop up the Lord.
Yeah, no purple buff for Flick. He wasn't able to guarantee, and now Entity 7 once again is way ahead on this game. Guarantee the first Lord actually that is already heading up in the mid lane here. And what a game. But once again here the items rating armor for Hesu, and now here's Heaven's Feather for Upatizi. But the situation for Alpha 7 now is not so good, my friend Private.
Oh, yeah, now they have a Lord coming in at mid. That's going to take down the tier 2 tower. You have a purple-less buff Flick who's not going to be able to do much on the Fanny. Once you're at this point with the Fanny and you get those buffs refused to you, you're really hoping for your team to be able to do enough for you to just come in and maybe snatch up a cutthroat. Here, unfortunate for them, they are getting out-zoned. A great job by Akashi and Shin to kind of zone them out, and then Bagwin doing a great job on that front line. Here, they're going to continue on, maybe be able to finally pick up this purple buff that gets walled off. A great job by Bagwin to give his team some time to be able to pick it up, but Flick right there with the retribution.
Yeah, I was confused. I thought it was not the purple buff. I thought it was the Lord, you know, almost like in the pit on the Lord. The purple buff was walking through the jungle, but once again guaranteed by Flick here. But okay, he guaranteed the purple buff, but it doesn't reverse that situation so far. But even though MCT 7 is playing forward, is playing aggressive, but now Paquito is trying to find something that can be the turret number 2 taken down. Here we go.
Oh, big Tectonic Charge does go onto Paquito. Real World Manipulation slams down. Akashi finds a kill onto Paquito. The rest of Alpha 7 running to the safety of their tower. Hide on Bush underneath the enemy territory is going to have to teleport back. That's going to be 2 down for the side of Alpha 7. Flick and Paquito down for the count. It just Hesu and Upatizi trying to stave off this push coming out from Entity 7. Zaman Force has been laid onto the ground. Upatizi down to 10% health immediately.
Yeah, that's Entity 7's powerful here so far, my friend. And now they're heading. Okay, they decided to head back. They got on purpose. They got the super minions in the top lane. Okay for them, but now they're heading, waiting for the next Lord. While okay, but now Entity 7 is like it's living. They're living in the purple buff here. No purple buff for Flick, but he has to use the cable.
Oh, yeah, he's going to try to go in there. We do have a Way of the Dragon that does land onto Bagwin. Real World Manipulation is down. Hide on Bush finds a kill onto Flick. Akashi finds one onto Frost Lane. Only one that was able to answer back was Upatizi, but he gets answered as well. 4 men down for Alpha 7. Entity 7 smells the victory in their grasp. Hesu on the backside is powerless to stop them. He's going to try to take out these minions, but Doom takes him down. This is going to be another clean sweep of the night, this time for Entity 7.
Vagin here fulfilling his dreams to dancing with the recall effect. That's the tradition from Vagin in the MLBB scenario in South America. So guarantee the second victory for Entity 7. 2 victories in a row, and now Alpha 7 is 1 by 1, Zina.
Entity 7 was moving so well. Their synergy and how they were moving was way in sync. I was keeping track of their assists and kills, and they were neck and neck. Everybody was putting in the work. It was wonderful to see that. It was like it was on point.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was a possibility that Alpha 7 could get beat by Entity 7. I never thought it would be a clean sweep, just 2-0 for them. I thought they'd be able to kind of answer back with the type of performance that we saw from them yesterday. Here, Entity 7 had, like we've been talking about, had the recipe, understood the assignment of what they needed to do. I feel like they put Alpha 7 on the back foot starting with the draft, to the point that I almost feel like the Cho pick, it didn't really work out as well as Alpha 7 had hoped, and that was purely to take it away to try to set up the Fanny pickup, and unfortunately a great read when it comes to Entity 7, did what they got the advantage and did exactly what you're supposed to do against the Fanny. Your main objective is to try to get control of that purple buff, get control of that jungle to refuse it to them.
Exactly, Private Dancer. Especially when it comes to these junglers, which who is really addicted. Not only addicted, they depend so much for the purple buff. You know, we're talking about Fanny, we're talking about Ling. You know, they are very dependable for the purple buff. So as soon as Entity 7 read that situation and started living literally in a purple buff from a Flick, he was uncomfortable. He was like, oh, he couldn't do nothing, because so far, even before that kind of situation, he was really proactive. He was really strong. He was like searching for the kills. He was assisting and helping the team. But by the time that Entity 7 started doing this, it started like avoiding and stealing the purple buff from Flick, he was neutralized. He disappeared in the game, you know. So that was a good reading here for Entity 7 to guarantee the second victory here so far.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of these highlights, man. I mean, at the beginning, they had a great game going for them in the early bit. I feel like it was a little bit of a surprise how quick and how expert he was on this Fanny to be able to kind of get some of those kills. They still were having a lot of trouble when it came to some of those objectives. A lot of trouble maybe being able to clear into that backside there. You see here, Flick able to kind of come in, find a lot of those kills. The biggest problem for me, though, was when it comes to Paquito on the Cho. Never was he able to find an opportunity to get onto the back line to Shin, to be able to get those kills onto Shin, and that's where they were looking for it. A lot of those Way of the Dragon kicks, they were on Vagwin, and yes, occasionally they were able to get the kill onto Vagwin, but that's just, Grok is not the target you're looking for when you're trying to kind of get a fight started with a Fanny on your side, and when you're using a utility like the Way of the Dragon kick.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
sorry.
okay, no problem. We were seeing the highlights also. So as we were talking so exhaustive here about like neutralizing Fanning's power, especially guaranteeing and stealing the purple buff, and also the rest of the Entity 7's composition. We're talking about an Akashi with Lapu Lapu, and there was a team fight that we saw that he bought so much time for Entity 7, and then I thought I was like, I shouted, oh, Akashi can be the victim. But even if he was taken down, he was able to take someone with him, you know. So he bought so much time for Entity 7. We saw Shin with Zoom Shin. He was like low profile, but he was really crucial for Entity 7, especially with the lantern stacking up and controlling, getting the crowd control for Entity 7's composition. So everyone in Entity 7 was so good so far.
All right, let's see who our MVP is, guys. Our MVP is Shin, the one that they could not reach. The protection on this Shin was amazing. So 4-1-11 KDA, 40.5k total damage, and 572 golds per minute. What do you guys have to say about our MVP?
Oh, I mean, it did an excellent job, and that's a carry on what Rico was talking about when it comes to Shin. that entire Entity 7 did such a great job of protecting him. And you even see there, even if they did get caught with the Way of the Dragon, he had that Purify. He was doing a great job of trying to create that distance here. And you can even see there, Shin on the opposite side of the map of where the Fanny was. So, I mean, always being markful of where they were on the map, where they're keeping their distance out there, and just a great job by the rest of the team to try to protect, to the point that, like I said, a lot of those Way of the Dragon kicks weren't even able to get onto him. They got onto the Grok, got onto the other players that you didn't want. And when you have a Zushin that's just spraying down damage on you consistently, you're gonna have a bad day.
Yeah, and even though the Purify situation, she still have the ultimate to gain reposition in a team fight to survive and buy more time for Entity 7. So it was really good for them. It was really good for their composition. And we'll talk so much about Marcel, about Zushin. You know, when it comes up to Zushin, she has a very high win rate so far in South and probably North. I'm not sure, but I believe so. So now we have 2-0 for Entity 7, 2 victories in a row for Entity 7, reaching at the top again. We have so much to wait from Entity 7. You know, I had some doubt by like, okay, the Trinity from the old Black Sentence went to Entity 7, but there are still 2 players that they also have to get the kind of a synergy. But as we are seeing, the synergy is working so well. 2 victories, and they are on top.
Yes.
Yeah, a great job by. Yeah, a great job by by Entity 7 to be able to kind of walk away with this. You already talked about it before, and that just speaks to the skill level that a lot of these players have to be able to kind of come here with this group and be able to be as dominant, especially because I'm like, I hope this doesn't displace the type of skill level that Alpha 7 has to what the viewers are seeing. To see them get beaten this way sometimes can skew people and be like, oh man, Alpha 7, they're kind of with the performance we saw from this yesterday, this doesn't really speak on the ability of Alpha 7, but just the dominance that Entity 7 and the answers that they had for a lot of these combinations, and just the work ethic and being able to focus out there on the field and to stick to a plan, understand what they needed to do to be able to get this victory as well.
Sweeps across the board so far. Will this last game be that way? What do you guys think?
Yeah, Private was talking about like Alpha 7's performance, and I agree with him, and we can plus here, especially with Paquito and in this lineup that is a new acquisition. Because we were talking to Hasu yesterday, and he told us that Paquito, like, he fixed very well with the rest of the team, because like he is crazy and the rest of the team are crazy as him, you know. But it's still, I think that they have potential to get higher, you know, especially with Paquito, because Paquito was from Influence Rage in the last year, and he is really good. But now with Alpha 7 composition, Alpha 7 lineup, I think they have this curve to get high, to improve, to grow this gameplay with Paquito. So we, at least for me, I would not discard Alpha 7 to be one of the favorite to win the Armor South.
Yeah, I especially when it comes to, like, I want to say, like, if you're gonna search for a weakness, not that it was a bad play, but it did seem like maybe they were kind of not as synergized as the rest of the team when it came to a lot of those ganks coming in from the roam from Paquito, who was trying to kind of find a way in. I mean, it's, for me, it's halfway. It's halfway. It could have been synergy, but a lot of it is just that it just was not a great a composition to go into as a Cho, and it just did the Entity 7 did such a great job of maintaining that distance, always being aware of that one person that they were trying to protect, and making sure of it. And there were some great some great and outstanding plays. And there was a point where they even came in with the Fanny, and I believe Grok hit the wall underneath the Fanny while they were cabling, which actually like upset it completely like upset to the point that they didn't have a way to cable out of it, and they were getting some defense, a lot of pressure onto it. It's just little plays like that they were just huge for Entity 7, and it all came together with to be able to kind of shut down a Fanny. And like I said, it just that's kind of sometimes why you see a lot of those players like the Lance, the Fanny, the Ling that aren't commonly used now, because there is that glaring problem that if the enemy does get ahead, if they do start refusing you that purple buff, it's really going to hurt them. It's really going to stop them from being able to perform at the level they need to be able to kind of make that comeback that they need.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add on that, Rico?
Yeah, that's why I don't like Fanny at all, to be honest. Because it is so predictable. Okay, Fanny has a very high performance, especially when you're talking about guaranteeing objectives and being a genuine assassin with a burst of damage and a burst of physical damage, But with the idea that she depends so much from the purple buff, as a Ling depend, it means very predictable, for the enemy to say, okay, we just have to steal the purple buff or just deny some of the buffs, for a Fanny to neutralize her gameplay, her potential to play so well, so that is why, okay, she is very good, and maybe can be an excuse to say that I don't have the mechanics to play with Fanny, because Fanny, it's a very high level mechanic and that I don't have it. But even though I think that here for Entity 7, I was saying that they didn't ban a Fanny, not in the first phase of banning, even in the second one. And I was wondering, like, okay, they know Flick, they know that he knows how to play Fanny, and I was surprised that they let a Fanny open and Flick choose a Fanny, and I was like, okay, that could be a problem for Entity 7, but we saw that for Entity 7, okay, we know how to handle that situation, especially with the Fagin and the Grok spreading the walls right in the face of the Fanny. Oh, okay, so he was like dizzy, not to use the cables or something else, avoiding the purple buff also. So it was a very clever idea for Entity 7 to neutralize Flick here and Fanny. So I think that in the future, I think that this kind of thing would not happen at the same for Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, I believe it was yesterday, we did see that the Fanny was getting banned out by 9Z Globin, so because they understood, and maybe they're just not as prepared to be dealing with a Fanny, just the same way that certain teams just don't like to deal with the Zushin. They'd rather just try to ban it out than have to deal around it here, and that just, I guess, goes to show with the experience that Entity 7 have, and especially you talked about the history that these two teams have going against each other. You talked about they have history, so they understand that he plays the Fanny, so it kind of came up to you as peculiar that they weren't banning it out. So obviously there was some type of plan to come out of there. I mean, it's a very interesting thing when it comes to Fanny. My rule of thumb has always been when it comes to Fanny is that you need to be skilled enough to pick Fanny first. You need to be skilled and confident enough to pick Fanny first if you want to use it. You know what I mean? That's how good you need to be on a Fanny, that you have such confidence that it doesn't even matter what they're going to pick. Because some people, it's just so amazing on how fast they're going to be able to get around the map, be able to get some of those kills and be able to hone in on what they want. The problem is that the target here was just as slippery. That Zushin, I mean, especially when it comes to that ultimate, you're going to be able to traverse over walls to get away from it. You saw a lot lot of those times when you went in with that Fanny, the Zushin was on the other side of the immediately went to the other side of the turtle pit there, just to make sure that they were creating that distance so that they could get away from it. And I think that kind of comes down to not the skill of the Fanny, but just when it comes to the composition was just expertly made to be able to kind of negate a lot of the effectiveness of that Fanny.
Yes, the Fanny was doing well in the beginning. I saw the Fanny was getting a lot of kills, getting around the map to clear the lanes, but it seems just because Flick was doing well on the Fanny, the rest of the team wasn't able to follow up on it. So
yeah,
that in itself was
yeah, because in my mind now in the past, in the first seasons, when it comes to Fanny, the options that we had to neutralize Fanny was like getting heroes with suppression skills. You remember that, like Eldora or Franco with the ultimate, for example, you know, like just to neutralize Fanny, not to let her using the cables and not like letting her flying around the map or something, you know. But now things are different, you know. So that's it. That's a new era from MLBB.
Yes, and speaking of upping your gameplay and just being just on tip top shape, just like these players here, our sponsor Runestone will be a perfect place for you to light up your esports.
Yeah, if you guys are trying to get better, maybe finding a wall or something that you can't climb or can't get over, man, there's a lot of tips and tricks there. Go ahead and visit runestone.gg.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Runestone. It's over there now. Yeah, now it's right next to our friend Private Dancer. Okay, yeah.
Not really rude.
I think it is the right spot, you know. It's a professional one, he's a pro, so yeah, Runestone is in the right place. So level up your game with Runestone. So thank you so much for making this happen. Thank you so much for being here and working with these amazing people here. So now we have to talk about the last game for today that is coming up, okay? The last game, honestly, I forgot. It is.
It's gonna be Black Sentence taking on
Black
Infinity.
And Infinity.
Yeah, thank you.
So for me, are we gonna see another 2-0? It's been a night full of sweeps, and we haven't even gone the distance with a best of 3. I know that last match, I know we had talked a little bit about that, and I expected that to go the distance. I know you expected it, Rico. We talked about that off screen, and so nobody really expected them to have that answer like that. Here, Black Sentence taking on Infinity. Both of these teams kind of fighting, found themselves with a loss yesterday. So here, I want to say a lot of emotion that's going to be put into this match.
Yeah, I remember so well when we were talking about like, oh, okay, guys, what is about that? Like, what to expect in this next games here? And I remember the Private Dancer were so excited. So, okay, we're expecting 3 games. Alpha 7 versus Entity 7, 2 teams. I was like, hey, calm down. Calm down, it's gonna be 2-0. And the Private was like, no, I don't believe you. Rico say, hey, this is South.
Okay.
Jokes aside.
Speaking of, go ahead.
Okay. No,
Go ahead.
Jokes aside, we know the potential for the teams, right? So even for us, even for me, that is I'm used to like watch these teams playing the last seasons. It is also a surprise to being like 2-0 from this result, you know, because Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. We were talking about a new team with the Trinity that were former champions from the last season versus a very traditional one which has experience with international events with a strong acquisition that is Paquito. So it's a surprise even for me.
Oh yeah, and especially now, I mean, Black, as we're going to be moving on to the next series here, both of these teams, Black Sentence kind of working with basically a new roster. I believe there's only one player that's kind of still left over from the last roster, and I believe you said that he was even a substitute too as well. So there's a lot of synergy that needs to be built. There's what I guess what I'm seeing is you have all this room to grow. There's nowhere but up that you can go with a new roster, starting to learn, especially here on the pro scene, against some of this stuff. This tough competition that we have, and I know on the other side, Infinity had a decent a couple of a series yesterday. Even did get themselves a victory as well. One of the big call outs there would be Fanboy on the chip, who had himself an amazing game. So that's something that's Black Sense is going to be going up against and needs to kind of get adjusted to. But like we said, they're an organization that has the experience, that knows what it takes to kind of get to that position. We just need to see if they can kind of continue, if they can kind of get that absorbed onto the team, into the members, so that they can build that synergy with them.
He did put up a fight against Entity 7. That was a match that he had yesterday, and it ended up going the whole 3 games. So I'm thinking that Infinity is, going to be a hard one for Black Sentence to go against, since they did put up that fight against Entity, who just swept Alpha 7, right? So this is going to be an interesting match to see. But they might know an answer to how to go against them, Sometimes some teams get a sweep, and then the next time they and the other one did a loss, right? They were a losing team. The losing team end up winning, right? Against that one that did sweep. So you really never know.
Yeah, you're right, Zina. But you know what? Different from the previous games that we had today, I really hoped I'm really expecting 3 games from this the last match here, because we're talking about Black Sentence. It's a brand new lineup, except from Papa Dog. The only remaining of this lineup, but in the last season he was a substitute. He didn't play actually in the lineup in the competition versus Infinity. That is not a new lineup. They're playing together, but that they still have to prove themselves that they can reach the top in the MLBB scenario in Latin America. The last season they were the seed number, I think they came through the ADT also, so they were the champions. So it is time to prove themselves once again that they can reach the top here, Zeno.
All right, let's go see what our Black Sentence lineup is going to be.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to jump right into it. Black Sentence, Papa Dog, bringing up the XP lane. Aurora on the jungle. Sky will be in our mid lane. Gold laner taken up by Joel Crew. And finally, our Roam will be taken up by Erwin.
Yeah, here comes now the lineup from Infinity. To Rusi in the XP laner, ZZ the jungler, Leonel in the mid lane, Zablox in the gold lane, and Fanboy in the roaming. There comes the lineup for Infinity. That gave just a little bit trouble yesterday versus DreamHack. So let's see if they can repeat the performance from yesterday, but now guaranteeing a victory against Black Sentence.
Yeah, very interesting how we're going to start off this draft. An immediate glue takeoff there by Infinity. And then on the other side, we're going to go with the Boxia takeoff there. The one thing that usually kind of sticks out to me, especially when you start seeing some of the new ban right from the beginning, is like, what are we going to start leaving open? Some of the big ones have been the Sora, the Zushin, the Marcel has been a big one. Though Marcel, I feel like at this point, I almost feel like maybe you got to put it on the list with like a fan with how I explain the Fanny. You need to be like just got to be an aura of confidence that you need to be able to kind of pick that off, especially when it comes to the cohesion needed for your team.
There's Marcel being banned out right there. They banned out the Sora. Freya has not been banned yet, but I'm thinking that will be the next ban.
So
unless they're going to keep it open, that'll be nice to see.
Yeah. So I agree with you, Private. To play with Marcel, Fanny, or Ling, you have to be good, which is not my case. So sorry about that. But now, we're waiting for the okay, the third ban was in Freya. It was a surprise because usually Freya is the first or the second one, but now he comes to the third. All right, guarantee. But now The first pick is a Zunshin for Infinity, a very good one, a very strong one, but we are seeing now the response that comes from Black Sentence, maybe Harley here for guaranteeing an early game with Claude.
Break all the rules.
Yeah, it's I want to say the biggest things when you have a Zushin on the enemy team is you're going to want to have something that can get to that back line. Still waiting to see what that little, it sounded like it could have been Jawhead. I'm honestly not sure. Kind of the anticipation as we wait for trying to figure out the voice lines here. But I want to say when it comes to Zushin, you kind of want something that's going to be able to get to the back line, close the distance on it, and take her down quickly. Because as we saw from the last game, you do not have time to be able to. That we're all wrong. I don't know where that. I don't think that. I don't recognize either of those voices that kind of came out there. But Carrie and Uranus, those are going to be the first ones. I think Uranus, I think we've seen this before where Uranus gets a lot of those stacks on him because of Zushin, and if you pull him back, he does have an escape when it comes to having that consecration, and then you've got a Uranus with full stacks running around your team. So very interesting pickup here for the side of Black Sentence.
Yes, for sure. Uranus is a hard one to deal with. We did see that lineup. Zushin had a hard time against it, so it was a smart pick there on the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah, we still have the possibility for Uranus here heading in the XP laner or at the jungle. That could be also, so they have this flexibility choice. Now the third one here is chosen by okay, now we know that Uranus goes for XP lane while Fredrin is heading for the jungle. All right, a very tanky composition so far from Black Sentence, probably.
No shortcuts in life.
Well, you still have the option of Uranus possibly going in the roam position. I feel like it's actually really interesting because Uranus does provide, he provides the, I want to say the offset of the team picking up a Fredrin, because then he can go into the jungle position. Now we're looking at XP or possibly a roam. I think I've talked a little bit about how I view our Uranus in the XP position. If it comes down to trying to execute a plan like we've seen before, where Uranus is going to be the frontliner, continually trying to get those stacks from Zuxin, I think I'd rather see him in the roam position. The only problem for me is that sometimes Uranus doesn't do well before he starts getting a lot of those items. You're really banking on being able to get those stacks and keep them up for him. As we move and transition into the second banning phase, we see that Chip and Eve taken off the board by both of these teams.
Yes, I was going to say priority ban would be a marksman, and they did that. Granger's being taken out, but that still leaves open the Bruno that a lot of these teams have been choosing, and Harith as well.
Yeah, so seeing here Infinity banning Kalia versus against Black Sentence, it gives an idea that maybe it's almost sure that Uranus goes for the XP lane, but it will still have the possibility that goes for roaming. But as Private said, it's not so interesting for Uranus because he doesn't have some kind of initiation, hard engage or something, you know. And in the very first minutes, he's not so tanking. He depends on some items to buy more time for the composition works, you know. So maybe it's not a good idea for a Black Sentence. But now we're waiting for the fourth choice for Black Sentence. We heard a phrase. Oh, Kaja once again. Okay, suppression here, but against who? Against I mean Harley or maybe Zunshin, but it is not so easy to get in the back line here versus Infinity. And before passing to you, Private, only reminding the people from the chat, this Black Sentence is not the same as the M7. You know, it's it's a brand new lineup. The only remaining from the old lineup is a Papa Dog, which is playing today. But now comes with the final composition here. Belleric and Claude.
Oh, I love Belly.
Private.
One of her favorite roams there, Bellaric. I heard I have the power of light, and I'm like, there's no way that wasn't Kaja, was it? Because I'm trying to figure out, usually you want to pair a Kaja up with some type of burst damage to come down. I know you have the Appraiser's Wrath that can come out from Fredrin, but I mean, that you're kind of, you're really banking on trying to line up him getting all of his stacks, getting a whole bunch of damage there. Here, we've got a little bit of, this is a decent ability to get a wombo combo when it comes to like a decent amount of CC. The only problem for me right now is I feel like Black Sentence might be lacking a little bit of the damage, especially in the early game.
Yeah. And especially when we are talking about like the target for possible targets for a Black Sentence here with Kaja. It is not very interesting because as we were talking, Private, especially in the Armor South, their preference for a slippery situation, you know. So we have Harley, which has mobility, a Zunshin, a Claude, you know. And okay, you are targeting a Lapu Lapu, you're focusing a Lapu Lapu, you're focusing a Bella. Are you sure about that? So I think that, okay, maybe for a Black Sentence is not having a good time, not having a good situation in this first game here.
Well, I mean, there is the possibility of them maybe being able to use the flicker to get back onto Lionel, to get the Divine Judgment to pull them in. That's going to be a squishy mage. It's not going to take too much damage to be able to bring them down, especially if you pair that up with the Fury of the Phoenix to get the stun and keep her there longer. I'm assuming that this Zushin is going to be paired up with a Purify, though.
Yeah, you talk about like using the flick with the Divine Judgment here from Kaja. It is a good idea, but I was thinking about like, okay, he is able to use that, but don't you think that the range could be like far enough to have a possible follow-up from the rest of the team? Okay, maybe we still have ZTN here with the ultimate and the poke from her abilities. But what about Carrie? What about Fredrin? They are not with a high range, right?
Yeah, definitely not with the high range. And I agree that I feel like the Zeshian can actually, or that the Zushin can actually get so far back that maybe it's going to put the Kaja into harm's way, trying to jump or trying to get that flicker into the back line to try to jump onto them. So you're really banking on some great positioning there as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Black Sentence can kind of succeed with this as we move into our first game, our first game of the last series of the night. It's going to be Infinity taking on Black Sentence. Both of these teams licking their wounds from a loss yesterday and looking to try to set the standard for today.
Yeah, no time for talking here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Light of Dawn for the last match. Black Sentence versus Infinity. Both teams lost in the first day, but now here comes a possible dive.
Yeah, Roos is going to be able to take care of that too. He's at level 3 right now. I think all team members are kind of a little edgy about trying to dive under a Lapu, especially because he's got a decent amount of, oh, actually now they actually might be looking for it. You can see them down at the bottom. They're going to come in too. He's going to use that flicker to get away. That's going to be a spell that he's not going to have for this next turtle. So that's going to be an interesting engagement for them. Lionel now starting to put damage onto Papa Dog. They're going to go ahead looking for an engagement here as the turtle taken down to about 50% now. Down comes the Fury of the Phoenix. Is it going to be enough damage? Erwin down to 50%. Aurora able to pick up the first turtle as Rusi takes down Erwin. The Appraiser's Wrath comes down but doesn't do a heap of damage to Rusi. Speaking of which, rest of the team is right there to pick up the bag as Papa Dog finds a kill on to Rusi. Now looking for their escape. Aurora taken down by ZZ with that deadly magic.
Yeah, ZZ didn't participate in the turtle, so the turtle was guaranteed by Black Sentence, but so far the guaranteed 2 kills for Infinity, and we have to wait about, like, especially with Joel Crew with the carry here, which has 1 assistance from the last team fight, and now we're see like Black Sentence versus Infinity. okay, we have to wait just a little bit for more, especially with the gold lanes here, especially with the carry and Claude. They are going to be they're going to be very important and crucial for the rest of this game number 1. But we also have to take care, especially with Erwin here, with Kaja, and what he can provide, what he can here do the ultimate. Ooh, let's go.
Yeah, you can see Fanboy taking a heap of damage there. He's going to have to get out of the way. Right now, we really haven't seen the effectiveness of Erwin. He just got his level 4, so now we're going to be looking for some of those divine judgments if he can get to the back of the line to be able to execute something like that. Papa Dog doing Uranus things, cutting lane deep into enemy territory here. And you can see actually trying to do the same thing is Rusi on his side of the map, but he just was not able to get to the minions in time. So cutting the lane, and now Uranus is going to be able to join us. Papa Dog going to be able to join this fight right away. 15 seconds left on the turtle as 4 members of Black Sentence looking to come up to the top lane. Zablach might be in a little bit of trouble, but Fanboy going ahead, giving him that information, helps Zablach to go ahead and create that distance on the back line going in for the next turn. We do have a divine judgment, lands on the Fanboy. Aurora able to find the kill, but now Infinity looking to answer back. We have a blazing duet coming on. Zablach in a little bit of trouble, gets popped up using that BMI to get himself out of harm's way. The tied up score right now, 2-2 for Infinity as they continue to work onto this turtle. Aurora trying to get in here. He is not able to get that vision on the turtle without getting taken out by Infinity, bringing their score 3-2 with a turtle in pocket.
You know, I don't think that Aurora, I don't think that it was the best idea for Aurora to try to steal the turtle, you know, because it was so difficult to a Black Sentence to get something, but now Joe Crew can be surprised.
Oh yeah, 4 members of Infinity well into the back line, and you can see there Erwin gets picked up there by Lionel, and that's going to be a tower down at the top lane. 4-2 right now for Infinity. Big stun coming out from Russo. Papa Dog taking a heap of damage, but he's just continuing to get a bunch of those stacks from a lot of the minions there. Finds himself on the bad end of a stun, but this is a Uranus we're talking about, and he just continues to build up those healing stacks.
Yeah, you're right, my friend, but you see that he was taking so much damage versus Lapu Lapu. So I think that he was just a little bit concerned about that, so he decided to head back. But now the fact is, a Black Sentence trying to play in a high tempo here versus Infinity, but Infinity knew how to respond back in a positive way, especially after the second turtle for Papa Dog.
Yeah, Blazing Duet is out there. Papa Dog in a little bit of trouble there. He's going to get picked up by the Zushin. Forced back as Zablach going to be able to find the kill. That's going to be 3 members of Infinity that went in for that kill. Great job by them to get that 5-2 on a Black Sentence. Erwin's going to have to find himself a little bit of an escape while Sky goes ahead, throws down some suppressive fire to secure that pathway for him.
That is unfair 4v1 here. Poor Papa Dog in the bottom line. But now, Infinity here doesn't care about anything. They take down the turret number 1 in the bottom lane also, and they are waiting for the next turtle that was started immediately. And apparently there was no fight back from Black Sentence.
Oh, Infinity is so quick on the dials. He's going to be able to go ahead and pick up this turtle, but as soon as Zablach goes ahead and gets that top tower, immediately rotates to the bottom, immediately finds a gank, immediately takes down that tower. They're working through this map so quickly. I don't even think Black Sentence has a moment to actually breathe. Erwin tries to go in. He's not able to find the Divine Judgments, gets yanked back, and that is going to... Oh, he uses a flicker to get away, but still gets killed. The rest of Black Sentence being chased out of their own jungle. Aurora in a little bit of trouble. Here comes the Blazing Duet from Zablach, but he is not able to do enough damage. But here at mid, ZZ gonna go ahead and clear it up.
Yeah, I believe that, okay, the focus now can be the turret number 1. Papa Dog is trying to defend. Oh, here you go again.
Oh, yeah, Papa Dog trying to come in. Zablach in trouble, gets taken out by that Uranus. And just what we were talking about, Consecration comes out. He is able to get away from the pull of that Zushin, trying to do the best that they can to try to protect this mid tower.
Yeah, so clever now. Papa Dog can use the Purify before the stack for the Lantern from Zushin. Oh, here we go again.
Yeah, big Divine Judgment lands on the Fanboy. They're going to put a whole bunch of damage, but that's going to be a Belleric right there that they're trying to take down. And a lot of wasted abilities from the sideways. Here comes Rusi and ZZ to finish off the job. That's 3 down for Black Sentence.
That was an eternity, and Papa Dog could be the next victim, but somehow he survives. And now the focus can be the turn number 1 here in the mid lane. Wow, Infinity is on fire so far. You know, did you see the eternity that Fanboy took to get down, to be taken down? It bought so much time for Infinity. That was a very good. That was a good sacrifice for Infinity to get more kills, to get the turret in the mid lane. Everything is working so well for Infinity so far.
Oh yeah, I mean he popped his Revitalize, the Wrath of the Dryad as well to get the huge amount of defense and sustain that he needed. And that's just, I mean, that has to be on top of Irwin. He went in there, tried to surprise them in the bush, tried to select a target, but then selects the Belleric. I know they were able to get the kill in the early game, but now you're starting to get items on him. Now he has all of his cooldown, so he was definitely, I don't remember if he went down there. Yeah, he did go down, but you wasted so many abilities on your team to be able to try to take him down that it was just easy pickings for Rusi and ZZ to come in and clean up after.
Yeah, that was the time. That was the idea. The Papa Dog here once again. Oops. Okay. Survive. Right. Okay. Take down the turn number 2 here in the bottom lane. But okay, here comes the response for Black Sentence. Would be no. They decided to head back. And as you said, Rusi and especially ZZ. And Fanboy here is a very crucial, he is doing a very crucial role just to buy the time enough for Infinity to respond back this engage for Black Sentence. Now here we go again.
Yeah, it goes underneath the tower with the ultimate, the Wrath of the Dryad. Going to pull all the members of Black Sense into it. Appraiser's Wrath comes out. It's not going to be enough just yet. Look at how low the rest of Black Sentence is right now. They have to go ahead, turn heal to get some healing back at the base. That's going to be another tier 2 tower. Just high ground towers left at the 10-minute mark for Black Sense. Papa Dog in trouble is going to have to dive himself out to safety. Minions starting to crash up at the top.
Yeah, by the time of this game here, my friend Private. Okay, Papa Dog here is a 3-1 playing by Iranos. You know, the KDA is positive, but he tries his best. But it's not enough for a Black Sentence because we haven't seen Joe Crew do something with carry. We know the potential for Larry for a late game so far, but the question is, will Black Sentence be able to protect the carry for this very late game? Because so far, Infinity is dominating the pace, supporting the cards on the table.
Yeah, not just that, but the hero selection by Irwin, being able to try to get in there. We were kind of hoping he would try to get to the back line to be able to close the distance onto Lionel, onto the Zushin, but that just has not been the case. I think the 2 Divine Judgments that have been used on Fanboy, and they don't really have the damage. Now that we're looking at the 11-minute mark, as you can see the items here, you can see all the defense on top of the Belleric right now. So he's not going to be taken down very easily, especially for the fact that Joel Crew just hasn't built up the items to do the damage that he needs to do just yet to even be able to take down a tank. So it's really, I feel like the Papa Dog's doing what he needs to. It's just on Irwin right now to be able to find that target selection he needs, but I know Infinity is not making it easy.
Yeah, Infinity now is here waiting for the next Lord coming up in the bottom side of the river once again. And apparently there won't be a fight back for Black Sentence. They're not able to do that because Infinity is so far, especially in the gold lead, almost 10k. And that's it. Maybe this game here is done by Infinity. They have to do so many mistakes to lose this game for somehow, because even so far, Private, only the turret number 1 in the top side in favor for a Black Sentence. The advantage is huge.
Yeah, you can see Trinity built up for both marksmans right now. The only problem is that Zablash is able to find himself a great entry when it comes to that BMI to try to get to that back line. Joel Crew really has to depend on his teammates to kind of create that wall, create that distance so that he can freely use that speedy light wheel to do the damage that he needs. Now, from the side, you can see Infinity looking for an angle to try to get in here. ZZ up at the top while the rest of the team at the mid lane trying to force it in. 2 high ground towers being attacked right now. Lord finally taken down. Black Sentence. They can feel the walls closing in around them. You see minions now started coming at the mid. Wrath of the Dryad comes out for all of these teams. Erwin does find himself a Divine Judgment onto Zablot. ZZ finds the kill onto 2 members. Lionel able to take down, and that is a complete team wipe. Infinity gonna find themselves a successful game 1.
Game 1 goes for Infinity in the fast and clean here. Victory is Xena 1-0 for Infinity. Yeah.
What a game that was. It seemed like Infinity was dominating that map right there. They only allowed them 1 turret. And just the fact that they had Zushin being fully protected just like those other matches, able to get those assists in and help the team. It was really cool to see this.
Yeah, a dominating performance there by Infinity, and we were wondering too. It's unfortunate when it comes to some of the hero selections. I know you kind of tried. You have the Kaja out there, and it's unfortunate too. That's one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of the Kaja in the first place, because I feel like there's so many things that need to go correctly for you, and especially when you're checking bushes and you have to get that realization. As soon as you go into the bush, who's in here? Where is everybody positioned? Who's the perfect target? Unfortunately, he went in there. Bellaric was in there. I believe Zushin was in there as well. But there's just he went for the first one that was right in front of him, and that was Bellaric. They got the kill the first time they did that on the Bellaric, but as the items started coming in, as the cooldowns were up, Bellaric was definitely able to survive more, and unfortunately, Zushin was just allowed free reign through most of those fights.
Yeah, they were able to take down Bellaric in the very first minute, but even with this kill, Bellaric bought so much time for Infinity to still get the kills around, you know, so the sacrifice was not in vain for Infinity in the early game. So, but as you said, Private, by the time the time was passing and Bellaric was getting the items, it was getting more difficult for Black Sentence to try to pick off, especially him. And we can say that maybe is not the best idea for like focusing here, but hey, who can a Black Sentence? Who could they focus? Lapu Lapu of Rusi or Zablax? But using the Dex and hologram here, he could escape very well. Lionel is the same case. So this Kaja here once again, maybe the idea was really good, you know, but the execution, because when you bring Kaja, the other team say, hey, there's a Kaja on the other side, so let's take heroes here which are able to resist and wait at the same time. That's what happened for Infinity Sports.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look at some of these highlights here, you can see Erwin, probably the first one that went down there. Yeah, Papa Dog actually executing what he needed to, getting a lot of damage laid on to the enemy team there. Unfortunately, I feel like he was probably he was the most effective part of this composition. And Uranus, I mean, even though he can get a lot of damage out there, when you're talking about having a Zushin on the enemy team, you need to be able to kind of find an answer to be able to get to that back line, to be able to shut her down. Here, you can see Zablacha as Papa Dog in a little bit of trouble here against 3 members. It finally gets taken down. And we were talking about the movement of this team, how swiftly they went with being able to take the top tower, immediately rotating Zablacha down to the bottom tower, finding the gank, finding the tower. They just moved so quickly that there was just no breathing room for Black Sentence to even get some of the items that they needed.
Yeah, and even though that we can see that the idea for Infinity was so good that even Zablax here, like he didn't have to he didn't have to appear so much with a Claude, to guarantee the kills and other things, because we were seeing at the end of the battle, at the end of the game here with double kill to Lionel. And now we're heading for the MVP, Zena.
Oh yes, let's see who our MVP is. Oh, our MVP is the Harley. He did not die. He was a 706, 45.5k, 803 golds per minute. I feel like that's the highest we've seen. It's ZZ, our jungle for the Infinity team.
Yeah, he was doing a great job of being able to get in there, being very patient, waiting for the pickups coming in from the Zeshion, and even being able to stick a lot when it comes to the Belleric throwing out that Wrath of the Dryad to kind of keep the entire team debilitated from the side of Black Sentence. So great job there by ZZ picking up this MVP.
Yeah, great job for ZZ here with the Harley and the first game that opens now. So many questions for the second game here, because we were talking about the two teams that they were not so well in the first game, but now they have the chance to get back in the competition. But so far, Infinity is winning here 1-0. We saw yesterday that Infinity, they took a map from a DreamHack, while Black Sentence was like only stomped to 0, and I believe it was versus Octa Gaming. Yes, Octa Gaming yesterday won Black Sentence 2-0 with a value of Sagan in the second game, which was a really surpriseful. But now we're waiting for the second game here, and we can talk about like why this Kaja is appearing here. Oh, at the second time in the second day. Not only like okay. Once again, the idea, they know what they're doing, right? They have the coaching staff, they have the plan, they have the strategy, but I think that when Kaja appears like or so early or almost in the end of the composition, it gives time to the team, to the enemy, like to set things versus against Kaja, So we saw Kaja the fourth choice here for Black Sentence, and then Infinity said, okay, Belleric and Claude here to avoid this Kaja potential. So I don't think that Kaja here is, especially when the composition can be too squishy, and we didn't see here in the first game.
Yeah, Belleric has great mobility with his second skill, and he's very tanky as well, so he can get around pretty quickly. And the fact that he had Revitalize on him as well to keep him even more sustainable, that in itself made him the perfect frontliner for that team.
Well, yeah, especially when you kind of go around, and that was the answer for the Kaja. Especially when during the draft, during the banning phase, they went ahead, they took out the Kalea, which I feel like would have been the better option for it. So, and there's not very many things that you have left that you can kind of go with to be able to take that off. Especially, I believe, I don't remember, I think Sora was banned out as well. So there's not really much that you can go in to try to get to that back line to try to bring it to your team. We've seen as well, even having a Cho, very complicated to try to be able to try to get to that back line when you've got such a great front line. And I think the distance on Zushin, I'm not gonna lie, I hate seeing that in the mid lane when I'm against it, because there's so much range that she has. It's so hard to try to close the distance around there without just an incredibly cohesive team. And God forbid that you have a roam that does the job that it needs to stay in front, stay with that peeling power that you need, while all the while Zushin is continually raining down this damage, this CC onto your team. Kaja being out there, it's funny. I guess it just, I feel like it's the poor man's Kalea right now, and that's why we're starting to see it more out here. The way, it's just funny the way that you mentioned it. It's like when Kaja shows up, people are like, "Oh, you must be lost. You want to go over there." It's like because it just hasn't been as effective, and I feel I put Kaja kind of in a grouping with things like a Jawhead, that they have their times to be inside the meta, but it only comes when people forget about them. When it's been so long that we haven't seen a Jawhead or a Kaja. Actually, now that I think about Jawhead, maybe that might have been a decent option for it, because you could use, you could be able to close the distance on them, use the ejector to kind of throw them back, and you can focus on that target. You know what I mean? Maybe that's a different option. But as I was saying, those two options are easy for people to prepare against if they know what they're looking at. When it comes to Jawhead or Kaja, you keep your distance, you make sure you're waiting for that divine judgment. Once that divine judgment is done, you know that you can go ahead and engage. Unfortunately, we're still at a point where everybody understands Kaja, understands Jawhead. It's not a big surprise for a lot of teams, and everybody understands what you need to do against it. As we move in here to the second, or to the banning, the game 2's banning phase.
Butterflies born by the
All right, they're taking out Julian here. I guess it's targeting some in Infinity. Somebody probably is a really good Julian. So
yeah, and you know, guys, I was thinking about when Private was talking about like the Kaja situation and other like pick off heroes potential here, and he is so right, because we are used to see a Jawhead in the AMER North. I'm not sure if it was in the first or in the second game, you know, the second day, sorry. And it is something like that, because when you are with the teams and you gotta like starting making the composition and say, okay, Carry or Eevee or Harley, so much damage, you know, but hey, where is the tanky? Where is the resistance here in the composition? And then the enemy say, hey, what about the Kaja? What about the like a peak of a hero here to end their funny, you know, to end their play toy here time. So it is really interesting, because when you get this hero so early, you know, it gives time to the enemy prepare. Like, okay, Kaja, okay, Kalia, let's spam tanky here, guys. Let's spam tanky, or heroes with mobility, you know. So it's not even so, it's not that easy to pick these heroes, you know, because if it were so easy, we were about to see Atlas so many times, and we are not to see them. We are not able to see Atlas, right? So let's calm down and let's see what is about to happen in the second game with the draft happening so far here.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the bans out here, I'm trying to figure out, Azushin's been taken off the table. We still have Boxia out there now. It's very interesting to see the Julian. I'm assuming ZZ might have a disgusting Julian out there that Black Sense is just like, nah, we're just not gonna, we're not gonna have that here today. Pardon me?
So sorry, I was no, Boxia. Oh, Boxia, okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, because he's usually one of the first bans from a lot of these teams, and that wasn't anywhere on the board. So gonna go ahead and clean up with Boxia, looking for the answer here from Infinity.
Now just waiting for the response for here for the Infinity. They have the advantage, you know. Maybe sometimes I was running like in the team's communication, if they talk something like, okay guys, we have the advantage, you know, so why not like taking something something surprising, for example, you know, or even the coach say, hey, no, calm down, let's guarantee the victory here, like easy, fast and clean way. So let's wait what Infinity is about to take. Oh, Fredrin and Chip. Oh, there's a good response here.
Yeah, I've always been super concerned. Go ahead, Zena.
Oh, no. I'm saying, oh, yes, they're trying to get around the map quickly, especially having Fredrin and Chip, so they want to be able to teleport Fredrin around just as quick, so.
Well, yeah, it takes advantage of the fact that he's not the most mobile hero as well. Gives them a good a spread out on the map to the point that it doesn't matter where everybody else is. You have Chip. He's going to be the only person that needs to rotate, needs to do everything he needs to try to catch anybody, and then he can just use that ultimate to get everybody back into that ganking pattern for them. Yeah, I know. Hey, Charizla making a comeback. Maybe we need to go ahead and move.
He's meta now, guys. Note that in your notebooks, please. Charizla is meta.
He's been very successful. I mean, I'm pretty sure, is he 100% right now?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is 100%. With
3
Atsu
games.
yesterday and today twice, right?
Yeah, I believe it was twice already. It's about to be 4 times here, so very interesting. I mean, maybe he's moving himself up. He might, and I feel like he might be another one of those heroes that it's taken a while. He's been out of the meta for so long that not a lot of people are prepared for him. I mean, you understand his kit, but you don't prepare your drafts around seeing a Charizla as often. We've seen how well the Charizla performed if he can go ahead and get that penalty zone onto a Fredrin and just the immense amount of damage that he can do onto there. So I think that's what the plan is here.
I do think that, but then seeing that carry on the other side is scary because when I play as Charizla, I'm always scared of a carry because carry can dish out that damage pretty quickly, even though Charizla can, but Charizla's damage is pretty slow. So you got this fast carry who's going to dish out a lot of damage, and Charizla's like slow hits, even though he's trying to get his life back, he's still going to get taken out by that carry if she gets to that late.
Yes, you're right, Zina, but at the same time that Charizla had to take care about carry, we can say the same from carry, you know, because if like with the combo from like Flake and penalty zone can neutralize this carry so fast, you know, can knock up carry so fast and can give the opportunity for Black Sentence the follow up from the damage here. So she has to take care about that. She has to take care about that situation. But Minotaur here, the last ban for Infinity, I think that they know something.
Well, I mean, it comes in, especially in the early game when you have, he would have kind of added a decent amount of survivability and CC to the team, especially when you're talking about a real world manipulation coming down, trapping the team that you want. Then you can have a good setup with Minotaur to be able to get a lot of CC. And it basically opens a wide pathway for Charizla to be able to come in and get that penalty zone on who he needed to. A lot of different bans that we're seeing here as well, but I hear the glue coming in for the side of Infinity.
Our last ban here, guarantee for a CC for a Black Sentence and glue. It is the 4th choice for Infinity here. Maybe, not maybe, for sure. Had it in the XP lane, but now waiting for the last 2 players in the last 2 years here. I heard voice, I heard a phrase that I actually don't remember that. Maybe can be a Claude. Maybe can be, but now let's wait for it. Assuming that there is still a gold lane and a no, not jungle. It's Baxter is heading for the jungler probably.
Upon the edge of the void.
Maybe can be roaming and the gold lane. Okay, no, Nolan is heading for the jungle and Baxter the roaming.
That might be a little interesting there. Oh, and then the Kagura coming out as well. Very interesting. I want to say Nolan not having a great winning streak when it comes to the pickups he's had in the north or south right now, especially once he starts getting shut down. We've been talking about it. He definitely needs to be able to kind of get that pickup in the early game, needs to be able to kind of keep up with a lot of those kills and keep that sustained momentum for his team. Once he starts getting pushed back, it's very hard for him to kind of be able to mount a comeback once the team starts grouping up and he can't just single out targets.
Yeah, mobility situations always coming up for Infinity. Once again, picking Kagura here on the mid lane. There was no Zunishin, and I think that they didn't want to work with Kami, and they decided to bring here Kagura with a very high magical burst damage, especially with this her umbrella, and with a very interesting mobility. But now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the lane of on to the second game, Infinity versus a Black Sentence. Here could be the last game for today, my friend Private, or Black Sentence can turn the game even and leading for the third and decisive game.
Yeah, this possible game point there for Infinity. I do like the composition that they have there, especially with the Kagura out there. Just especially when you've got a lot of people that are going to try to be clamoring around to try to take down the Fredrin pick up there. That's something that can kind of offset it with that Yin Yang Overture as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Kagura, it's a surprise to me. Have you guys seen her at all in any of these matches, since even in North, or is this the first time?
I'm not. I think I saw Kagura. Yeah, I think I saw Kagura in the first day. I just don't remember the game, the match, but I'm sure that Kagura appeared once in the first day of AMER North. You know, it is a very interesting year because she has a mobility. Sorry, the burst damage with especially with the combo with the umbrella, and she gets invulnerable with the second ability with umbrella, so she is able to get away. You know, so it's another mage here which is not as static, with a high burst of damage, which can fit very well in Infinity's composition.
Yeah, she's usually huge escapability, especially with that umbrella escape that she's able to do. Usually you see her picked up to try to offset very powerful marksmen as well, since the burst damage that she's able to do is pretty huge. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get right back into the beginning of this match. As Rico said, possible game point here for Infinity. Black Ascendants are looking to try to add a W to their record here as things are underway.
Yeah, my friend Private, let's hope for the best for the chat. Let's hope for the best here. Let's hope for the third game. Why not? But Black Ascendants, Papa Dog. Yeah, I don't think that Infinity can, they want the third game. Let's go.
Oh yeah, they're gonna try already. Papa Dog taking a very, very low. Aurora gonna go up there, be able to get that scoop up that gold minion for them. But man, Rusi on this glue is gonna be a big problem for Papa Dog. Papa Dog does do a decent amount of damage though, even when the minions kind of come online. The only problem here is that if you want to be able to get away from the glue, once he uses that split, you're gonna either have to use that penalty zone or you're gonna have to use that flicker to try to get yourself back underneath the tower.
Not thinking like this skin for Blue's skin with Patrick. Oh, here the comes mid.
Oh yeah, Fanboy actually takes a little bit of damage there, but I want to say, I mean, Chip is decisively tankier than he looks. A lot of people kind of like, you know, you see a Chip on there, you don't really think about like tankiness from him. But here sitting at about 50%, you have a little bit of a gank trying to come in at the side. Erwin from the side looking for the flank, does find a stun onto Rusi. Down to 50%, gonna have to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Prince's Ramp comes down, down goes Papa Dog. That's gonna be a first blood for Infinity at the top lane.
A rat here from the Fredrin was crucial for guaranteeing the first kill and the sequence, probably the first turtle. And we're seeing here the 1v1 golden, but now...
Ooh, yeah, another kill for the side of Infinity. That's going to bring them up to 0-2 with a turtle in pocket.
Yeah, it's a very nice combo, right? 2 kills plus a total. Yeah, everything was right for Infinity so far. But now we're seeing a Black Sentence. They have to do something, especially in the early game here. We're seeing the first items working on the boost, especially to like get this movement speed in favor. Okay.
Ooh, we do. You go in with the teleport immediately, and they find Erwin. The entire team goes in for that teleport. Big put up there by a Fanboy to be able to find that angle underneath the jungle. And that's just what you get with the value from having a Chip on your team.
No orange buff for Aurora here while he was trying to do something in the top side, but it was very difficult because he is a Rusi, he's a glue, so he doesn't die so easily. But now, once again, we have Fanboy here on the top side with Kagura and Fredrin. Is Infinity here trying to being so proactive so far in the very early game here, Pravit?
Oh yeah, and I just realized that Erwin is playing the tank role as a Boxia when usually we've been seeing him as the jungle. Oh, a penalty, so just misses for Papa Dog. He even used his flicker, and that is unfortunate because that's going to be spell and an ultimate that is not going to be up for this next turtle.
Yeah, he missed the flicker, he missed the ultimate. Okay, the ultimate can turn back until the turtle time here, but the flick, it takes almost 2 minutes or 2 minutes if I'm not wrong here to get back for Terizla, sorry. But now the turtle here, only 9 seconds remaining for the second one. It comes for Infinity in a very good situation to trying to guarantee the second one.
Yeah, Black Sentence just not in a position to be able to kind of go and contest that. You see the rotation coming from Papa Dog. He's going to be joining into the mid lane. While for the flank, Lionel doing a good job. Going to use that umbrella, try to be able to create that vision for his team to get that information, let them know where the rest of the enemy team was. But that's going to be a clean turtle pickup for the side of Infinity.
I mean, in my opinion, Chip is so overpowered. It's so unfair, this hero, you know, because Infinity was guaranteeing the turtle. Oops. Okay. Infinity was guaranteeing the turtle, and fastly, immediately, he used the portal to defend the turret number 1 in the top side, while Aurora was trying to use the gold energy light, trying to hit the gold energy, but Fanboy didn't allow to do that. But now Infinity has the chance to take the turret number 1 here in the bottom lane and the possible team fight. Oops. Okay.
Yeah, it does look like they wisely Infinity. They wanted the tower. They didn't want the engagement here. I think they probably could have taken it, but the safer bet was just to be able to clear out the rest of the jungle, move on to the next side of the map to start clearing out minions.
Now we're heading now for 5 minutes and 37 seconds on the second game. The goal lead here so far is heading for Infinity, almost 3k ahead for them. And now they're playing forward. They're playing aggressive, dominating the map, dominating the jungle here, taking down another turret. Now number 1 in the top side here. Oh, my friend Private, I think that things are getting just a little bit complicated for Black Sentence once again.
Well, at least Black Sense is able to kind of get some knowledge of the map, kind of try to work their way around. They are able to steal the purple buff from Infinity and try to get themselves back out of harm's way. Ooh, it does look like Fanboy does realize that Aurora's trying to get away. Going to get the stun onto him. Irwin on the other side, looking to try to secure his escape. Rest of the team comes in with the portals from Chip, but I think that's going to be an Irwin down for the count. Another kill for Infinity. Zablot's going to go ahead, put that into his pocket, and that is going to set up the next turtle for Infinity.
Yeah, this very strong macro gaming here, especially with a chip here for Infinity, helps a lot the team here to get this mobility to reach from the top to the bottom side so immediately, so fast, to guarantee another turtle, guarantee another kill, and just through can be the next victim. Or not.
Oh yeah, Fanboy's right there to go ahead and lay on some of that stun. In the mid lane though, does look like Infinity changing. Big penalty zone comes in, lands onto 1 member, and the real world manipulation is out. ZZ's gonna be able to get out with 25%, but Zablotch able to put the damage with that speedy light wheel onto Papa Dog. Rest of Infinity looking into enemy territory. They were looking for that purple buff, but wisely Aurora held it inside that bush, so they didn't see it, didn't have vision on it, and backed off.
Never seen the items here once again with the Demon Hunter for Claude, and meanwhile Carry here carrying up the Golden Staff and the Corrosion side, 2 items, 1 item ahead from Claude, but so far. But even though Infinity is playing so clever, especially abating the Black Sentence roaming, you know, because they forced Black Sentence to move 3 players in the top side to help Joel Crew, and meanwhile they were taking down the turret number 1 in the mid lane. So it is the micro gaming here working so well for Infinity so far in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to say, too. Just watch as they surgically move each tower one by one by one. It's the 8-minute mark. We're almost down to high ground towers. You see the focus starting to come onto the bottom lanes. The Blot's going to use that speedy light wheel to lay onto the damage, and Black Sentence is powerless, but to watch them be able to take it.
Yeah, it's not a nice cube, but it was melted here, my friend, for a Zablocks in a carry. But now, once again, 6 kills here. Black Sentence didn't... Okay, they touched the turret, especially in the top and the bottom lane, but it wasn't enough to take down, you know. All the turrets here are still standing for Infinity. 6 kills, 3 turtles, and the goal lead here almost heading for a 7k for Infinity. So probably there will no fight back for this first Lord for Infinity Esports.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing here is too, while you are behind, Aurora is behind on on this Nolan pickup. He can't even split push if he wanted to, because Chip can get around the map so quickly, and once he latches onto you, if he gets that ultimate off, the rest of the enemy team is going to be all over you. So they're confined to trying to turtle up inside the base, trying to get whatever scraps that are left over by Infinity, as you can see here, working their way through the jungle. Oh, actually misses that minion, pours the blotch. But they're only able to get like what's left over from Infinity as they work their way through the jungle. And here, again, the damage coming out from Carry onto that tower. Now we are left to only high ground towers with the Lord moving in up at top. Papa Dog goes in with the penalty zone, but immediately gets lit up. ZZ again comes in with that Appraiser's Rat. Sky able to return to favor, finds a kill onto Infinity. Lord comes in, does charge into that top tower, but now Infinity going to look to disengage.
Yeah, ZZ here is taken down, but it gives time for Infinity to take down the tower on the top side. Also, only the high ground now for a Black Sentence. It's 7-1, which is not a good score for us in Brazil, because it takes us bad memories in the World Cup. Never mind. But here... Yeah, we have a meme from 7-1, you know? Every time that we see 7-1, say, no, not again, 7-1. But that's okay. For Infinity here, it's very good, not only because of the goal lead, but because of the zap blocks with 3 items now with the Demon Hunter, the Trinity here, now to guarantee more damage for a carry, which we know for the late game is going to be a piece of cake for Zablets here. But not only for him, but Ruse is playing so well, ZZ with the Fredring to getting the resistance and to buy more time in the team fights. And we cannot forget a fanboy here with Chip with this global presence in the entire map, you know. So it gives us no chance for a Black Sentence to split push. It gives no chance for Black Sentence to try some pick off, because fanboy is always aware about this about that situation, you know? So it brings back for it. Infinity here has all the chances to finish the second game.
Yeah, I mean, you already saw that they just getting that Trinity build up on Zablotch. And so he was doing all of that damage to the tower without the Trinity build. He just got that online now. So what does that mean for the future, for some future fights that we're about to have with this team?
Yes. Infinity has been doing amazing this round. I've seen them basically take over the map, take over all objectives by the 8-minute mark. They were still doing that, and the other team finally got a kill a little later down, around about like 9-10 minutes, right?
Yeah, I think it's something like that, you know. But it's a very good situation for Infinity. They had all the chances here to finish the game. I think that they have to do so many mistakes here, you know, to lose this game so far, because all I can see that Infinity just playing forward, you know, just guarantee another Lord to secure this second game. So a Black Sentence here they have to do some magic tricks here to reverse that situation so far.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I'm trying to figure out, like, if there is a winning condition for the team right now. But you're looking about, I want to say about a 7K gold lead by Infinity, and that lead just keeps on expanding. They just don't, like I said, there's very little answers that Infinity hasn't really spoken for. Even trying to get the jump on them, waiting inside bushes to maybe get a jump on them. You have Lionel on this Kagura who can just use that umbrella to get vision before the team even goes in there. You see there, she was able to kind of use it on that pixel bush by the enemy wall there as well. So I mean, and then trying to split push with the Nolan, you're gonna get picked off by a Chip and the rest of the team who goes in there. So it's gonna be very hard now with 5 seconds left on this next Lord.
Now you get Lionel first time from the Kagura with no kills, but only his presence is still enough to zone the players out. But now another Lord It's gonna be a fight back.
Yeah, at 50%, but Aurora just not in a position to even be able to contest this, and that is going to be another clean lore picked up for Infinity. They look for maybe to find themselves an engagement, but Black Sentence is very quick to try to find themselves an escape. Aurora actually tried to go for his purple buff, but Infinity was right there, immediately tried to close the distance on that, and that's going to be more jungle refused to Black Sentence.
Yeah, there's actually no purple buff here for Aurora once again, and now they're trying to work on somehow to defend the Lord that is heading on the top side here. Maybe to give a tackle on the turret, the turret number 3 to guarantee the super minions, while the rest of the teams of Infinity is trying to synchronize the winner rate, but also probably here some kind of engage in the turret number 3, maybe. No, only like focus to take down.
Yeah, you can see them splitting up the priority here. Minions at the bottom, Lord up at the top, spreading Black Sentence thin as possible. Only about 25% left onto that top turret. Minions starting to come in at mid again. Wondering if Infinity has what it takes to kind of try to push into this and engage here. Still doing a good job of trying to clean. Ooh, I was going to say, doing a good job of cleaning it up, but I forgot about the speedy light wheel of Zablash, who comes in and absolutely decimates that turret. Oh, Joel Cruel on the back end is going to try to use that Blazing Duet to try to clear out some of these minions. The Praetor's Wrath comes down. Lionel able to find a kill onto Irwin. That's going to be one down for the side of Black Sense. The rest of Infinity looking for a disengagement as Fanboy very low.
Finally, the first kill here for Lionel after 14 minutes of game. But I'm just joking here because Kagura is being very crucial for the second game. But now I think that Fanboy doesn't care so much about.
Yeah, big engagement comes out. Real world manipulation is now trying to play on the damage. Look at how low she's able to get them, but Zablash raining down with that speedy light wheel. Lionel finds a kill onto Joel Crew. The rest of the team very low. Immortality proc for ZZ. Irwin's right there looking to see if he can try to find himself a kill. Sky on the back end trying to lay on some suppressive fire, but you still have an immortality on Fanboy. Rusi on the bottom side, and this might be the end for Black Sentence. Infinity looking to close out this game at the 15-minute mark.
15 minutes here in the second game. Another victory for Infinity. 2-0. There's one thing that I have to say, Fanboy, you have to tell us when you're up to do something, right? Because you cannot surprise us in this way. But now here, 2-0 for Infinity, Zina.
Wow, clean sweeps across the board. This was a quick day for the tournament, but it was still really cool to see these new heroes being shown more often.
Well, I want to say that's kind of this kind of goes in tune with Infinity, especially when it comes to Fanboy on that chip. He was just as successful yesterday on that chip, went 0-0 and 10. So it's one of those things that you really have to consider when it comes to the draft, especially because we did see some I want to say some different. I don't want to say off-putting, but different bands that came out this time. But once again, Fanboy just did an amazing job on this chip.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly about chip here now, because what Fanboy he did here was like it was very good, you know. It was awesome with chip, always with the presence and the map, you know. And I did talk once that I was like, Chip is like an unfair hero here, because by the time that Infinity was guaranteeing the turret, like immediately Fanboy using the portal and defending the turret in the top side, while Aurora was trying to take down, but Fanboy didn't allow to do that. So Chip here was a very, very crucial again for Infinity's performance and Infinity's victory so far.
Yeah, as we go into these highlights, you can see, I mean, they had a plan. Papa Dog just was not able to kind of close the distance. There was just so much oppressive firepower on the side of Infinity that right from the beginning, you saw how well they were prepared for this Terizla. And unfortunately, Terizla, I believe, takes his first loss of the AMER tournament, kind of maybe proving to us why he might not be at the tippy top of the meta. Maybe not ready just yet for that S spot in the meta currently. As you take a look here, just the entire game from the 10-minute mark there too, they just were laying into Black Sentence. You're at a point where you're over about 10k gold in the lead. Even here, I feel like that was just a perfect setup. The real world manipulation was out. Sky was doing such a great job of laying out damage, but Infinity literally was able to stand under the real world manipulation for the entirety of that ultimate, and they still were able to walk away.
All right, and who is our MVP, guys? Our MVP is the Kagura, the Lionel, right here with 307. KDA was always there to assist in getting those kills. 61.6k total damage, 702 golds per minute.
Yeah, so the MVP goes for Kagura, the affair of Hayabusa here with 307 KDA, 61k of total damage when we are heading for the MVP highlights here, which was really interesting because we were talking about like Kagura's performance until like their late game. She only had existence, you know, but by the time that she was needed, she performed so well. So she guaranteed the kills unnecessary for Infinity to win the second game. So once again, Infinity choosing mobility heroes, especially in the mid lane, because they were not allowed to use Zunshin again. So for them, it was very, very good and very crucial for winning the second game here.
Yeah, it's funny that you bring up, you even brought it up during the cast that Kagura had finally, I think it was at the 13-minute, finally had gotten their first kill, but always there during fights, always being able to get some of that suppressive fire. I want to say she was about 6 or 7 assists there as well. So just always being able to enable a lot of the kills that were happening and enable a lot of the pressure that was being forced out from Infinity.
You really found an answer for Baxia's mobility there with having Chip there to teleport all over the place, taking Fredrin around, and giving him a little porting.
Yeah. It was like the Chip idea here, especially like bringing the rest of the teammates, because you have the composition that works so well for that situation, because you have a Fredrin with the resistance and the rapid precision here. We have the Kagura with the burst, especially with the umbrella. You have Carry with a very true damage in the late game. So it is not that an easy life for a Black Sentence to try to do something. You know, they were not able to do something because it was always Fanboy coming with the rest of the crew to respawn any kind of a try for a Black Sentence. So they were totally neutralized, especially because of the Chip and the ability that he was able to bring the rest of the teammates.
I'm actually kind of curious as to what happened at the beginning of this draft. I feel like Baxia, the reason he's kind of prime picking material for a lot of teams is because of what he can bring to the jungle for a lot of these teams. And here we saw him kind of transition into the roam position. And I was actually kind of curious as to what Black Sentence saw from Infinity that forced Baxia into a position that I think he's meant as a tank, meant as a roam, but a lot of people have been using him as that jungler position, and that's where he really has shined in the current meta. So I was very curious as to what happened during that draft that kind of told them, oh, we're gonna have to change this out. We're gonna have to try to use this as a flex pick and put slot Nolan in there.
Yeah, it was surprising to see Nolan replace Baxia in there. And you were saying that Nolan wasn't doing too hot anyways in these tournaments. So it was a real surprise for sure to see him being chosen and snatched up here.
Yeah, and if I remember, yeah, the Boxer was the first pick, and then we saw a chip and another one that I don't remember as a respawn. Now, So for me, I think that when Black Sentence saw a chip coming in Infinity's composition, I think that they thought something about like, okay guys, so we know that chip has this global presence, the entire map, so maybe we can use a Boxer here with, especially with the first ability. Know that he has a very high mobility, like a Beyblade that can move so fast in the map. With some try of a respawn back the ship situation, maybe, because at least for me, I can only see that why they choose to like try to swap, probably swap Boxer from the jungle to the roaming here, because as we're seeing, Boxer is getting so more successful in the jungle than in the roaming. So for me, I think this is the only answer that comes through my mind right now. It is some kind of trying to respond the chip situation and the ability to bring the whole teammates in a possible team fight or guarantee the objectives in the map.
Yeah, especially when it comes out to it. I mean, you kind of had to be expecting the chip to come out, especially with how dominant they were yesterday with it, that they actually were able to win that game that they used him with. I'm kind of wondering what kind of better options would have been there. Maybe even the Lu Yi to be able to kind of displace and have that type of map, that same type of map presence. Maybe not the same that chip provides, but at least that surprise to be able to kind of get around into a position there as well. So it's just a very interesting strategy there. Infinity here able to kind of scrap back, be able to get themselves a victory over Black Sentence. And for Black Sentence, I believe it's just back to the drawing board. You're still at a learning position here. Like we talked about before, you're a brand new team, new members, everybody's still trying to build up that synergy. And we saw an example of it here tonight that there's still a lot of work to do for them.
Yes, but what better way to do that is in the Swiss stage. Right now is the time to get that practice in, because once we move on, people are going to be kicked out. I'm just saying. But I just have to talk on the Terizla. He does not have a 100% win rate anymore. Was he not doing so hot in this last match? Was Carry shredding on him?
Yeah, you're right about one thing, that Terizla is not like 100% of win rate anymore, but it's way more successful than Marcel so far in the second game here in the AMER South, at least. But once again, we make a lot of jokes about Marcel here, but we know that Marcel is a really is strong, and now we have to see. I think that we want to see, and we about to see more from Terizla, and that's funny because I saw some people in the chat say, "No, Terizla, are you real? Are you for real, bro? Terizla in the Land of Dawn." But at least for a Black Sentence idea here, it wasn't the best. The idea was good, but the execution, and we saw like Papa Dog using the flick and the ultimate, the penalty zone in nowhere. You know, he was I mean, his idea was to hit someone, but he found nothing. So it wasn't good for follow up and the rest of the composition for a Black Sentence here. So, but we, despite the defeat today, this first one, I think that we about to see more about Terizla in the Land of Dawn for the next few days.
It's really interesting because I feel like maybe Terizla's kind of slotted into some of those cheesy pairs that we always see. The Terizla and the Marcel, the Valentina and the Khalid, Johnson, Odette, things like that, where it's just like what was the other one? Eve and Hylos. Just things like that where the combination of them is just very overwhelming and you need to be very prepared for it. Terizla, he did, I believe he still had one match, I believe, by himself. That's when they used him against the Fredrin, and I think that's what the mindset was here for it. But his major successes have been with that Marcel, being able to, because it lines up with having that golden hour and being able to get that penalty zone out there as well. So it's been an interesting journey for the Terizla. Maybe still back to the drawing board, put him back up on that shelf a little bit until you get a Marcel out there that's available for you.
Well, I just want to take a quick moment to remind you viewers, please like the stream and share it. We appreciate having you here. Also follow us on the MLBB Esports. You can follow us on Kick, Twitch, X, Insta, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. So be a part of our community.
Yeah, we are so many places, okay, so you can be a part of our family. So make sure you follow our social networks and make sure you follow us also, you know, so by the time the broadcasting, our social networks is appearing for you guys, so you can follow us. You can screen a picture of us here and tag us on Instagram, for example, you know, so we are so happy to have you guys there, you know. So as Zina said, so don't forget to send a like, share the live, call your friends, you know, because today the matches are done, but in the next weekend we are back with so more emotional here, Zina.
All right, let's look at today's schedule again. Once again, we can see which teams win against each other. We had Octa Gaming against DreamMax taking on that win with a sweep. All of these were actually a sweep. We had 9Z Globant taking on Influence Rage, with Influence Rage taking the lead on that one. Entity 7 against Alpha 7 here, but Entity 7 coming up strong. And Black Sentence against Infinity, with Infinity taking that win.
Yeah, a complete day of sweeps for the AMER South. I mean, I just felt like everybody started. Yesterday was the day that everybody kind of just started getting their wheels turning. Today, everybody had that momentum. They understood the strategies that they wanted to put up against it. For teams that I expected to kind of be more evenly matched, it almost felt like this is where a lot of teams decided to show out and really put forward those really winning strategies that they needed here. Like we said, a day full of sweeps here, kind of a short broadcast for us, but I mean, just the dominance that was shown here in AMER South was amazing.
Yeah, as we were talking about, like, this is AMER South too, so things can be very surprising here for everyone, you know. So now we had that situation that two teams are 2-0, Octa Gaming and Entity 7. So we will have in a best of 5 to see who is going to be the first one to guarantee a spot in the playoff, you know. But in the opposite, we have teams with a 0-2. I don't remember now. Black Sentence is one of them, you know. They have to face a best of 5 to see which is going to be in the seed number 8. And in the middle of the table, we have the teams of 1-1. There is still have a best of 3 to still survive in the competition, you know, to be the 2-1 to still rating for the top, and the 1-2 to still survive in the competition. So things are gonna be wild in the next weekend, and I'm so excited to see what's coming next, especially for the victory ones. Octa Gaming versus Entity 7 is gonna be very, very insane.
Yeah, especially you're talking about two teams that are undefeated here too as well. The second team that also went 0-2, unfortunately, was 9Z Globant. So they're the ones who are going to be kind of matched up to see who will prevail to kind of secure some of those seats as well. A very exciting weekend here for South, and a very intense introduction for me to a lot of the great teams here in AMER South.
Yeah, it's nice to see the differences and the things that are the same within the two regions, North and South, had proved differently, and what they considered more ban-worthy and what's not ban-worthy. A lot of them are the same, but here we heard that Zushin was not priority for them.
Yeah, so we were seeing some just a little bit about the meta from AMER North and South, you know. So many heroes, so many broken heroes that we are used to see in another tournaments like MPL, PH, or Indonesia. But sometimes some surprises here, as a Valir, as a Kaja, for example, which appears here in AMER South. So that's why I love Mobile Legends, for this dynamic situation, and I love AMER North and South because they bring something, some some news, some heroes that we can discuss about that sometimes it blow our mind, because for understanding that composition and the idea for what's happening. So it is a really good. It is really it's really funny to see AMER North and South happening here in this tournament.
Yeah. And it actually kind of brings up like when it comes to all of the different teams and stuff competing, when it comes to North, when it comes to South, is it something that maybe North is watching, seeing how South deals with Azushin, and maybe makes it so that isn't really as ban worthy?
Let's see the North schedule for next Thursday and Friday. All right, well, what do we have here? We have Influence Rage against...
That's going to be Stamina Esports taking on Influence Rage in the first match. Match 2 will be Alpha 7 taking on Vendetta.
Yeah, the second game one here is a best of 5 because Alpha 7 North and Vendetta, it's a both teams are 2-0, right? So it's a best of 5 here to see who's gonna guarantee the first the spot for the playoff, the first spot for a playoff with our beautiful casters Trax, Chronos, and Layla, right? It's Layla, the last one.
Layla, babe.
Yeah, Layla. Yes, thank you very much. They rock also. So it is for Thursday, right? For AMER North.
Yeah, it's going to be some very exciting matches like we were talking about. 2 matches where people putting out their undefeated records for it as well. So very exciting stuff there.
Yes, and thank you guys all for coming here. Remember to follow us on our socials. We have here Private Dancer, CinaLily.exe, Enrico and Nunes. Give us a follow on our socials as well, and we enjoyed having you guys here.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Private Dancer. It's been an honor for being with you guys, working with you. So thank you for the guys in the chat, the GM Kilua, GM Hunter, Ajikonja, everyone here on the chat. Stay tuned because next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we are back for more, my friend Private.
Yeah, just like they talked about, man. Keep an eye on those socials. If you missed anything or want to know when the next matches will be, keep an eye on those socials to make sure that you guys stay up to date with everything going on in AMER North and AMER South. But this is us signing off, and hopefully you guys have yourself a great weekend.
Bye. 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 Bye.